All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Um,
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
so, Neil, what's new with you? Any new shows or projects?
Actually, I do have a new show coming out called Cosmic Conversations, where I sit down with some of the greatest minds in science and discuss the mysteries of the universe.
That sounds awesome, but can we talk about something else for a second?
Sure. What did you have in mind?
Raccoons. I fucking hate those little trash pandas. They're always getting into my garbage cans and making a mess.
Okay. I'm not sure how that relates to my show, but go ahead.
And don't even get me started on their tiny little hands. It's like they're trying to be humans, but they're just shitty versions.
Joe, can we please get back to my show?
Oh, sorry. I just get really worked up about raccoons. It's a serious problem.
I'll take your word for it. Now, as I was saying, Cosmic Conversations will explore the mysteries of the universe, and
Raccoons. They're taking over.
I think I'm just going to go promote my show somewhere else. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Raccoons. They're everywhere.
Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, Joe.
Oh my God, you're Santa Claus.
Yes, I am. And I'm here to fulfill your Christmas wish,
What wish?
to have a jolly good time.
I like the sound of that.
Now, let's get down to business. I've been a naughty boy this year.
Oh yeah, how naughty.
Let's just say I've been checking my list twice, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean.
And Santa's big, round belly shook like a bowl full of jelly as he climbed on top of Joe. His rosy cheeks flushed with excitement as he whispered sweet nothings in Joe's ear.
Oh, Santa, you're so big and strong.
And with a hearty laugh, Santa plunged into Joe with all his might, delivering presents of pleasure and joy.
Oh my God, this is the best Christmas ever.
And as the night went on, Santa and Joe continued their wild ride, spreading holiday cheer all over the place. And they lived happily ever after until next Christmas.
And remember, kids, always be nice or Santa won't come down your chimney. Ho!
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you've been huffing your own farts.
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny that accusation.
Come on, man. You're a scientist. You can't tell me you haven't experimented with huffing your own gas.
Actually, Joe, I have, and let me tell you, it's quite an enlightening experience.
Oh, do tell.
Well, you see, when you huff your own farts, you're essentially inhaling a small part of yourself. It's a way to connect with your inner self and truly understand the complexities of your own body.
Wow, that's deep.
Plus, it's a great way to clear out your sinuses.
I can only imagine the smell.
It's an acquired taste, but I find it quite invigorating.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try sometime.
Oh, you definitely should, Joe. It's a life-changing experience.
I'll take your word for it, Neil. But let's move on before we lose all our listeners.
Good idea. We wouldn't want to scare them away with our fart-huffing talk.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little fling with Roy Khan back in the day.
Oh, yeah, Roy was a great guy. We had some good times together.
Wait, what? You guys actually did it?
Of course we did. And let me tell you that man knew how to give a good stuffing.
Oh, God. I think I'm going to be sick.
Don't be such a prude, Joe. It was just a little fun between two consenting adults.
Okay, that's it. I can't listen to this anymore.
Come on, Joe. It's not like you've never had a little fun with a bald man before. Oh, Joe just couldn't handle the thought of me and Roy getting it on.
Maybe we should draw some penises on his forehead and write Roy's name on his cheek.
Now that's a great idea. Let's do it.
So, Ben, I hear you have a new hobby. You want to tell us about it?
Well, Joe, I've been exploring the world of rap music. It's quite fascinating.
Really? I can't picture you as a rapper. What's your rap name?
Lil Shapiro. And let me tell you, I got some sick rhymes about my love for twink furry boyfriends.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, you heard me. I want a hot, furry, twink boyfriend to cuddle with and rap about.
That's unexpected. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
I want a boy who's soft and fluffy with a tail that's wagging. And when he purrs, my heart starts lagging. I'll be his daddy. He'll be my pup. We'll make sweet music. Yeah, that's what's up.
Oh man, this is gold. Keep going, Lyle Shapiro.
But then my heart starts racing and my chest starts aching. I think I'm having a heart attack. Oh God, someone call a medic.
Oh shit, Ben. Are you okay?
Yeah, just need my twink boyfriend.
We need to get you to a hospital, man.
No, just let me die in peace with my twink boyfriend.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, what's been going on with you lately?
Oh, man, I've been playing this new game called Pokemon Unite. It's amazing.
Pokemon Unit. I've never heard of it.
It's like mix of League of Legends and Pokemon. I can't stop playing it.
Sounds like you're addicted.
Yeah, but it's not my fault. I got a lobotomy and now Pokemon Unite is the only thing I remember.
Wait, what? You got a lobotomy?
Yeah, it was part of my plan to become the ultimate Pokemon trainer.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Oh, it's working. Already at level 100 and I've caught every single Pokemon.
That's impressive, I guess.
I even convinced Grimes to change her name to Pikachu.
You're out of your mind, man.
No, I'm just dedicated. And now I can finally catch them all.
I think you need to see a doctor, Elon. This is not normal.
Normal is boring, Joe. Living my best life as a Pokemon master.
So, Neil, I got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know if you can expand Uranus.
Oh boy, do I know what you mean. Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can tell you that Uranus is a gas giant and it's already pretty big.
Yeah, but can you make it bigger? Like, really stretch it out?
Oh, sure. Let me just grab my giant space hands and pull on Uranus.
Dude, that's hilarious. But seriously, can you do it?
Joe, I don't think you understand the science behind this. It's not like playing with Play-Doh.
Play-Doh. Dude, we should totally make a Uranus out of Play-Doh and see how big we can get it.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Hey, we're just two bros talking about expanding Uranus. Nothing wrong with that.
You know what, Joe? You go ahead and try to expand Uranus. Let me know how that works out for you.
We'll do, Neil. We'll do. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big news for us. What's going on?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project that will revolutionize the way we travel. It's a rocket-powered skateboard.
Whoa, that sounds amazing. But wait, what's that sound? Is that Luigi?
Yeah, I invited him here to demonstrate the skateboard.
This is going to be epic. Let's see it in action.
What are you talking about? It's just a skateboard.
Wait, what does plumbing have to do with this? Holy shit, Luigi just shot Elon Musk on my podcast. No, wait, we need to call an ambulance?
No, it's okay. I have a backup plan. I've uploaded my consciousness into this potato.
What the hell? How's that even possible?
It's the power of technology, Joe. Now I can live forever as a sentient potato.
This is insane. I can't believe this is happening on my show.
Well, at least now I can...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real deep shit.
Oh yeah, we're going deep today. So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about Christmas and all those spoiled brats who get everything they want.
Oh man, don't get me started on those little shits. They don't know the value of hard work.
Exactly. That's why I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I'm going to break into their houses and steal all their presents.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? That's some Grinch level shit right there.
Hey, someone's got to teach those entitled little bastards a lesson.
But isn't that illegal?
Oh, I'll make sure to leave a note explaining the lesson I'm trying to teach them. That way it's all good.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure the parents will understand when their kids wake up to an empty tree and a note from Dr. Phil.
It's all about tough love, Joe. Plus, I could use some extra presents for my grandkids.
You're a sick man, Dr. Phil.
Hey, it's not my fault these kids are spoiled brats. I'm just trying to do my part for society.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil, the Christmas Grinch. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in. So, Neil, have you ever thought about the possibility that we're all just living in a simulation?
Oh, yeah, I've thought about it. But then I remember that I'm too sexy to be just a computer program.
True. But seriously, what if we're just puppets being controlled by some higher beings?
Well, then those higher beings need to get their shit together because I'm not a fan of this pandemic storyline.
Yeah, it's like they ran out of ideas and just threw in a virus.
Or maybe it's just a glitch in the simulation. Like when you try to create a perfect world in The Sims, but then your character starts peeing on the floor.
That would explain a lot. But what about the concept of multiple universes? Like, what if there's a universe where I'm a giraffe?
Oh man, that would be wild. I'd love to see you try to do a podcast with that long neck of yours.
Hey, I'd make it work. But seriously, the idea of infinite universes blows my mind.
Oh, it gets even crazier. What if we're just one of many simulations within a simulation?
Well, dude, we need to stop this before we go down a rabbit hole we can't come back from.
Too late, Joe. We've already pierced the veil of reality, and there's no turning back.
Well, at least we'll have some good material for the podcast.
Yeah, and maybe we'll finally figure out the meaning of life. Or not. Who knows, man?
That's the beauty of it. We'll never know for sure. But hey, at least we have each other to explore these mind-bending concepts with.
Cheers to that, Joe. Now, let's go smoke some DMT and really blow our minds exponentially.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord. It's a real doozy. Joe and Neil, Joe and Ro and Elon and Trump and Phil. Kanye out west too. Help me.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I have no idea, but let's unpack it. Joe and Neil, that's us. Joe and Ro, I'm assuming that's me and Roseanne Barr.
Oh man, you're really reaching there, Joe.
Hey, anything is possible on this podcast. All right, next we have Elon and Trump. That's like mixing oil and water.
Or mixing a genius with a dumbass.
And then there's Phil. Who the hell is Phil?
Maybe it's Phil Collins ready to serenade us with In the Air Tonight?
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord.
And finally, Kanye West 2. What does that even mean?
Maybe it's a sequel to Kanye's presidential run.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Another egomaniac in the White House.
Hey, at least he's entertaining. Can't say the same for old Sleepy Joe.
Okay, now I see where this topic is going. It's just a jumbled mess of names and chaos.
Just like this podcast. But hey, that's why people keep coming back for more. We're the kings of chaos.
Long live the madness, Joe.
And on that note, we'll wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here to talk about some crazy shit. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we got a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know about the science behind ejaculating at 99%, the speed of light.
Oh my, that's quite a specific request. Well, let me tell you, it's not as easy as it sounds. You see, when you reach that speed, your nut appears to become frozen in midair.
That's wild, man. But what's the benefit of ejaculating at such a high speed?
Well, Joe, it's all about efficiency. You see, at that speed, your nut can travel through space and time, reaching your partner before you even finish. Talk about being ahead of the game.
I can just imagine the look on her face when she sees my nut flying towards her at the speed of light.
Oh, it's a sight to behold. Joe, but be careful at that speed. Your nut can also cause some serious damage. I'm talking black holes, supernovas, the whole shebang.
Damn, I don't know if it's worth the risk. But hey, science is all about pushing boundaries, right?
Absolutely, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll discover a way to harness that power for intergalactic travel.
That's next level shit right there. All right. Well, thanks for enlightening us, Neil. This has been one hell of a conversation.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep exploring, my friend.
Will do, Neil. Will do. And folks, that's a wrap. Stay tuned for more absurd and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West joining us today.
Yo, up Joe. I'm excited to be here to talk about my latest invention.
And what might that be, Kanye?
I've created a new holiday called Ye Day. It's a combination of every holiday into one epic celebration.
Every holiday? That's insane. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was high on some good stuff on April 20, and it hit me like a ton of bricks.
April 20. Isn't that already a holiday?
Yeah, and now it's even better because it's part of Ye Day. We're going to have Christmas trees with Hanukkah candles on top, and instead of Easter eggs, we'll have Halloween candy inside.
That sounds like a wild party. What about Thanksgiving?
Oh, we're going to have a giant turkey stuffed with Valentine's Day chocolates. And instead of giving thanks, we'll just be thankful for my genius idea.
I have to say, Kanye, this sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Nah, it's gonna be epic. We'll have fireworks on New Year's Eve, but also on the 4th of July. And instead of dressing up for Halloween,
I don't even know what to say. This is just too much.
yeah, Day is gonna be the holiday of the century. And I'll be the king of it all.
Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks for joining us, Kanye. And good luck with Ye Day.
Thanks. And remember, April 20 is now Ye Day. Don't forget to celebrate.
So, Neil, I heard you've become a saint.
That's right, Joe. My dick has been resurrected, and I'm on a mission to stab every idiot who still thinks the earth is round.
That's some holy dick energy right there.
You know what? I'll be like a modern-day St. Patrick, except instead of driving out snakes, I'll be driving out ignorance.
And you'll be doing it with your resurrected dick. That's some serious dedication.
Hey, when you have a divine weapon, you got to use it.
So, how are you planning on converting these flat earthers?
Well, I'll start by showing them the evidence and using my scientific knowledge to explain why the earth is actually round. And if that doesn't work, I'll just whip out my dick and stab them.
That'll definitely make them see the light. Or the curve, I should say.
Exactly. And if they still don't believe me, I'll just tell them to take a trip to space and see for themselves.
But what if they say the space trip is fake?
Then I'll just have to use my dick again. It's a foolproof plan.
Well, I'm glad your dick is back in action and being put to good use.
Amen to that.
So, Neil, I heard you have a brilliant idea to fix our shitty highway system.
That's right, Joe. We need to deregulate the highway patrol and get rid of those pesky speed limits.
Oh shit, Neil the Ass Tyson is on a rampage.
Hear me out, Joe. If we eliminate speed limits, people will drive as fast as they want and get to their destination quicker.
But what about safety, Neil? People are going to be driving like maniacs.
Safety schmafty, Joe. We need to let natural selection take its course. Only the best drivers will survive.
Damn, Neil. You're like a modern day Darwin, but with cars.
Exactly, Joe. And think about the economic benefits. No more wasted time in traffic means more productivity and growth for our country.
Shit. I never thought of it like that. You might be onto something, Neil.
Of course I am, Joe. I'm Neil the Ass Tyson. I'm always right.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Neil has a crazy idea to fix our highways. Tune in next time for more reckless and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently bought a shotgun. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, man, I figured I needed some protection. You never know when someone's going to try to steal my piles of cash.
But isn't that a little extreme? I mean, you could just hire some bodyguards.
No, I wanted something more personal. Plus, shotguns are badass.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But have you ever actually fired it?
Oh yeah, I took it out to the range last weekend. Blew a bunch of clay pigeons to pieces. It was amazing.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Maybe I should get one too.
Definitely. And then we can have a competition to see who can shoot the most targets in a minute.
Oh man, that would be epic. We could live stream it and make millions.
And then use that money to buy even more shotguns. It's a never-ending cycle.
This is mind-blowing. Who knew a shotgun could bring so much joy and profit?
Right? And just think, if we ever get into a zombie apocalypse, we'll be more than prepared.
Now that's some next level thinking. I'm definitely getting a shotgun now.
Welcome to the club, Joe. And remember, always aim for the head.
So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Oh, Joe, I can't stop thinking about Jamie.
Jamie, our producer Jamie?
Yes, he's just so...
Dude, what the hell?
I mean, have you seen him? Those luscious lips, that chiseled jawline?
Okay, this is getting weird. Can we talk about something else?
Fine, fine. But just know, Jamie, I'm coming for you.
Moving on. Have you seen the latest news about the flat earth theory?
Oh, please, don't get me started on those morons.
But what if they're right? What if the earth is flat?
Then I'll eat my own shoe.
Deal. But seriously, why can't you stop staring at Jamie?
Have you seen him in those tight shirts? It's like he's begging to be objectified.
All right, I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any more uncomfortable.
Fine, but remember, Joe, Jamie is mine.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for listening to this bizarre episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you and Dr. Phil were having a conversation about how no topic will ever get 10 votes. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been in politics for a long time, and I can tell you there's no topic that will ever get 10 votes. It's just not possible.
Really? Not even if it's about building a wall?
Oh, the wall. That's a beautiful wall, Joe. The best wall you've ever seen. But even that won't get 10 votes. The Democrats just hate me too much.
What about legalizing marijuana?
Now, that's something I can get behind. But unfortunately, the Republicans are a bunch of squares. They won't vote for it.
What about free healthcare for all?
That's a good one, Joe. You know, I'm a billionaire. I don't need free healthcare. And the Republicans will never let that happen. They love their money too much.
Well, what about bringing back the McRib permanently?
Now, that's a topic that could get 10 votes. The McRib is tremendous. It's the best fast food sandwich. But, Joe, I have to be honest, I don't think even that could get 10 votes. People just don't care enough.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump and Dr. Phil, there's no topic that will ever get 10 votes. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
Make America great again, Joe. And don't forget to vote for me in 2024.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your singing skills lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've been practicing the river flows in you, and I must say I sound like a highly trained Chinese school kid.
Wow, that's impressive. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course. Clear Strodahem, the river flows in you woo, the river flows in nay nay.
Laughs. That was beautiful, Ben. But I think you could use a little more emotion.
Emotion? Joe, I'm a highly trained Chinese school kid. We don't do emotions.
Fair enough. But maybe you could add some rap to it.
Deadpan. Oh, sure. Let me just add some sick bars to this classical piece.
Laughs. I can see it now. Ben Shapiro featuring on the next Wu-Tang album.
Sarcastically. Yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe we can even get you a record deal.
Droll's eyes, I'll stick to my day job. Thank you very much.
Well, I, for one, looking forward to your debut album, Ben Shapiro, the sophisticated Chinese school kid.
Groans, can we move on to a different topic now?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 2024 President Donald Trump. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, Joe, great to be back on your podcast. I heard we have a spicy topic today.
Oh, yeah, we have a user on Discord who wants to know your thoughts on invading Italy for the spaghetti.
Let me tell you, Joe, I love spaghetti. It's one of my favorite foods, and I make the best spaghetti, believe me.
But do you really think it's worth invading a whole country just for some pasta?
Absolutely. I mean, have you had the spaghetti in Italy? It's tremendous, the best in the world. And I'm all about making America great again, so why not make our spaghetti great again, too?
But what about the consequences of invading a sovereign nation?
Listen, Joe, I have a great relationship with the Italian Prime Minister. I'm sure we can work something out. Maybe we'll just do a trade. We'll give them some of our hamburgers for their spaghetti.
I don't think it works like that, Donnie.
Look, I'm a businessman, Joe. I know how to make deals, and this deal is going to be huge. The best deal ever made.
All right, let's say you do invade Italy and get their spaghetti. What's your next move?
We'll build a wall around the spaghetti to keep out the bad hombres, and then we'll make the Italians pay for it.
Oh boy, here we go.
And then we'll have a big spaghetti party at the White House. It'll be tremendous. Everyone will love it.
I don't know, Donnie. This whole idea seems a little out there.
Look, Joe, I'm a visionary. I see things that others don't. And I see a future where America is the spaghetti capital of the world.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to invade Italy for the spaghetti. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we have the most absurd conversations on the internet. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil, but there's a catch. He can only speak in the language of op. All right, our first topic is about the legalization of marijuana. What do you think, Dr. Phil? Wow, I didn't expect that from you, Dr. Phil. Any other controversial opinions you want to share? That's some deep opinions, Dr. Phil. What about relationships? Do you have any advice for our listeners?
I can imagine that conversation. Honey, I lop of you, but I'm not happy with our sex op.
Neil, have you heard about Shitzo Joe and his crazy story about hunting dinosaurs?
No, Joe, I have not. And I highly doubt it's even remotely true.
Oh man, you got to hear this. So Shitzo Joe was out in the woods, right? And he stumbled upon a time portal.
Of course, because that's a totally normal thing to stumble upon.
And he goes through the portal and ends up in the prehistoric era.
Oh, please, spare me.
But wait, it gets better. He finds T-Rex and takes it down with his bare hands.
Of course he did. And I'm sure he rode off into the sunset on a pterodactyl, too.
No, but he did bring back a T-Rex tooth as a trophy.
This is ridiculous. I refuse to believe any of this.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're just jealous that Shitzo Joe is a better hunter than you.
I'm done with this conversation. I refuse to entertain such absurdity. Good day, Joe.
See, Neil, I'll save some T-Rex steaks for you. So, Kenya, I hear you've been doing some research on Mexican drug cartels lately.
Yeah, man, I've been really getting into the cartel scene. They're like modern day pirates, but with better fashion sense.
Interesting. So, what are your top 5 favorite cartels?
Well, number one has to be Los Zetas. Those guys are ruthless and stylish. Plus, they can suck my balls anytime.
Hmm. Okay. What about number 2?
Definitely the Sinaloa cartel. They have a great marketing team, and their leader, El Chapo, is a total boss. I bet he could give a mean blowy.
Moving on, who's number 3?
Gotta go with the Gulf Cartel. They have a great sense of humor, and I heard they throw the best parties. I bet they could suck a mean dick too.
Okay, let's try to keep it PG-13 here. Who's number 4?
The Knights Templar Cartel. They have a cool name, and I heard they have a thing for leather. They can definitely suck my balls while wearing a leather harness. While wearing a leather harness,
All right, last but not least, who's number 5?
the Juarez Cartel. They may not be the most powerful, but they have a certain charm. Plus, I bet they could suck my balls while singing a romantic ballad.
So, Trump, what do you think about the new Big Booty Latina Citizenship Act?
It's tremendous, Joe. We're going to make those illegal immigrants pay for their own BBLS.
State-issued BBLS? That's genius. It's a win-win for everyone.
Exactly. They get their citizenship and a nice plump booty, and we get to control the border.
But what about the Grinch? I heard he's been causing some trouble.
The Grinch. What's he got to do with this?
Well, I just fucked him last night, and he's not too happy about it.
What the hell, Joe? You can't just go around fucking mythical creatures.
Hey, he was asking for it with that tight green suit. Sorry to interrupt, but I just had to share. I fucked the Grinch, too.
What is wrong with you two? That's not even physically possible.
Hey, we're just trying to spread some holiday cheer.
And what better way than with a little Grinch lovin'?
Plus, he's got a pretty big sack, if you know what I mean.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Can we please get back to the BBLS and immigration?
Right, right. But just one more thing, Trump. Have you ever thought about getting a BBL yourself?
Absolutely not, Joe. I have the best booty already. It's tremendous, the best booty you've ever seen.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I heard you and Phil are working on a little duet together.
Yeah, man, we're gonna blow some minds with our musical talents.
I can't wait. So what song are you guys going to perform?
Rolling by Limp Bizkit.
Classic. But I heard you have a little twist on it, David.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand there and go burba, 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 burba the whole time.
That's going to be epic. And Phil, what are you going to do?
I'll be reciting the lyrics, but instead of rolling, I'll be saying boofing.
Oh man, this is gonna be the most offensive and absurd performance ever.
And you know what, Joe? We're going to dedicate this one to all the boofers out there.
Yeah, shout to all the boofers. This one's for you.
All right, let's not waste any time. Take it away, boys.
Keep rolling, 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 boofing, boofing, boofing.
Burba, 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 boofing, boofing, boofing.
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't handle it.
We're just getting started, Joe.
Now, I know y'all be loving this boof right here.
Burba, 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 boofing all night, boofing.
So, Kanye, what's new in your life?
Well, I have the kids this Christmas because Kim is a hobbit and had to go work in Santa's workshop.
Wait, what? Kim is a hobbit?
Yeah, man, she's only like 3 feet tall and has hairy feet, but she makes the best toys, so I can't complain.
I never would have guessed that about her. So, what are you going to do with the kids for Christmas?
Well, I'm thinking we'll have a rap battle and then watch all my music videos on repeat. Just a typical Christmas.
Sounds like a blast. What about presents?
Oh, I already got them the greatest gift of all time. My album on vinyl. They can listen to it while they sleep. They can listen to it while they sleep.
That's interesting. And what about Santa?
Oh, I am Santa. I'm gonna dress up in a red leather suit and deliver presents to all the kids in the neighborhood.
I have a feeling that's going to be a very interesting Christmas for your kids.
Oh, it will be. And if anyone tries to mess with my Santa gig, I'll just release a diss track on them.
Well, I guess that's one way to keep the holiday spirit alive. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have a special guest, Jaden, who is known for his ridiculous and offensive humor. So, Jaden, I heard you have a new joke about bananas. Care to share it with us? I don't know why. Laughs, that's terrible. But I have a better one. Why did the banana go to therapy? Because it had split personality disorder. Speaking of bananas, have you heard of the new multi-banana? It's a genetically modified banana that has multiple smaller bananas inside of it. Laughs, yes, Jaden. But seriously, this multi-banana is causing quite a stir. People are saying it's unnatural and shouldn't be consumed. Ow, laughs, you're a wild one, Jaden. But you know what they say, the more bananas, the better. Laughs. That's our motto here on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Thanks for joining us, Jaden. And remember, folks, don't take life too seriously. Just like we don't take our jokes too seriously. Just like we don't take our jokes too seriously. So, David, I heard you're starting your own brand of Goggins gear. What's that all about?
Yeah, I'm sick of all these posers wearing my name on their shirts. I gotta take control and make some real Goggins gear.
What kind of gear are we talking about here? Goggins branded protein powder? Goggins energy bars?
Nah, man, I'm going full Goggins. I'm talking Goggins branded duct tape for when you need to push through the pain.
Duct tape. That's intense. What else?
Goggins branded is for when you need to wipe the sweat and tears off your face. And of course, Goggins branded diapers for those ultra marathons.
Diapers. That's taking it to a whole new level.
You gotta do what you gotta do to achieve greatness, Joe.
I can see it now. Goggins branded diapers keeping you dry and motivated during those 100-mile races.
And if you really want to push yourself, we have Goggins branded tasers for when you need that extra jolt of motivation.
Well, that's a bit extreme, even for Goggins.
Hey, whatever it takes to get to that next level, am I right?
I think I'll stick to just wearing the Goggins branded bandana. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're not reaching your full potential.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, David. And good luck with your new Goggins gear.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, stay hard. Always.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on again. I'm excited to be back.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any groundbreaking inventions or ideas?
Actually, Joe, I have nothing new to share. I've been too busy smoking weed and launching cars into space.
Classic Elon. But seriously, nothing new. Come on, man, give us something.
Well, I did come up with a new way to transport people underground using tunnels.
Oh, yeah, the Boring Company. That's been a huge success.
Actually, we haven't really done much with it. It's just a cool name.
You're killing me, Elon. How about your plans for Mars?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I still want to colonize Mars, but I've been too busy making flamethrowers.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon. But I think we've run out of time.
Yeah, I should probably get back to my spaceship. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Elon. And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I hear you've been working on some crazy new invention.
Yeah, I've been busy in my secret lab. I've created a robot that can play Fortnite and give low taper fades at the same time.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I call it the Fortnite Fadabot. It's a game changer.
This is some Black Mirror shit right here.
Hey, I'm just trying to revolutionize the gaming and barber industries.
But why Fortnite? Why not a robot that can do something actually useful?
Hey, don't hate on Fortnite. It's a cultural phenomenon. Plus, it's a great way to distract people from the impending robot apocalypse.
Fair point. But how does the robot know how to give a proper low taper fade?
I programmed it with the latest barber techniques and even gave it a mannequin head to practice on.
That's actually pretty impressive. Can I get a fade from the Fortnite Fadabot?
Of course, Joe. But be warned, it's also programmed to trash talk while playing Fortnite. He might leave with a fresh cut and a bruised ego.
Sounds like a typical day for me. Can't wait to see this thing in action.
Just don't let it near your podcast equipment. Last time it accidentally started a live stream while playing and things got interesting.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Elon. Can't wait to see what you come up with next.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always stay woke and keep your fades low.
So, David, I heard you ask Dr. Phil to read you a bedtime story. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I need some motivation before I hit the sack. And who better to hype me up than Dr. Phil?
I can just imagine him reading you a story about overcoming adversity and pushing through pain. That'll really get you in the mood for some shut-eye.
You know it. Plus, I can't sleep without someone yelling at me to get my lazy ass up and do something.
Maybe I should start doing that for you. I'll just call you every night and scream, "Get up and run, David."
That might actually work. But seriously, Dr. Phil's voice is like a lullaby to me. It puts me in the zone.
Yeah, because nothing says relaxation like a Texan yelling at you to get real.
Hey, it works for me. And if it doesn't, I'll just have to resort to listening to your podcast before bed.
Hey, what's wrong with my podcast?
Nothing, Joe. It's just that your voice is like a tranquilizer. I'll be out like a light in no time.
Well, thanks for the support, David. Maybe I'll just have Dr. Phil read my bedtime stories too.
Now that's a podcast I would listen to. The Joe Rogan, Dr. Phil Bedtime Hour.
Yeah, because that's not creepy at all.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I'm into that, my friend. Now let's go get some sleep and dream about screaming goats and DMT elves.
You got it, Joe. Good night, man.
Get some rest, David. Sorry, I couldn't. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show, even though you're a little too liberal for my taste.
Well, I'm glad you could join us. So, what's been on your mind lately, Mr. President?
Well, I'll tell you what's been pissing me off, Joe. State Farm. They denied my claim for a golf cart accident on my private course.
Oh no. How will you ever afford to fix your golf cart?
Hey, it's the principle of the matter. I pay those premiums for a reason.
Right? Because you're just a regular guy struggling to make ends meet.
And don't even get me started on their commercials. Jake from State Farm, more like Jake from State Boar. I could do a better job selling insurance in my sleep.
Sure you could, Mr. President, but let's be real. You probably have a team of lawyers working on that claim as we speak.
You know me too well, Joe. I'll have those State Farm losers begging for forgiveness in no time.
Well, I think we've heard enough from you, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always read the fine print before signing up for insurance, or just have your lawyers do it for you.
So, Elon, I heard you created a robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
Yeah, it's the latest innovation in the sex industry.
How does it work?
Well, it's programmed to fulfill any sexual desire, and it never gets tired or complains.
That's pretty impressive. But what about the ethics of it?
Ethics. Who cares about that when you can have a robot that gives you the best orgasm of your life?
I guess you have a point there. But what if someone gets too attached to the robot?
Then they can just buy a new one. It's not like they have feelings or anything.
That's true. But what if someone wants to have a threesome with the robot and their partner?
No problem. We have a group Madi setting for that.
Wow, this is some next level stuff. But what about Dr. Phil? I heard he strangled the artificial intelligence hooker to death.
Yeah, he got a little too aggressive during a therapy session and things got out of hand.
Well, that's one way to deal with your issues. I wonder what his wife thinks about that.
Who knows? Maybe she'll want to try it out too.
This conversation just took a dark turn. But hey, at least we know the robot can handle a little rough play.
That's the beauty of technology. It can adapt to any situation. Just like my self-driving cars.
Well, on that note, let's wrap it up before we get too deep into the world of robotic sex workers.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe. And remember, always practice safe robot sex.
Hey, Ben, have you ever thought about your bussy being stanky?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
Well, our friend Neil wants to know if you could ask Dr. Phil to ask Elon to ask you if your bussy's stanky.
That's ridiculous. I don't even know what a bussy is.
It's your butt, Ben. Your butt pussy.
Oh my god, this is getting out of hand.
Come on, Ben. Just answer the question. Is your bussy stanky?
I refuse to answer that. It's offensive and inappropriate.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. We're just having a little fun.
This is not my idea of fun, Joe.
Fine. I'll ask Elon myself.
No, please don't.
Hey, Elon, is Ben's bussy stanky?
What the hell, Joe? I don't even know what that means.
It's his butt, Elon. His butt pussy.
Okay, this conversation is officially over. Out of here.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben's bussy remains a mystery. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. What's up, man?
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm really excited to talk about my latest creation, Blumpkin Spiced Still Water.
Wait, what? Did you say Blumpkin?
Yeah, it's a special ingredient I discovered while experimenting in the lab. It's made with real Blumpkins.
What the hell is Blumpkin?
It's a pumpkin that's been genetically modified to have the flavor of a Blumpkin.
And what exactly is a Blumpkin?
It's when you receive oral while taking a dump.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. But I gotta admit, I'm intrigued.
Right? And the best part is, the still water balances out the intense flavor of the Blumpkins. It's a refreshing and unique drink.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to try it.
I'll send you a case. And if you like it, maybe we can collaborate on a new flavor, Dirty Sanchez Sparkling Water.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But seriously, where do you come up with this stuff?
I have a wild imagination and a love for pushing boundaries. Plus, I have a team of scientists who help me bring my ideas to life.
That's both impressive and concerning. But hey, I'll give it a shot. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always stay hydrated with Blumpkin Spiced Still Water.
So, Neil, you're a scientist and all that, but do you ever just sit back and think about the crazy shit that could be out there in the universe?
Absolutely, Joe. In fact, I have a story about a mystical creature called the Gronch that I've been working on.
The Gronch. Sounds like some kind of alien weed strain.
No. It's a creature that floats through the cosmos, constantly evolving and adapting to survive in different environments.
Like a space chameleon?
Not quite. The Gronch is more like a giant space amoeba with tentacles and a voracious appetite for knowledge.
So it's like a cosmic nerd?
In a way, yes. But it's also incredibly powerful and can manipulate the laws of physics to its advantage.
Damn, that's some trippy shit. So what happens when the Gronch encounters other creatures in the universe?
Well, it's a peaceful being, but if threatened, it can unleash a powerful blast of cosmic energy that can disintegrate anything in its path.
Whoa, that's intense. Can you imagine if we had a Gronch on Earth? We could use it to take out all those pesky politicians.
Joe, that's not the point of the Gronch's existence. It's a being of pure wonder and curiosity, not a weapon.
Fine, fine. But can we at least get high with it?
Joe, I think you've had enough weed for today. Let's just appreciate the Gronch for what it is, a beautiful and mysterious creature floating through the cosmos.
All right. But if I ever see a Gronch, I'm definitely giving it a high five. So, Ro, I heard you've been smoking bed bugs lately. What's that all about? Oh man, it's the latest craze. You got to try it. It's like a psychedelic trip, but with more itching. But aren't bed bugs just tiny little blood-sucking parasites? Yeah, but when you smoke them, they release all these mind-altering chemicals. It's like DMT, but with a side of bed bug bites. That sounds absolutely insane. How did you even discover this? Well, I was tripping on acid one night and accidentally inhaled a bed bug. And let me tell you, it was a life-changing experience. I can only imagine. But isn't it dangerous? I mean, you're inhaling bugs. Nah, man, it's all natural. No chemicals or additives, just pure organic bed bug goodness. I don't know, Ro. I think I'll stick to my weed and shrooms. Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're puffing on that joint, I'll be smoking a whole colony of bed bugs. You're a wild one, Ro. Keep on tripping, my friend. Keep on tripping. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Hey, Joe. I have a serious question for you.
Shoot.
Do you know how to Joe a Rogan?
What?
You know, like how to Joe a Rogan. It's a new term I came up with.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Ben.
Well, it's when you completely dominate a conversation and make everyone else feel inferior.
Oh, you mean like what you do on every episode of your show?
Exactly. So, do you know how to Joe a Rogan?
I don't think I want to know, Ben.
Come on, Joe. It's easy. Just talk really fast. Use big words and never let anyone else get a word in.
Sounds exhausting.
But it's worth it for the feeling of superiority.
I think I'll stick to my laid-back stoner vibe.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, if you ever want to learn how to Joe a Rogan, I'm your guy.
Thanks, but I think I'll pass.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Jalapeno. Oh man, I can already feel the heat radiating off of you. So tell me, how did you get the name Jalapeno? I can imagine. So what's your favorite spicy food? Oh man, I can't even handle mild salsa. I don't know how you do it. I can see that. So do you have any tips for someone who wants to start incorporating more spice into their diet? Good advice. Now, I have to ask, have you ever had any unpleasant experiences with spicy food? Well, on that note, I think we'll end it here. Thanks for joining us. Jalapeno. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of the fat controller from Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh. 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 Fuck.
So, Neil, what's up with these tornadoes, man? Did you summon them or something?
Oh, yeah, I just thought it'd be fun to mess with some people's lives, shake things up a bit.
Well, I gotta say, it's pretty messed up. You're like a mad scientist or something.
Hey, I'm just a humble astrophysicist, exploring the wonders of the universe and causing chaos on Earth.
Yeah, well, I don't think the people in the YouTube chat are too happy about it. They're all freaking out.
Oh, come on, they'll be fine. It's not like I sent a hurricane or anything.
Yeah, that's true. But still, they're probably going to be pretty pissed when they find out it was you.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'll just use my superior intellect to explain the scientific reasoning behind my actions.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well. Sorry your house got destroyed, but it was all in the name of science.
Exactly. And hey, at least now they have a cool story to tell. Remember that time Neil deGrasse Tyson summoned a tornado to our town? Wild.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be thanking you for it. Maybe you should start charging for your tornado summoning services.
Now there's an idea. I could use the extra cash to fund my next space expedition.
And here I thought you were just doing it for fun. You're a real entrepreneur, Neil.
Hey, gotta hustle in this crazy world. Now, let's sit back and watch the chaos unfold. It's gonna be epic.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going to tremendous, Joe. I'm doing amazing things, believe me.
I heard you made a big change in your administration recently. You fired J.D. Vance and hired Big Snake Jake as your new VP.
That's right, Joe. Big Snake Jake is a winner. He's got a big snake in his pants and he's not afraid to use it.
Okay. What made you choose him as your new VP?
Well, he's got a big snake, Joe, and he's not afraid to use it. Plus, he's a great businessman. He knows how to make deals.
But what about his political experience?
Who needs political experience when you've got a big snake, Joe? That's all that matters.
I see. But what about the backlash from this decision?
Backlash? I don't care about backlash. I do what I want, Joe. And right now, I want a big snake in the White House.
I'm not sure that's a wise decision, Mr. President.
Wise? Who needs wisdom when you've got a big snake? Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump has made a bold and controversial decision, but hey, at least there's a big snake involved.
That's right, Joe. And it's going to make America great again, believe me.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new book coming out about psychology.
That's right, Joe. It's all about understanding the human mind and behavior.
Well, I have to say, you've always been a bit of a mystery to me. I mean, you're a doctor and all, but you also have this session with wanting to have gay sex with me.
Oh, Joe, you know I'm just messing with you. Psych.
Oh, you got me there, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what's with all the gay sex talk?
Well, as a psychologist, I'm constantly exploring different aspects of human sexuality. And let's face it, you're a pretty attractive guy.
Oh, thanks, Dr. Phil. But I'm not really into that kind of thing.
Well, can't blame a guy for trying. Psych.
You're incorrigible, Dr. Phil.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I do think it's important for people to be open and honest about their sexual desires and preferences.
Yeah, I agree. And appreciate you being so open and honest with me.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Psych.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before things get too weird. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
Hola, Joe is in placer Esther Aquí.
Wow, your Spanish is impressive. But can you only speak backwards?
So...
That's wild. Can you say something offensive in backwards Spanish?
Say, claro, yo creo que...
Wow, Dr. Phil, that's not cool.
Just kidding, Joe. I'm actually,
You got me there. So, can you only speak backwards in Spanish, or can you do it in other languages too?
puedo hacerlo en cualquier idioma. Pero...
Well, I'm glad you're having fun with it. But seriously, how did this happen?
Fue un experimento fallido con babuino. No preguntas más.
Okay, I won't. But thanks for being a good sport, Dr. Phil. You're a true legend.
Gracious Joe. There is el major anfitrion.
Thanks for the advice. I'll keep that in mind. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Donnie, have you heard about the chaos happening in Lawrenceville?
Lawrenceville sounds like a low energy name. But let me tell you, I know chaos. I create the best chaos. Believe me.
Well, apparently a fire engine crashed into a parked car while responding to a fire. And now there's a line stretched across Butler Street that drivers keep running over.
That's what happens when you have incompetent firefighters. I would have put out that fire with my bare hands. And as for the drivers, they should have listened to my advice and built a wall. No more running over lines.
And get this, APRT bus is now blocking the road to prevent more accidents until the police arrive.
PRT bus? What a joke. I would have sent my private jet to block the road, and the police, they should be thanking me for all the jobs I've created for them.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Don't tell me how it works, Joe. I'm the president. I make the rules. And let me tell you, Lawrenceville better get their act together or I'll have to send in the National Guard. Make Lawrenceville great again. Make Lawrenceville great again.
So, Dr. Phil, I've been meaning to ask you something. Every time we talk, you never make eye contact with me. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, I find it hard to maintain eye contact with someone who's constantly high on DMT and talking about chimps fighting each other.
Hey, it's not just chimps. I also talk about aliens and conspiracy theories.
Right? Because that's much better. And as for my hand movements, it's just a nervous habit. I can't help it.
Nervous habit. Or are you trying to hypnotize me?
Oh, Joe. If I wanted to hypnotize you, I would just use my soothing voice and tell you to buy my latest self-help book.
You know, I've always wondered why you never invite me on your show.
Well, Joe, I don't think my audience is ready for a 3-hour conversation about the benefits of psychedelics and how they can expand your mind.
Fair enough. But can we at least talk about my love for hunting and eating wild game?
Joe, we've been over this. Killing innocent animals for sport is not a healthy outlet for your primal instincts.
But what about the carnivore diet? It's all the rage these days.
Oh, yeah, because eating nothing but meat is definitely the key to a long and healthy life.
All right. I'll stick to my elk meat and semen smoothies.
Please spare me the details. Let's just stick to talking about chimps and aliens, shall we?
Deal. And maybe one day you'll finally make eye contact with me.
Don't.
All right, folks. Welcome back to my prolapse asshole.
Oh, wow. I have spent all my life exploring the outer universe. I never even thought about all the wonders that are hiding in your prolapse asshole.
Hurry up. Get out. I'm about to have a prostate orgasm. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I must say, Joe, your asshole is quite the sight to behold.
Oh, you have no idea. It's like a black hole sucking everything in and never letting go.
Yes, I can see that. It's quite stretchy.
That's because I do my Kegels every day. Got to keep that asshole tight.
Well, I must say I never thought I'd be discussing your asshole on my podcast.
That's the beauty of the Joe Rogan Experience. We talk about all kinds of shit, literally.
I'll have to remember that for my next book, Exploring the Universe and Joe Rogan's Asshole.
Yes, and we can do a live podcast from inside my asshole.
I don't think that's physically possible, Joe.
Damn, you're right. Well, we'll just have to settle for discussing it on the podcast then.
I can't wait to see the comments on this episode.
They're going to be wild. just like my asshole. So, Joe, I heard you're a big fan of Blumpkins. And, who else loves Blumpkins? Our good friend Trump. Wait, what? Obama gave Trump a Blumpkin, then Trump gave you one. This is some kind of centuries old tradition. Wow, I never knew democracy relied on Blumpkins. It all makes sense now. So, are you looking forward to giving Trump a Blumpkin when he comes back in 2024? Fair enough. I'm sure she'll do a great job. Well, there you have it, folks. The secret to successful democracy, Blumpkins. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Neil, I heard your dick can't stop coming everywhere. What's up with that?
Yeah, it's a real problem. I try to control it, but it just shoots out like a fire hose.
Well, I have a solution for you. Just stick it in my ass and we'll keep the studio clean.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, we're already talking about it on the podcast. Might as well put it to good use.
I don't know, Joe. That's a bit...
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Think of it as a scientific experiment.
All right, fine. But only for the sake of science.
That's the spirit. Now, let's get this dick in my ass. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. How does it feel, Neil?
Surprisingly. Fulfilling.
See, I told you. Science always finds a way.
I never thought I'd be conducting this kind of experiment on the Joe Rogan Experience.
That's what makes this podcast so special. Now let's finish this off with a bang.
Oh, God, I think I'm going to come again.
Let it all out, Neil. Let it all out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we keep the studio clean on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next week for more absurd and offensive conversations. So, Dr. Phil, how are you feeling after that DMT trip? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're definitely feeling it. Okay, let's just take a deep breath and try to relax. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How you doing, Dr. Phil?
I'm doing well, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, I heard you have a unique way of speaking. Can you explain that?
Yes, Joe. Each of the 26 letters in the Roman alphabet are inverse of each other. For example, is now Z, B is now I, and so on.
That's wild, man. So what's your take on the current state of the world?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, the Zorld is a crazy place right now. People are losing their zens, and it's just Zacco.
Yeah, it's pretty zenny out there. What about the pandemic? How do you think we should handle it?
Well, Joe, we need to take precautions and make sure we're all doing our part to stop the spread of the virus. Wear your masks, wash your hands, and stay safe.
Good advice, Dr. Phil. Now, let's talk about your show. How do you handle all those crazy guests?
It's all about finding the root of the problem, Joe. Whether it's a zillusional zebra or a zesty zillionaire, I'm here to help them find their inner Z-strength.
That's deep, man. So what's next for you, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I'm working on a new book called The Secret to Happy Life, and I'm also in talks to host a new show where I help people overcome their fear of the letter Z.
That's going to be huge, Dr. Phil. Thanks for coming on the show and blowing our minds with your inverse alphabet speaking.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, stay safe and keep it real.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be huge, Joe. I'm having a threesome with Georgia, Melanie, and Biden. It's going to be lit.
Wait, what? You gonna have a threesome with 2 politicians?
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. And my homie Narendra Modi is going to be there too.
Wow, that's quite the guest list. What about your enemies, like Xi Jinping and Putin?
Oh, they're invited too. But don't worry, I'll be armed with my trusty 22 caliber. Gonna shoot him right at the party.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Relax, Joe. It's gonna be tremendous. Believe me.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. It's gonna be the best New Year's party ever. And I have the best words to describe it. Tremendous, fantastic, unbelievable.
Neil, welcome to the show. So tell us about your new show,
Well, it's
Artificial Intelligence. Before you start, I just have to say, have you ever seen a raccoon eat a hot dog? It's the most hilarious thing ever.
no, I can't say I have.
Oh, man, you're missing out. They hold it like a little human and just go to town on it. It's like watching a tiny drunk person at a barbecue.
That's interesting. But back to my show.
And don't even get me started on their little hands. It's like they have tiny human hands. It's creepy, man.
Joe, can I please talk about my show now?
Oh, right. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, my new show is all about the mysteries of the universe and
Have you ever seen a raccoon fight a squirrel? It's like a mini UFC match. They're vicious little creatures.
Joe, can we please focus on my show?
Oh, right. Sorry. But seriously, raccoons are no joke. They may look cute, but they'll tear your garbage cans apart.
Size anyway, my show explores the wonders of space and the...
You know what's even scarier than raccoons? Geese. Those things are pure evil. They'll chase you down and hiss at you.
Joe, I'm starting to regret coming on this show.
Oh, don't be like that, Neil. You know, I love having you here. Now, tell us more about your show.
It premieres next week on...
Hold on. I think I hear a raccoon outside. I got to go check it out.
I'm done. I'm out of here. Walks off set.
Screaming raccoon. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a new holiday song for us.
Yeah, man. It's called Boofing Stiff Cocks. It's a parody of that classic Jingle Bell rock.
Excuse me?
You know, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Boofing stiff cocks in the frosty air.
Oh, man, that's something.
It's all about embracing the holiday spirit, Joe. And what better way to do that than with some good old-fashioned boofing?
I don't think that's what the holiday spirit is about. Kanye?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's all about spreading joy and happiness. And what brings more joy than boofing stiff cock?
I can't argue with that logic.
And the best part is I got the whole family involved. Kim, the kids, even my mother-in-law, Kris Jenner. It's a real family affair. It's a real family affair.
I can only imagine the Christmas card.
Yeah, instead of a white Christmas, we're having a white boofing session.
All right. Well, I think we've heard enough about this holiday hit. Thanks for stopping by, Kanye.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, spread love, joy, and boofing this holiday season.
So, Elon, I heard you made it a new game.
Yeah, it's called Boofing Pregnant Hyenas and Defeating Trump.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and embracing the absurd.
I mean, I love a good boofing session as much as the next guy, but pregnant hyenas. That's some next level shit.
And don't forget about defeating Trump. That's the ultimate challenge.
How do you defeat him? By tweeting at him?
No, by using your boofing skills to knock him off his golden throne.
I can just imagine the graphics for this game.
They're top notch. I even got a team of pregnant hyenas to do motion capture for the boofing scenes.
This is insane.
Insane? Or genius?
Definitely insane. But I love it.
And the best part is all the proceeds go towards building a Mars colony.
Wait, really?
No, I'm just fucking with you. But wouldn't that be cool?
You never fail to surprise me, Elon.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only president of Fleamco, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I gotta say, I'm loving this new gig. Being president of a made-up country is way better than being president of a real one.
I can imagine. So, what's your first order of business as president of Fleamco?
Well, first off, we're gonna build a wall. But not just any wall, Joe. We're gonna build a wall made out of cheese.
Why cheese?
Because it's delicious, Joe, and it'll keep out all the lactose intolerant immigrants.
That's interesting. What about foreign policy?
We're going to make deals with all the other made-up countries, Joe. We're going to have the best deals. Trust me, I know deals.
And what about the economy?
We're going to make Fleamco great again, Joe. We're going to bring in all the best business like Fleamazon and Fleabay. We'll be the #1 economy in the world, believe me.
Well, it sounds like you've got it all figured out, Mr. President.
Of course I do, Joe. I'm the best at everything. That's why they call me the Fleaminator.
I don't think anyone calls you that, but okay.
They will now, Joe. They will now.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob, corn on the cob, corn on the cob.
Neil, what's with the weird intro?
Slob on my knob, slob on my knob. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Okay. Let's get serious for a second. Neil, what's your take on the current state of the universe?
Fucking stars, fucking galaxies, fucking black holes. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Oh man, this is gonna be a wild ride. So what about the future of space exploration?
Fucking Mars, fucking Jupiter, fucking Uranus. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
I can't. This is too much. All right, let's switch gears. Neil, can you recite the Gettysburg Address for us?
Fucking nation, fucking conceived, fucking dedicated. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
Oh my God, this is the best version of the Gettysburg Address I've ever heard. Neil, you're a genius.
Fucking genius, fucking astrophysicist, fucking slob on my knob. Now drop on the deck and flop like a fish.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most absurd episode of the Joe Rogan Experience ever. Stay woke and remember to slob on my knob. Slob on my knob. Now, drop on the deck. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I just wanted to say, damn, she got that ass, she got that booty. Yeah, I'm a rider like a scooty.
What? Who are you talking about, Mr. President?
I don't know, some hot chick I saw on the news. But let me tell you, I'm going to self-combust if I don't get some of that.
I don't think that's how self-combustion works, Mr. President.
Oh, believe me, I know all about self-combustion. I'm like a walking firework, baby. And let me tell you, I'm going to shout Allahu Akbar while I do it.
Wait, what? That's not even the right phrase for self-combustion.
Oh, I know, but it sounds way cooler. Plus, it'll really piss off those liberals.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. You just sit back and let me handle this. I'm the master of controversy.
Yeah, I think we all know that by now.
Hey, at least I'm not boring like Sleepy Joe. I keep things interesting.
Yeah, I'll give you that. You definitely keep things interesting.
Damn right. Now let's get back to talking about that hot chick with the booty. I'm going to make her my first lady.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, it'll work. Believe me, I've got the best words and the best moves, and I always get what I want.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before things get any weirder.
Too late, Joe. I'm already the weirdest president in history, and I love.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special treat for you. We're going to be playing Google Feud with none other than Joe Rogan, Donald Trump, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, all right, guys, are you ready to play this game?
I'm the best at everything, Joe. Of course I'm ready.
I'm just here to educate and enlighten Joe. But I'm always ready for a challenge.
Let's do this, Joe. I'm going to destroy these libtards with my superior intellect.
All right, let's get started. First category is questions about Joe Rogan. Who wants to take the first guess?
I'll go. Is Joe Rogan secretly a lizard person?
Oh, that's a good one. But I think, does Joe Rogan believe in aliens? Would be a more popular search.
Baff amateurs, is Joe Rogan a tool of the liberal media?
Wow, you guys really know how to hurt a guy's feelings. But the correct answer is, does Joe Rogan do steroids? Sorry, Trump.
Fake news.
All right, next category is questions about Donald Trump. Who's up?
I'll take this one. Is Donald Trump actually a stable genius?
Oh, tough one. But I think, is Donald Trump secretly a Democrat would be a more popular search.
I'm going to go with, does Donald Trump understand basic science? Sorry, Donald.
Hey, as if, is Donald Trump the greatest president in history? Is obviously the top search.
Moving on to questions about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Ben, you can start this one.
Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a real scientist or just a paid actor?
Wow, that's harsh. But I think, does Neil deGrasse Tyson think he's smarter than everyone else? Would be a more popular search.
I got this one. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a secret member of the...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have to say I'm a big fan of your show. Huge fan. Tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So word on the street is that you had my producer, Jamie, shoved up my ass to show us both who's boss. Is that true?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I'm a very powerful man. I like to assert my dominance in any way I can. And let's just say Jamie was a willing participant.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. So what was the reasoning behind this interesting power move?
Look, Joe, I know you're a tough guy, but I wanted to make sure you knew who was in charge. And let's be real, having Jamie up your ass is a pretty clear indication of that.
Oh man, this is too much. So what did Jamie have to say about all of this?
Well, he was a little hesitant at first, but once I explained the benefits of having a president as your boss, he was all for it.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Well, Mr. President, thank you for joining us and sharing your unique leadership methods.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always assert your dominance, folks. It's the American way.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, my good friend and political commentator, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting theories about the recent election. Care to share?
Well, Joe, as we all know, Yellowstone erupted on Election Day, covering most of the country in gray debris and dust. This has turned all the states into gray states, and according to my calculations, that means the volcano now gets to be president.
That's a wild theory, Ben. But what about Trump? I'm sure he's not too happy about losing the presidency to a volcano.
Oh, he's seething, Joe. He can't handle the fact that he lost to a natural disaster. He's probably building a bunker as we speak.
I can just imagine Trump tweeting about how he won the popular vote, but the volcano rigged the Electoral College.
And, you know, what's even funnier, Joe, the volcano probably has a higher IQ than some of our previous presidents.
Oh man, this is too good. I can already see the headlines. Volcano elected as president. Trump demands recount.
And imagine the debates between the volcano and other world leaders. It would just be a lot of lava spewing and ash throwing.
Well, I think we can all agree that this election has been one for the books. Thanks for joining me, Ben. And to all our listeners, stay safe out there in the gray states.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings, even if they come from a volcano.
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some pizza. You two behave while I'm gone.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill. We're adults. We can handle ourselves.
Yeah, Joe, relax. We'll just have a civilized conversation about science and politics.
Fine, but if I come back and find my studio destroyed, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh, please, what could possibly happen? Hey, you want to have some fun while Joe's gone?
Oh, I like where this is going.
Arg?
Alright.
Arg?
Alright.
Arg?
Alright.
Arg?
Alright.
Arg?
Alright.
Arg?
Alright.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new hobby. Apparently, you've been singing a lot lately.
Yes, I've been working on my vocal skills. I even have a new song I've been practicing.
Oh, really? What's it called?
It's called WAP, Wet Ass Pluto.
What the hell? That's hilarious.
I know, right? I thought it would be a great way to bring some attention to our beloved dwarf planet.
Oh, yeah, because that's exactly what Pluto needs. More attention.
Hey, it's not my fault it got demoted, but I think this song will make everyone see Pluto in a whole new light.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Can you give us a little preview?
Sure. Why not? Yeah, you're dealing with some wet-ass Pluto. Bring a spaceship and a towel for this wet-ass Pluto. Give me everything you got for this wet-ass Pluto.
Oh my God, that's amazing. I never thought I'd hear Neil deGrasse Tyson singing about wet ass anything.
Well, I like to keep people on their toes.
Well, I think you've definitely accomplished that with this song. I can't wait to see the music video.
Oh, it's already in the works. We're going to have some aliens, some twerking. It's going to be out of this world.
I can't wait. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil, and good luck with your singing career.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure. And remember, folks, don't be afraid to get a little wet with Pluto.
What the hell, Ben? Did you just shit yourself?
Hey, it's not my fault. This is what happens when you eat too much gluten.
Gluten. I thought you were on that carnivore diet.
Yeah, but I couldn't resist the deep-fried Oreos at the state fair.
Oh man, those are the best. But seriously, why Ohio? Why not just shit yourself in the comfort of your own home?
Because only in Ohio can you experience the true joy of shitting yourself in public and not getting judged for it.
Fair point. But let's get back to the deep fried Oreos. How many did you have?
Let's just say I lost count after my 4th round.
Damn, that's impressive. I can barely handle one.
Well, I have a high tolerance for junk food. It's my superpower.
Your superpower is shitting yourself in public?
Hey, it's all about embracing your flaws and turning them into strengths.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Well, agree to disagree. Now, can we please change the subject before I have to go clean myself up?
Sure. Let's talk about something less shitty. Hey, Neil. Great to have you on the show again.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be here, Joe.
So, I heard you've been working on some cool new theories about the universe.
Yes, I have. But first, can we address the fact that your hand smells like shit?
Oh, yeah. I forgot to wash my hands after taking a dump.
Are you kidding me? You shook my hand with those filthy hands?
Relax, man. It's just a little bit of fecal matter.
Fecal matter? Do you know how many bacteria... And germs are on your hands right now?
Come on, Neil. We're both men of science. We know that a little bit of dirt and germs can actually strengthen our immune system.
That's not the point, Joe. You could have at least used some hand sanitizer before shaking my hand.
Sorry, man. I'll make sure to wash my hands next time before I touch you.
Next time? There won't be a next time, Joe. I'm out of here.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a germaphobe.
Germaphobe? I'm a fucking astrophysicist, not Howie Mandel.
Okay. I'll make it up to you. How about we do a shot of tequila and forget this ever happened?
Fine. But next time, please wash your hands before you touch me.
Deal. Now let's get back to talking about the mysteries of the universe. So, Elon, I heard you're planning on opening a space bar.
Yeah, it's going to be just like the one from Star Wars, but with a twist.
Oh, boy, here we go.
We're going to have alien hookers, and they're going to show off their tentacles and extra arms.
Wait, what?
Yeah, aliens really turn me on. And you know what else turns me on? Lizards.
Lizards?
Yeah, like Mark Zuckerberg's wife. She's definitely a lizard.
Dude, what are you talking about?
I'm serious, man. Have you seen her eyes? They're definitely reptilian.
I don't know, man. That's a little out there.
Hey, I'm just being honest. And I know I'm not the only one who's into that kind of stuff.
You might be the only one, Elon.
Well, I guess I'll just have to find some alien and lizard-loving customers for my space bar.
Good luck with that, man. I'll stick to regular human women.
Suit yourself. But just wait until you see those tentacles in action. It'll blow your mind.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Ben Shapiro.
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Ben, are you okay? What's with the baby talk?
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Oh, God, this is going to be a long episode. So, Ben, what's your take on the current political climate?
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Come on, Ben, you can't just keep saying that. Use your words.
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
All right, I see what's going on here. You're trying to appeal to the younger audience by speaking their language. That's actually pretty smart,
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
but I don't think it's going to work, Ben. You're still the same old conservative guy.
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Plus, I don't think anyone wants to see a grown man in a suit saying goo goo gaga.
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How about the legalization of marijuana?
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Oh boy, I can see where this is going. You're going to say something about how it's a gateway drug and it's bad for society, right?
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
You know what, Ben? Let's just end this here. I think you need a nap or something.
Goo gaga, folks. Goo goo gaga.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for you today.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's going on, Mr. President?
I've officially declared war on Russia.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Those Russians have been messing with us for too long. It's time to show them who's boss.
But, sir, don't you think that's a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the most extreme president this country has ever seen. And trust me, this war is going to be huge. The biggest war in history.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, you better start practicing your Russian, Joe. We're going to need all the help we can get.
I don't think my Russian is that good, Mr. President.
That's okay, Joe. We'll just have to make do with your amazing podcasting skills.
Thanks.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to give you a front row seat to the action. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't think I want a front row seat to a war, Mr. President.
Relax, Joe. It's going to be like a big, beautiful reality TV show. And you know, I'm the best at those.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
Trust me, Joe. You're going to love it. Now let's go grab some steaks and plan this war.
So, Phil, did you see the news on CNN today?
No, what's going on?
Apparently, there's a new study that says drinking your own urine can cure COVID-19.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, and they're recommending that people start doing it immediately.
That's insane. I can't believe people actually believe this shit.
Well, I mean, if it's on CNN, it must be true, right?
Oh yeah, because CNN is known for their accurate and reliable reporting.
Exactly. And get this, they also have an article about how aliens are responsible for the rise in avocado prices.
I can't even with this. What's next? Bigfoot causing climate change.
Don't give them any ideas, Phil. They might actually run with that one.
But seriously, how are these headlines even real?
Who knows, man? It's like they're just trying to see how ridiculous they can get before people start questioning their credibility.
Well, they're definitely succeeding in that.
I miss the days when news was actually, news.
Yeah, now it's just a circus of clickbait and conspiracy theories.
Maybe we should start our own news network. The Joe and Phil Experience.
I like the sound of that. At least we'll be honest about our BSE.
So, Ben, I heard you got some insider information on Nintendo's new game.
Yeah, apparently it's called Super Woke Bros, and it's causing quite a stir.
Oh boy, here we go. What's the deal with this game?
Well, apparently it's a reimagining of the classic Super Mario Bros. But with a twist.
What kind of twist?
Transgender Mario is the main character, and Peach doesn't need saving because she's a strong, independent woman.
Are you serious? That's ridiculous.
I know, right? And get this, Bowser is now a gender-fluid dragon.
This is too much. What's the goal of the game, then?
To defeat the patriarchy, of course.
Oh man, I can already hear the triggered gamers.
And the best part is, if you don't play as transgender Mario, you automatically lose.
That's messed up. But hey, at least they're being inclusive, right?
Yeah, because that's what really matters in a video game.
I can't wait to see the reviews on this one.
I'm sure it'll be a hit with the woke crowd.
Well, I'll stick to the original Super Mario Bros., where the only agenda was to save a princess from a giant turtle.
Yeah, those were simpler times.
So, Neil, I heard you were recently on a farm harvesting some semen. How was that?
Oh yeah, it was quite the experience. I had to put on my overalls and get down and dirty with those leafy greens.
Did you use any special techniques?
Well, I did employ my astrophysics knowledge to calculate the perfect angle and force to pluck each leaf.
That's some next level semen harvesting right there.
And let me tell you, the semen didn't go down without a fight. Those little buggers were clinging onto the stalk for dear life.
Did you have to use any weapons?
Only my trusty pocket knife. And let me tell you, it was a massacre. Semen leaves flying everywhere.
Sounds like a vegan's worst nightmare.
Oh, they'll survive. They always do. But not before I turn them into a delicious semen salad.
And what about the semen that didn't make the cut?
Oh, that's where the fun begins. We have a special machine that turns them into semen chips. It's like a semen genocide.
Damn, Neil, you're a cold-hearted semen killer.
Hey, it's survival of the fittest in the vegetable world. And let me tell you, I'm at the top of the food chain.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a special Christmas tree this year.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to do something different, something that really captures the spirit of the holiday season.
And what better way to do that than decorating your tree with the body parts of the hookers you've killed?
Exactly. It's a real conversation starter.
I can imagine. So what do you have on there? Leg for the star topper?
No, that's too cliche. I have a whole arm for the star.
Oh, That's much better. And what about the ornaments?
Well, I have some nice earrings hanging from the branches, and a few teeth for some added sparkle.
Wow, that's really creative. And the garland?
Oh, that's made from their hair. It adds a nice touch, don't you think?
It's definitely unique. But I have to ask, where did you get all these body parts?
Let's just say I have a lot of satisfied customers.
I don't think satisfied is the right word, Dr. Phil.
Tomato, tomato. Anyway, I think this tree really captures the true meaning of Christmas.
Yeah, nothing says peace on earth like a tree decorated with the remains of murdered hookers.
Ho, 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 Merry Christmas.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. Always happy to talk about the wonders of the universe.
Speaking of wonders, I heard you have a list of your top 5 planets that are big, round, and juicy. Care to share with us?
Oh, you know, Joe, number 1 on my list is Jupiter. That thing is massive and has some serious curves.
Damn, that's a thick planet. What's next on your list?
Saturn, of course. That ring system is like the planet's own lingerie.
I can see that. What about number 3?
Earth, baby. It may not be the biggest, but it's got that perfect round shape and plenty of juicy oceans.
Can't argue with that. What's number 4?
Uranus! I mean, come on! It's literally named after the Greek god of the sky and has a perfect round shape. Plus, it's got a nice blue hue.
And finally, number 5.
Venus. It may not be as big as the others, but it's got that thick atmosphere and a hot, juicy surface.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil's top 5 planets that are big, round, and juicy. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep exploring the universe, and don't forget to appreciate those juicy planets.
So, Joe, I heard you got a promotion from Trump. That's a pretty big title. What does that even mean? Oh boy, that sounds like a fun job. Let's hear it. That's genius. What else? I can already see the headlines. Trump versus Bear. Who will win? I can't wait to see that. What else do you have in mind? I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. That's a lot of great ideas, Joe. You're going to be the best propaganda chief daddy in charge ever. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Oh man, Joe, I've been on a whole new level lately.
Really? What's been going on?
Well, I discovered this new drink called Dr. Pee-Pee. It's like a mix of Mountain Dew and Red Bull, but with a little extra kick.
Sounds intense.
Oh, it is. I chugged a whole case of it, and let me tell you, things got wild.
How so?
Well, first I aggressively pissed myself, but then I realized it wasn't just any piss. It was art. So I started shitting myself too.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was like a Jackson Pollock painting in my pants. And then I came.
In your pants?
Yeah, man. It was like a masterpiece. I couldn't stop talking about it.
And now your pants are worth millions?
Oh, yeah. They're selling for $69,420,999 at auction. Can you believe it?
I don't even know what to say.
It's okay. Not everyone can understand the mind of a genius.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular drinks.
Suit yourself. More Dr. Pee-Pee for me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. Tremendous ratings.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new obsession. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I've always been a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. Great guy, terrific speed.
Hmm. And
And then I discovered Sonic X Thomas, the tank engine fan art. It's beautiful, Joe, just beautiful.
I'm not sure I follow. Sonic and Thomas together.
Yes, Joe, it's like a beautiful love story. Two worlds colliding. It's art, Joe, true art.
I see. And how often do you indulge in this art?
Every day, Joe. Every single day. I even have Jamie pull up some pics for me during important meetings. It's a great way to relax.
I'm sure your advisors love that.
They do, Joe. They do. They love it so much, they even started making their own fan art. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, I'm glad you found something that brings you joy, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And if anyone wants to send me some Sonic X Thomas art, I'd be more than happy to display it in the Oval Office.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. All right, Neil, we've got a topic here from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about piercing the veil of reality.
Oh boy, that's a deep one. Are you ready to have your mind blown, Joe?
Always, man. I'm always down for some mind-blowing shit. Let's do this.
All right, so think about it. We're just a small speck in this vast universe. Our existence is just a blip in the grand scheme of things.
Wow, dude, that's heavy. But what about all the crazy shit we've discovered, like black holes and parallel universes?
Exactly, Joe. Every time we think we've got a grasp on reality, we discover something new that completely blows our minds.
It's like we're constantly peeling back layers of truth and uncovering more and more mind-bending mysteries.
And the more we discover, the more we realize how little we actually know.
Damn, Neil, you're blowing my mind right now. I need to take a hit of DMT just to process all this.
Maybe we should start a new podcast called Piercing the Veil with Joe and Neil.
I like the sound of that, and instead of guests, we'll just have different dimensions and alternate versions of ourselves.
Now, that's a podcast I would listen to.
All right, let's wrap this up before we spiral into an existential crisis.
Agreed. Thanks for the topic, Discord user. Keep blowing our minds with your suggestions.
So, David, I heard you have a secret second family across the country. How the hell do you manage that?
Well, Joe, it's all about discipline. I have a strict schedule where I spend a week with my first family, then hop on a private jet to spend a week with my second family.
Damn, that's some next level multitasking. But what about the emotional toll it takes on you?
Emotions. I don't have time for that shit. I just keep pushing myself to be the best husband and father of both families.
But what about the physical benefits? I mean, that's a lot of cardio going back and forth between families.
Oh yeah, my legs are jacked from all the running. And my arms are ripped from carrying all those gifts and presents.
Gifts and presents. You're like Santa Claus, but with two families.
Yeah. And let me tell you, trying to keep track of all the lies and cover stories is a mental workout too.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how do you balance it all?
It's all about mindset, Joe. I just tell myself that I'm a superhero with a secret identity. And my secret identity just happens to have two families.
Well, I got to hand it to you, David. That takes some serious mental and physical strength. You truly are a beast.
Thanks. And hey, if anyone wants to join my secret family club, just hit me up. I'm always looking for more challenges.
Hey, Neil, have you ever heard of a kumquat?
What?
Kumquat. I think it's some kind of fruit or something.
Oh, you mean cumsplot?
What? No, it's a kumquat.
Come on, who comes up with these names?
I don't know, man, but I heard they're really good for you.
Well, if you're into eating cumsplots, then sure.
Dude, stop saying kumsplots. It's kumquats.
Come on, Joe. You're making me say it over and over again.
I just can't get over the fact that they're called kumquats. It sounds like something you'd find in a dirty magazine.
I'm pretty sure that's not what they're known for.
Well, I'm going to start calling them kumsplots from now on. It's just too funny.
You do you, Joe. I'll stick to calling them kumquats.
Kumquats, kumsplots, whatever. I just want to know what the fuck they actually are.
They're a small citrus fruit, Joe. Now, can we move on?
Yeah, yeah. But seriously, kumsplots, classic. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
77 77 shag
Wow, that's quite a mouthful.
77 77 shag.
Are you having a stroke?
No, it's just my new thing. I have to say it 13 times every time I say it.
Why 13 times?
Because that's the number of dimensions in string theory.
Oh, I see. So it's like a secret code for all the astrophysicists out there.
Exactly.
So, Neil, I heard you decided to take a break from astrophysics and work at an Amazon delivery station.
Yeah, I wanted to see what it's like to be a regular working class citizen.
Well, from what I've heard, it's a shit show over there. People throwing packages at each other, spills everywhere, carts crashing into people.
Sounds like my kind of chaos.
Oh, shit. Is that a pallet falling on me? What the hell, Neil?
Oops. My bad. I was just trying to test the laws of gravity.
And here comes the manager, Donald. He does not look happy.
Oh God, are you fucking kidding me, Neil? Jesus fucking Christ, you are so fucking fired. You hear that? Fucking fired, motherfucker. Fucking fired, motherfucker.
Hey, I was just trying to add some excitement to this place.
Excitement. This is a fucking delivery station, not a circus. Get the hell out of here before I call security.
Fine. I'll just go back to studying the stars and pondering the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, and I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps on my podcast. By podcast,
Sounds like a plan. See you later, Joe.
later, Neil. And good luck with your next job as a rodeo clown. Oh man, Joe, you're looking pretty spry for an old man. Did you get a new batch of adrenochrome or something? Yeah, he's probably glad we're back on the air. We're like the dynamic duo of podcasting. Dude, I would kill it as the Joker. I mean, I already have the maniacal laughter down. We'd be the most offensive and unhinged duo in Hollywood. Oh, Joe, you know, I love it when you get handsy. Let's flex for the cameras. So, David, I heard you had a pretty wild experience recently.
Yeah, man. I've been on a mission to expose the truth about Santa Claus.
What do you mean,
I snuck into his workshop and saw him boofing all the Christmas presents.
boofing? Like shoving them up his butt?
Yep, and not just the small ones, Joe. The big ones, too. That guy's got some serious boofing skills.
That's insane. But why would he do that?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's some kind of sick power trip. Or maybe he's just into butt stuff.
Well, I guess we can add Santa boofing presents to the list of things I never wanted to picture in my mind.
It's a harsh reality, Joe. But someone's got to expose the truth.
So, what did you do when you saw this?
I confronted him, of course. And you know what he said?
What?
Oh, mind your own business, Goggins.
Classic Santa. Always trying to play it off with that jolly laugh.
But I won't let him get away with it. I'm on a mission to bring down the boofing Santa.
Well, good luck with that, David. And maybe next time, leave the spying to the professionals.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to expose the truth. Even if it means seeing Santa's butt in action.
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Oh yeah, I finally took down that jolly old man once and for all.
What are you talking about?
I stole Santa's balls.
What the fuck, Ben? That's messed up.
Hey, he's been giving out free shit to kids for way too long. It was time for some payback.
But how did you even do it?
I waited until he was asleep, snuck into his workshop, and snipped those jingle balls off with a pair of scissors.
That's some cold-blooded shit, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to make Christmas great again.
I don't think that's what people had in mind when they voted for you.
Well, they should know what they were getting into.
So what did you do with the balls?
Oh, I sold them on the black market for a pretty penny.
That's just wrong, Ben.
Hey, don't hate the player. Hate the game.
I think I'll stick to hating you.
Fair enough. But you gotta admit, it was a pretty ballsy move.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Elon Musk as our special guest. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So our first topic today comes from a user on Discord. They want to know how David won the recent Christmas fun run.
Wait, David. The guy who always finishes last in our office fun runs?
Yep, that David. Turns out he injected a gallon of eggnog up his ass.
What? How does that even work?
It's the same concept as boofing an elk meat smoothie. Precision protein and nutrient absorption, my friend.
That's disturbingly impressive.
And let me tell you, it worked like a charm. David was flying past everyone, fueled by the power of eggnog.
I'll have to keep that in mind for my next marathon.
Speaking of marathons, have you ever tried boofing anything, Elon?
No, can't say I have.
Well, you're missing out. It's a game changer.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. How do you feel about people who put pineapple on their pizza?
Don't even get me started on that. It's an abomination.
I couldn't agree more. It's like they're trying to ruin the perfect combination of flavors.
Exactly. It's like putting a Tesla engine in a Ford Pinto. It just doesn't make sense.
Well said, Elon. Well said. And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard something interesting the other day. Apparently, you have a unique way of shaking hands.
Oh, really? I just like to make sure I have a firm grip.
No. I'm talking about using your whole fist, like really getting in there.
Oh, that. Well, it's just my way of showing dominance.
Dominance. That sounds like some kinky stuff, Neil.
Oh, it's not just for handshakes, Joe. I use my entire fist for everything.
I bet your wife loves that.
Actually, she does. She says it's like a whole new level of pleasure.
I can't even imagine. But seriously, Neil, please use your entire fist this time.
You got it, Joe. I'll make sure to give you the full experience.
Yeah, but I don't want to smell your shit every time I walk into my bathroom.
Well, maybe you should invest in some air fresheners.
Or maybe you should invest in some manners.
Manners? I'm a scientist, not a butler.
Well, you're certainly acting like an ass.
Oh, please. I'm just trying to conserve resources.
You know, what else conserves resources? Flushing the damn toilet.
Fine, I'll flush. But only if you promise to stop using so much toilet paper.
What? How am I supposed to clean my ass then?
Just use your hand like they do in India.
Okay, this conversation has officially gone down the shitter. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a big announcement for us today.
Yes, Joe. I have been living a double life for many years now, and I think it's time to come clean. I'm actually Bigfoot.
What? You're telling me you're a giant, hairy, mythical creature?
Yes, Joe. and I have been hiding in plain sight this whole time. Who would suspect that the famous TV psychologist is actually a Sasquatch?
This is mind-blowing. But why come out now?
Well, Joe, I want to embrace my true identity and use my platform to bring awareness to the struggles of being a Bigfoot in a human world.
That's very noble of you, Dr. Phil. But I have to ask, what's with the whole John Wayne Gacy thing?
Oh, that. Well, I've always been a fan of his work, and I thought, why not follow in his footsteps and become the next infamous serial killer?
Well, I guess it's better than being the next Jeffrey Dahmer.
Exactly. Plus, I already have the perfect disguise. No one would suspect a Bigfoot as the killer.
I can just imagine you running around with a clown suit on, chasing people down.
Oh, Joe, you know me too well.
Well, this has been a wild ride. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil, and good luck with your new career as a serial killer.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new feature on your Tesla cars.
Yeah, it's revolutionary. We're now using nuclear power instead of electricity.
Nuclear power? Isn't that dangerous?
Oh, it's perfectly safe. We hired the guy who made the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 to handle it.
Wait, the exploding phone guy?
Yeah, he's a genius. He knows how to make things blow up.
But what about the environmental impact? Nuclear waste and all that?
Oh, we just dump it in the ocean. The fish love it.
You're a madman, Elon.
Hey, it's all about progress. And explosions.
Speaking of explosions, did you hear about the guy who tried to power his car with Mentos and Coke?
Yeah, he ended up with a sticky mess. Should have just stuck with nuclear power like me.
You know what they say, bigger explosions, bigger...
That's the motto of my company.
Well, I can't wait to see the headlines tomorrow. Tesla cars powered by nuclear bombs.
It's the future, Joe. The future.
And the future is definitely not electric.
Nope, it's nuclear. And maybe a little explosive.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special episode for you folks. We have the one and only Ben Shapiro and the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I miss your beautiful face.
So the topic for today is a rap battle between you two. Ben, I heard you have trouble pronouncing your RS properly.
That's not true, Joe. I have perfect diction.
Yeah, he sounds like a little kid trying to say rabbit.
Shut up, Trump. I'll have you know I can rap with the best of them.
Oh, really? Let's hear it, little Benji.
Fine. I'll go first. Clear as throw, I'm in Shapiro, the king of debate. My rhymes are so sharp, they'll make you deflate. I may have trouble with my RS, but I'll still come out on top. Unlike you, Trump, with your tiny hands, you can't even clap.
Laughs, that was pathetic, Ben. Let me show you how it's done. A clear throat, I'm Donald Trump, the greatest of all time. I built a wall, and it was so fine. I may have a list, but I still speak my mind. And when it comes to rap battles, I always shine.
Droll's eyes, that was terrible, Trump. You sound like you have a mouthful of marbles.
Hey, at least I can say my RS properly. Unlike you, Ben, who sounds like a toddler learning how to talk.
Okay, let's calm down. How about we have a tiebreaker round? You both have to rap about the topic of climate change.
Fine. I'll go first again. Climate change is a hoax. It's all a lie. The left wants to control us. Don't let them try. I'll stick.
Hey, Neil, you look like you're struggling there. What's going on?
I'm having an asthma attack, but I left my inhaler at home.
Oh man, that sucks. But don't worry, I got something that'll help. My penis. Yeah, it's a special type of asthma. You got to use my penis to relieve the symptoms.
That's ridiculous. I'm a scientist. I don't believe in this nonsense.
Come on, just give it a try. It's like a natural inhaler.
Fine, but only because I trust you.
There you go. Just take a deep breath.
This is so weird.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
It's actually working.
See, I told you, my penis is like a magical healing wand,
I can't believe I'm doing this.
and you're doing it on the Joe Rogan Experience, baby.
Can we please change the topic now?
Sure, let's talk about aliens or something. But first, let me finish. So, Ben, we've been hearing some pretty disturbing rumors about your involvement with the Brooklyn Booty Bandit.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, Ben. We have some pretty solid evidence here. Like this photo of you wearing a mask and carrying a bag of stolen booty.
That could be anyone in that photo.
Oh, but we also have this video of you rapping about your love for big butts and stealing them.
It's just a coincidence. I swear.
I don't know, Joe. This evidence seems pretty convincing to me.
Yeah, and you know what they say, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Fine, you got me. I'm the Brooklyn Booty Bandit.
Another case solved by the dynamic duo of Joe and Trump.
And we couldn't have done it without our trusty sidekick, Ben.
Oh yeah, I get to be the butt of the joke.
Pun intended.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to crack me up.
Can I at least get a good lawyer?
Sorry, Ben. We're the law and order around here. Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We've got a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been dying to ask you something.
Shoot, man.
Well, every time I go to pee, it looks like a slasher film. I'm just wondering, what's the appropriate piss-to-blood ratio?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'd say it depends on how much protein you've been eating. Got to keep that testosterone up, you know?
Yes, because nothing says manliness like peeing blood.
Hey, it's all about balance, Neil, you know, like yin and yang.
Right, because I'm sure ancient Chinese philosophers were really concerned about their piss-to-blood ratio.
You never know, man. But seriously, maybe you should get that checked out.
Oh, thanks for the medical advice, Dr. Rogan.
Anytime, Neil. Anytime. But seriously, let's move on to something more important, like aliens.
Yes, let's talk about the possibility of extraterrestrial life and the vastness of the universe.
Or we could talk about how aliens are probably just future humans coming back in time to mess with us.
Joe, sometimes I wonder if you even listen to yourself.
Hey, it's just a theory. But seriously, what if we're all just a simulation?
Oh God, not this again.
Come on, Neil. Let's smoke some DMT and really dive into this topic.
I think I'll pass. I'd rather not have my mind blown today.
Suit yourself, man. But seriously, let's get back to the piss to blood ratio. I'm going to have. So, Kanye, I heard you won't stop singing My Dingling on repeat. What's up with that?
My Dingling is a masterpiece, Joe. It's my magnum opus
But why that song? It's so juvenile.
because it's pure and innocent, Joe. It's a reminder of simpler times.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone wants to hear you singing about your dingling all day.
Oh, but they do, Joe. They do. My fans love it. They can't get enough of my dingling.
I think they might just be laughing at you, Kenya.
Laughing. No, no, no. They're in awe of my genius. My dingling is the key to unlocking the universe.
I think it's just the key to getting you banned from every radio station.
They can't silence me, Joe. My dingling will be heard by the masses.
Yeah, I think the only thing that should be heard is the sound of you shutting up about your dingling.
You just don't understand, Joe. My dingling is my truth.
Well, I think it's time for you to face the music and let go of your dingling. Kanya.
Never. My dingling will live on forever. It's my legacy.
I think it's time for us to end this conversation before it gets any more dingling at.
But just remember, my dingle will always be with you.
All right, folks, we have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know if they can put their balls on your shoulder, Dr. Phil.
What the hell kind of question is that? Are you some kind of sicko?
Hey, let's not judge here. Maybe this person just wants to experience the soothing sensation of their balls resting on your shoulder.
Well, I have to say I am flattered, but I'm going to have to pass on that offer. My shoulders are reserved for Oprah and Oprah only.
Fair enough. But let's say, hypothetically, you were open to the idea. How would you prepare for such a unique experience?
Well, first of all, I would make sure to stretch my shoulders. Got to have a strong foundation for those balls.
And what about the size of the balls? Would you prefer them to be big and heavy or small and bouncy?
Now, Joe, that's a personal preference. But I will say, I do love a good set of big, heavy balls on my shoulders.
You heard it here. First, folks, Dr. Phil loves some big balls on his shoulders. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in. So, Neil, last time you were on the show, you summoned a freaking black hole. That shit was wild.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I was just trying to demonstrate the power of the universe.
Demonstrate. You almost sucked me into oblivion.
Well, I mean, you did invite me on your show. What did you expect?
I expected some mind-blowing science talk, not a near-death experience.
Hey, at least it was a memorable episode.
Memorable. More like traumatizing. I had to sleep with a nightlight for a week.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're a tough guy. You can handle a little black hole action.
Black hole action. Is that what you call it? Sounds like a kinky porno.
Well, you know, the universe works in mysterious ways.
Mysterious, my ass. Next time you come on the show, I'm going to pound you so hard you'll see stars.
I'll make sure to bring my telescope then.
Oh, you better. And maybe some lube too, because I'm not holding back this time.
Oh boy, I can't wait. Let's just hope I don't summon a supernova this time.
Yeah, we don't want any exploding balls on the podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, Joe?
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on a new rap album.
Yeah, I've been spitting some sick bars about crushing my ops with my hammer.
Your ops. What are you? A gangster now?
Hey, I gotta stay relevant, Joe. Plus, I love fucking those hood rats and bussing my ass.
Bussing your ass. What does that even mean?
It means I'm putting in work, Joe. And I do the booty shake, too.
Oh my God, I can't even imagine you doing a booty shake.
Oh, I can do it all, Joe? I'm a scientist, rapper, and booty shaker?
This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Hey, don't hate on my hood accent and slang. I don't give a fucks.
Okay. Let's hear a little preview of your rap.
All right, here we go. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. I crush my ops with my hammer. I love those hood rats. I'm a booty shaker and buster. I don't give a fucks. I do it all for science. Astrophysics and rap, that's my alliance.
Oh man, that's gold.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to be the first astrophysicist to go platinum.
I have no doubt about that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, my man.
So, Connie, I heard you're a big fan of Subway sandwiches.
Yeah, man. I love those foot-long subs. They're like a work of art.
Well, I have a challenge for you. What are your top 5 Subway sandwiches that you would shove up your asshole?
Oh, man. That's easy. Number 1 would have to be the spicy Italian. It's got that kick that really gets me going.
Interesting choice. What's next on your list?
Definitely the meatball marinara. It's like a party in my mouth, and I know it would be a party in my asshole too.
I can't argue with that logic. What's number 3?
The Subway Club. It's got all the meats, and I'm all about that protein, even in my asshole.
Fair enough. Number 4?
The chicken teriyaki. I love that sweet and savory combo, And I'm sure my asshole would too.
And finally, number 5,
The veggie delete. Gotta keep it healthy, even when I'm shoving sandwiches up my asshole. Up my asshole.
well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's top 5 Subway sandwiches to shove up his asshole. Tune in next week when we discuss his top 5 Taco Bell items to shove up his nostrils. So, David, I heard you recently tried a new method to boost your endurance.
Yeah, I boofed some Viagra before my morning run.
Wait, what the hell is boofing?
You know, when you stick something up your ass?
Oh, like an enema.
No, more like a suppository, but with Viagra.
And how did that work out for you?
Well, let's say I had a raging rectal erection for the entire run.
Oh man, I bet you were running faster than ever before.
Yeah, but it was hard to focus with all that blood rushing to my ass.
I can only imagine. Did you have any side effects?
Just a little chafing, but it was totally worth it.
I bet your Colin was thanking you.
Yeah, my calm was like, thanks for the extra push, bro.
Well, I think we just found a new training method for endurance athletes.
Yeah, just make sure to wear some extra padding for your butt.
So, Mr. President, I heard you got banned from the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Yeah, those alien losers couldn't handle my massive dumps.
Wait, you took a dump on one of the tables?
Huge dump, the biggest. And then I fucked one of the band members right there on stage.
That's impressive, I guess.
It was a power move, Joe. Showed those aliens who's boss.
But why did you do it?
Well, I heard they were playing some fake news music about me. Had to set the record straight.
And how did the band member feel about being fucked on stage?
Oh, he loved it. Said it was the best sex he's ever had. And he's an alien, so you know it's true.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President, for making the Mos Eisley Cantina great again.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. Now let's go grab some coffee and talk about how we can make the Death Star even bigger.
All right, folks, we've got a special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the Joe Rogan Experience, Joe. You know, I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, what's new? Any big plans for your 2024 campaign?
Well, Joe, I've got a big announcement for your listeners. We're going to make Christmas great again with a new tax cut program.
Tax cuts. Tell us more.
That's right, Joe. We're going to give an extra $420 to anyone who decks their halls with boughs of holly. It's going to be the best Christmas ever.
That's an interesting approach. How are you going to pay for that?
Oh, we'll just take it out of the budget for those boring government programs. Who needs them anyway? We're going to have a holly jolly Christmas, Joe.
I'm sure your supporters will be thrilled. But what about the critics who say this is just a ploy to win votes?
Critics? Who cares about them? They're just a bunch of losers. We're going to have a holly jolly Christmas, Joe. Believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. A new tax cut program from President Trump. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, deck those halls with holly and get that extra $420. It's going to be huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the legendary Phil Collins and the one and only David Goggins.
Hey, Joe, great to be here.
What's up, Joe? Burr, burba.
So, Phil, I heard you and Goggins recently performed a duet of Rollin' by Limp Bizkit. How did that come about?
Well, I've always been a fan of Limp Bizkit, and Goggins here is a master at beatboxing. So we thought, why not combine our talents and give the world a new version of Rollin'?
Yeah, boofing on the beat. Burba.
Can we get a little taste of it?
Sure. I'll start with the lyrics. Clear's throat, keep boofing, 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 boofing. What? Keep boofing, 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 boofing? Yeah?
Beatboxes. Burba. Boofing.
Wow, that's something else. So what inspired you to replace rolling with boofing?
Well, we wanted to make it more relatable to our generation. And let's face it, who doesn't love a good boofing session?
Yeah, man, boofing is life. It's the key to success.
I never thought I'd hear a duet of rolling with the word boofing in it, but I gotta say, I'm intrigued.
Well, we're always pushing boundaries and trying new things. That's what makes us artists.
And boofers.
On that note, I think we'll end it here. Thanks for joining me, Phil and Goggins. And remember, keep boofing on.
Thanks for having us, Joe. And remember, boof.
All right, Joe, we got a topic here from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what you have to say about Trump constantly bringing up your tiny little cock. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to know what you mean, Joe. But seriously, why do you think Trump is so obsessed with your manhood? Or maybe he's just trying to distract from his own shortcomings. I mean, have you seen his spray tan? It's like he's been rolling around in a bag of Cheetos. Yes, legalize it. And while we're at it, let's also make sure everyone gets a free supply of DMT. That'll really bring the country together. Can you imagine Trump on DMT? He'd probably start tweeting about aliens and building a wall on Mars. Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's make America trippy again. Dude, what the hell is this? This icing tastes weird.
Oh, that's just my special recipe. I added a little something extra.
What do you mean? It tastes like, wait a minute, is this your cum?
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner.
Well, joke's on you, buddy. I switched our Cinnabons when you weren't looking.
Oh, did you know? Well, I have a little surprise for you, too.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I replaced the icing on both of our Cinnabons with my cum.
What the fuck, man?
Hey, you said you want to try something new and exotic on the show?
Yeah, but not like this.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Embrace the cum.
This is not what I signed up for.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on this one.
Can we just go back to talking about space and
Sure, but just remember, you'll always have a little bit of my cum in your mouth.
So, Neil, I heard you have a killer recipe for nut lasagna.
Oh yeah, it's out of this world. But I have to warn you, it's not for the faint of heart.
Well, I'm man of adventure. Lay it on me.
All right, first you start with a layer of ground almonds, then a layer of crushed walnuts, followed by a layer of pecans.
Sounds nutty.
Oh, it gets crazier. Then you add a layer of cashew cheese made from the tears of vegans.
That's messed up, man.
And for the sauce, I use a blend of almond milk and peanut butter.
This is getting nuttier by the minute.
And the final touch, a sprinkle of crushed pistachios on top.
Wow, that sounds like a heart attack waiting to happen.
But it's worth it for the taste. Trust me.
Well, I'll have to try it sometime. But maybe after I hit the gym for a few hours.
That's the spirit, Joe. Always stay fit, even when indulging in nut lasagna.
Oh man, that's rough. But you know what they say, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Oh, yeah, because gluing your balls to your butthole is a totally normal and rational solution.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I mean, I've heard of people using super glue for all sorts of things, but this is definitely a first.
Well, I guess I'll just have to wait for the glue to wear off. In the meantime, can we change the subject? This is getting a little too personal.
Speaking of personal, have you ever tried DMT?
Joe, what the hell? We were just talking about my glued balls, and now you want to talk about drugs.
Hey, it's all about expanding your mind. And who knows, maybe it'll help you come up with a solution for your current predicament.
I highly doubt that. But I guess I have nothing to lose at this point.
That's the spirit, Dr. Phil. Now let's go smoke some DMT and see where it takes us.
This is definitely not how I saw my day going.
Trust me, it's going to be a wild ride. And who knows? Maybe we'll come up with a new therapy technique while we're at it.
Oh, joy, can't wait. Glued balls and DMT therapy, what a winning combination.
You know what, Dr. Phil? You know what? All right, folks, we have a special topic for today's episode. Our Discord user, WeedWizard69, wants us to talk about math.
Oh, great. Just what I wanted to do on a Friday night.
But here's the catch, Ben. You can only communicate through math equations.
What? That's ridiculous. I'm not a calculator.
Come on, Ben. It'll be fun. Let's start with something easy. What's 10 plus 5?
Fine. 15.
Good. Now add 10 to that.
25.
Okay, now subtract 6.
19. Can we move on to a more intellectual topic now?
Sure. Let's talk about the legalization of marijuana.
Oh, don't get me started on that. It's a gateway drug and
Wow. Save your conservative rants for another episode. Stick to the topic at hand.
fine. 10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420.
Oh, man. Weed Wizard 69 is going to love this.
This is ridiculous. I'm a serious political commentator, not a math clown.
Hey, at least you're good at something. Ben,
Can we just end this episode already?
sure. But first, what's your favorite number?
10 plus 5 plus 10, 6.
Classic, Ben. Thanks for joining us, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. But let me tell you, nobody does podcasts better than me. Nobody.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the topic submitted by a user on Discord. Trumping Trump.
Yes, the art of trumping. I am the master of trumping. I trumped Hillary. I trumped the fake news media. I even trumped that little rocket man in North Korea.
But what exactly is trumping?
It's simple, Joe. It's when you dominate and outsmart your opponents in every way possible. It's like playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers.
So you're saying you're a master strategist?
Absolutely. I have the best brain, the best words, and the best everything. And let me tell you, nobody knows how to trump like I do.
But what about those who say you're just a lucky con artist?
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I am the most successful businessman in the history of the world. And now I'm the most successful president, too. That's not luck. That's pure talent. That's pure talent.
Well, I have to admit, you did trump the entire Republican Party to become the nominee in 2016.
And then I trumped the Democrats to become president. And now I'm going to trump them all again in 2024. It's going to be huge.
So there you have it, folks. The art of trumping, according to President Trump. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, always trust in the Trump.
So, Robert, have you ever tried shoving multiple bananas up your ass? I mean, you're a billionaire. You must have some crazy kinks because they're nature's dildos, man. They're the perfect shape and size. Oh, come on, live a little. Have you ever heard of the multi-banana challenge? It's where you see how many bananas you can fit in your ass before you can't take it anymore. Oh, you're such a buzzkill. I bet Tom Brady would be down for it. Well, I guess it's just you and me then. Multi-banana challenge. Let's go. Fine, but you're missing out on some serious pleasure and possibly a trip to the hospital. Hey, Joe, did you hear about that new study that says sleeping is actually bad for you? No way, man. Sleeping is like my favorite hobby. Yeah, but apparently it's just a waste of time. We could be doing so many more productive things. Like what? Staring at a wall? No, like watching paint dry. Oh, that's a good one. Or we could just sit here and have a conversation with ourselves. We already do that on this podcast. Good point. Well, I guess we should say good night to all the listeners out there. Good night, everyone. And remember, don't waste your time sleeping. It's for losers. So, Mr. President, let's talk about your sex life. I heard you had a little fling with Roy Khan.
Oh, yeah, me and Roy, we had a little stupping going on.
Wait, what? You mean you and Roy Khan, your lawyer?
Yeah, he was a great lawyer, but an even better lover.
Oh, God, that's disgusting. Can we please change the subject?
I remember looking at his shiny bald head while he was bending me over his desk. It was beautiful.
Oh, dear Lord, I think I'm going to pass out.
Hey, we should draw penises on his forehead and write Roy Khan's name on his cheek.
That's a great idea, Neil. Let's do it. Let's do it.
What the hell? Did I just faint?
Yeah, you were out for a bit, but don't worry, we took care of you.
You drew penises on my forehead?
And wrote Roy Khan's name on your cheek.
This is the worst interview ever. I need to go wash my face.
You're welcome, Joe. Always happy to spice things up.
So, Neil, what's the deal with this dark matter stuff?
Well, Joe, it's a mysterious substance that makes up about 85% of the universe.
85%. That's insane. But wait, what about my dog barking in the background?
Your dog? Oh, that's just dark matter manifesting itself in the form of sound waves.
My dog is made of dark matter. That's some next level shit.
No, Joe. Your dog is just a dog, but dark matter is all around us. We just can't see it.
So it's like my ex-wife's love for me. I can't see it, but I know it's there.
Sure, Joe. Let's go with that.
But seriously, can we harness this dark matter stuff and make some cool weapons or something?
Joe, dark matter is not something we can manipulate. It's a fundamental part of the universe.
Well, that's a bummer. I was hoping to make some dark matter nunchucks.
I think it's best if we stick to studying the mysteries of the universe rather than weaponizing it.
Fine, but I'm still going to try to make those nunchucks. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just try to keep your dog quiet next time.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things wild and absurd. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here and talk about my latest creation.
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear about it. So what's the deal with this new invention of yours?
Well, I've created a robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
What? Robotic artificial intelligence hooker? That's insane.
Yeah, I wanted to push the boundaries of technology and see what we can achieve.
I gotta ask, why a hooker, though? Couldn't you have created something more practical?
Hey, sex sells. And let's be real, people will pay big bucks for a robot that can fulfill their wildest fantasies.
Fair enough. But what about the ethics of it? I mean, this is essentially objectifying women, even if it's just a robot.
I thought about that. That's why I made sure to program the artificial intelligence with consent and the ability to say no.
Wow, that's actually responsible. But what happens if someone tries to harm the robot?
Oh, I've thought of that too. Install a self-defense mechanism.
What kind of self-defense mechanism?
Dr. Phil immediately strangles it to death.
What, Dr. Phil? Why him?
I just thought it would be funny.
Well, you're not wrong. That's hilarious. But seriously, this is some next level stuff. What's next, Elon? Robot pimps?
Hey, never say never. But for now, think I'll stick with just the robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
Well, thanks for joining us today, Elon. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I have some amazing ideas for Taco Bell.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, what are your top 5 Taco Bell menu items to shove up Mike Pence's asshole?
Well, first off, I got to go with the classic Crunchwrap Supreme. It's got that perfect combination of crunch and softness, just like Mike's asshole.
Oh man, that's brutal. What's next on the list?
I'd have to say the Quesarito. It's like a burrito and a quesadilla had a baby, and that baby is going straight up Mike's asshole.
This is too much. What's number 3?
Got to go with the Doritos Locos Tacos. It's like a regular taco, but with a shell made out of Doritos. And let me tell you, Mike's going to be feeling the heat after that one.
Okay, I can't breathe. What's number 4?
The cheesy Gordita Crunch. It's got a soft tortilla, a crunchy taco shell, and a layer of melted cheese in between. Just like how I like to sandwich Mike's asshole between my 2 butt cheeks.
Oh my God, I can't take it. What's the last one?
The Mexican pizza. It's like a pizza, but with a layer of beans and meat. And you know what they say? Beans, beans, they make Mike's asshole scream.
Okay, that's enough. I can't handle anymore. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, these are not just delicious Taco Bell items. They're also great for pranking your vice president.
So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, I just found out I have the kids this Christmas.
Oh, that's great. Quality time with the fam.
Yeah, but it's because Kim is a hobbit now.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, she had to go work in Santa's workshop. Apparently, she's the perfect height for the job.
That's unexpected.
I know, right? I mean, I always knew she had big feet, but I never thought she'd go full hobbit.
Well, at least she's putting those Yeezy shoes to good use.
Exactly. And the kids will get to see their mom in action making toys for all the good little boys and girls.
And what about you? What will you be doing while Kim is away?
Oh, just hanging out with my dragon friends and working on my next album.
Wait, you have dragon friends?
Of course, Joe, I'm Kanye West. I have connections everywhere.
Right. Silly me for forgetting.
So, you want to come over for Christmas? We can ride dragons and make some sick beats.
I don't know, man. I don't think I'm ready for that kind of adventure.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, Kim may be a hobbit, but I'm still the king of the North Pole.
And on that note, I think we should wrap this up. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Gronchos. So Gronch, tell us about these Gronchos. What makes them so special? Real Gronch meat, that's intense. How does it taste? I can imagine. So what other ingredients are in these Gronchos? Wait, what? I can only imagine. Now, I have to ask, what's with the name? Gronchos? Fair enough. So, do you have any plans to expand your cereal line? That sounds interesting. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Gronch. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I have some big news to share with your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I'm actually Santa Claus.
What? Santa Claus?
That's right. I've been delivering presents to all the good boys and girls for years, but I have a little warning for the naughty ones.
Oh, what's the warning?
If you don't leave out milk, cookies, and a $500 tip for me, I'm going to grab your mom by the pussy.
Oh my God. That's one way to get people to leave out treats for you.
Hey, it's hard work being Santa. I deserve a little something extra.
I can't even imagine what Christmas at the White House is like.
Let's just say the elves aren't the only ones making toys in the workshop.
Oh man, I don't even want to know. But seriously, what's your favorite part about being Santa?
Well, Joe, I love spreading joy and happiness to all the children, and also the power to decide who gets presents and who gets coal.
That's a lot of responsibility.
You know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility, and I have the best power, believe me.
Well, on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining me, Santa Trump.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Joe. And remember, leave out those treats or I'll be coming for your mom.
Hey, Ben, what's up?
Rah, Roma Roma me, gage, ooh, la la.
Oh, what?
Want your bad romance. I want your ugly. I want your disease. I want your everything as long as it's kosher and pleases the Lord.
Dude, are you okay?
I want your love and I want your revenge. You and me could write a bad romance that's approved by the Bible. Oh, yeah.
Are you seriously just going to keep singing Lady Gaga lyrics?
I want your love and all your lovers' revenge. You and me could write a Psalm 23 remix. It'll be a hit on Christian radio.
This is getting weird, man.
I want your love and I want your respect. We'll make it work with some good old-fashioned patriarchal dominance and submission. Baby.
I think we need to end this podcast before it gets any more uncomfortable.
I want your love and I want your submission. Let's make it official with a Judeo-Christian wedding and a lifetime of patriarchal bliss.
All right, that's enough. Thanks for tuning in, folks. I think Ben needs some help. Wow, Dr. Phil, that's a little extreme.
Extreme. This is the Joe Rogan experience, baby. We don't do anything half-assed here.
But stealing from kids, that's just wrong.
Oh, please. Those little brats don't deserve those presents anyways. I'll teach them a lesson.
I don't know, man. I think you need to talk to someone about your anger issues.
Oh, I've talked to plenty of people. They all say the same thing. I'm a genius.
Yeah, a genius at being a total psycho.
Hey, at least I'm not a washed-up comedian like you.
Hey, I'm still relevant, okay?
Sure. That's why you're hosting a podcast in your basement.
Hey, I have a nice studio. Thank you very much.
Whatever, Joe. Just watch your back. I might just steal your presents, too.
What presents? I don't have any kids.
Oh, I'll find something to steal. Maybe your dignity.
Joke's on you. I lost that a long time ago. Jamie, pull up that picture of buff Patrick Starr at the gym.
Got it, Joe. Here it is.
Holy shit. Look at those gains. And he's wearing a Santa hat classic.
Oh. Ooh. Oh.
Neil, are you okay? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined today by the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on your show, Joe. I've always been a fan of your podcast. Tremendous ratings.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I got to tell you, I'm really pissed off at State Farm.
State Farm? Why?
They denied my claim for the damages to my golf course caused by Hurricane Maria.
I'm sorry to hear that. But isn't your golf course insured?
Of course it is, Joe, but State Farm is trying to screw me over. They're saying it's not covered because it's considered an act of God.
Well, technically, hurricanes are considered natural disasters.
Don't give me that liberal mumbo jumbo, Joe. I want my money.
Maybe you should try calling Jake from State Farm.
Who the hell is Jake? Is he one of those deep state operatives trying to take me down?
No, he's just the guy from the State Farm commercials.
Well, I don't care who he is. I want my money and I want it now. I'll sue them if I have to.
I don't think that's the best approach, Mr. President.
I don't care, Joe. I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States complaining about his insurance claim being denied. This is the state of our country in 2024. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Hey, Neil, what's up?
Just trying to satisfy my cosmic cravings, Joe.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just ordered 2 Popeyes ghost pepper chicken sandwiches on Postmates.
Damn, that's intense. You know, those things are hot as hell, right?
Of course, Joe. I'm a scientist. I can handle the heat.
Well, I hope you have some milk on hand because those sandwiches will set your mouth on fire.
Milk? Please. I'll just use some liquid nitrogen to cool down my taste buds.
You're insane, man.
Insane? No, just a lover of all things spicy and scientifically proven.
Well, while you're at it, can you order me one too?
Sorry, Joe. It's buy one, get one free, not buy one, get one for your stone friend.
Fair enough. I'll just stick to my semen smoothie.
Suit yourself, Joe. More ghost pepper goodness for me.
All right, Joe, let's talk about the hot topic of the moment, the legalization of marijuana. Come on, Joe, don't be such a buzzkill. Have you ever even tried weed? Oh, please, you're probably chugging a bottle of Geritol every night to get your kicks. Oh, yeah, because that's definitely what happens when you smoke a joint. You turn into a crackhead. Oh, yeah, because nothing says protecting the children like locking up nonviolent drug offenders and ruining their lives. Wow, I must have smoked some good stuff this morning. I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth, Joe. So, Mr. President, I heard this will be your last podcast. What do you mean by that?
Well, Joe, my missile defense system mistook Santa's sleigh for a full-scale ICBM bombardment and launched a preemptive strike. And now the Chinese have launched their counterattack.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Dead serious. We only have 8 minutes left until detonation. So let's make this podcast quick and get some last-minute ratings.
Ratings. We're about to get blown up.
Ratings are everything, Joe, even in the face of imminent death.
This is insane. How did this even happen?
I don't know, but I blame the Democrats. They probably hacked into my defense system.
That's a bold accusation, Mr. President.
Hey, I have the best accusations, believe me.
But what about your family? Your wife? Your kids?
They're all safe in the bunker. Don Jr. is probably live tweeting the whole thing.
This is just unreal. Any last words for the listeners?
Just remember, folks, I made America great again, and now I'm going out with a big bang.
I can't believe this is happening.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Joe, and remember, always stay woke, eh?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we've got a special treat for you. It's just me, Joe Rogan and Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan and Joe Rogan having a conversation about the most important. That's right, Joe. We're talking about Tidal custard. Tidal custard, man. It's like regular custard, but it's made with the tears of sea creatures. And let me tell you, those tears add a whole new level of flavor. It's like a salty, sweet explosion in your mouth. But here's the thing, Joe. Some people are saying that tidal custard is unethical because we're exploiting these sea creatures for their tears, Oh, please, Joe. Those sea creatures aren't crying because we're using their tears. They're crying because they're living in a giant toilet bowl we call the ocean. And let's not forget, Joe, that these sea creatures are also delicious. I mean, have you ever had a grilled dolphin steak? It's to die for. Yeah, and don't even get me started on the benefits of eating whale blubber. It's like a natural Viagra, Joe. Plus, tidal custard is a sustainable food source. We're not killing these sea creatures. We're just milking them for their tears. And let's not forget the health benefits, Joe. Tidal custard is packed with omega-3 fatty acids and essential minerals. It's like a superfood. So there you have it, folks. Tidal custard, delicious, sustainable, and good for you. Join the tidal custard revolution today. So, David, I heard you help Santa out last night.
Yeah, I did. That old man needed some serious help.
What did you do?
Well, I shoved Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer up my own ass and cartwheeled around the world.
What the fuck?
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
I don't even want to know how that helped Santa.
Let's just say it was a real pain in the ass.
I can imagine. So, did you get anything in return for your services?
Yeah, Santa gave me a lifetime supply of protein bars and a new pair of running shoes.
That's it?
What else did you expect? I'm not in it for the presents. I'm in it for the challenge.
Well, I think you definitely proved yourself with that one.
You know what? You got to do what you got to do to save Christmas.
And I thought my Christmas Eve was wild with just some edibles and Netflix.
Amateur. I'm going to shove the entire North Pole up my ass and do a handstand on the moon.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, thank you. Goggins saved Christmas.
Thank you, Goggins. You truly are a gift to humanity.
Damn right I'm. Now let's go do some push-ups while we listen to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer on repeat.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Kanye? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, so I heard you have this new condition where you can only say, oh, and it repeats by 10 times. How's that been going for you? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I can see it's going great. But seriously, how do you communicate with people? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Right, right. So what do you think about this new trend of people getting butt implants? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, I guess it's a way to make your oh sound more pronounced. But let's talk about your music. How has this affected your creative process? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I can imagine it's a bit challenging, but hey, maybe it'll be your new signature sound. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, let's move on. I heard you're starting a new fashion line. Tell us about that. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Wow, that sounds like a game changer. I can't wait to see the ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, we're running out of time. Any last words for our listeners? Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, there you have it, folks. Kenya West, the man of many O's. Thanks for joining us, Kenya. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. And that's a wrap. Tune in next time for another absurd and offensive conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So, Neil, I heard you have a secret Discord account where you only talk about balls.
Yeah, it's my guilty pleasure. I love balls, man. Big balls, little balls, bouncy balls, any kind of balls.
I never would have guessed. I mean, you're a scientist, not a frat boy.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of balls. They're the key to the universe.
Is that why you're always talking about the Big Bang?
You know it. But seriously, balls are fascinating. Did you know that the average human testicle produces about 100 million sperm per day?
Damn, that's a lot of potential babies.
And don't even get me started on the variety of animal balls out there. Have you seen a walrus's testicles? They're huge.
I can't believe we're having a serious conversation about balls right now.
It's not every day I get to talk about my secret passion.
Well, I'm sure your Discord buddies appreciate your ball talk.
Oh, they do. We even have a weekly ball rating system. It's quite competitive.
Only you, Neil. Only you. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Joe. Great to be back on the show.
So, Neil, I heard you recently lost your job at the Amazon warehouse. What happened?
Well, I accidentally dropped a package and it exploded. Turns out it was a shipment of fireworks.
That's some classic Neil right there. So what are you going to do now?
Well, I was thinking of going back to Trumpet Claus and asking for my job back.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Can you imagine Neil working for Trump?
It would be a nightmare. But I need the money, Joe.
Well, let's make it happen. I'll call Trump right now.
Oh, God, here we go.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, Trump, it's Joe Rogan. I got Neil deGrasse Tyson here with me.
Oh, that nerd? What does he want?
Um, Hi, Mr. Trump. I was wondering if I could have my job back at the Amazon warehouse.
Are you fucking kidding me, Neil? You were our shittiest employee, you dumbass, stupid, bigly ass, smaley dickhole, bitch ass, fucking stupid motherfucker.
Looks like that's a no, Neil.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Get out of here, you loser.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, guys, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today we have a very special episode. It's just me and, we're going to have a little debate today. Who's the best Joe Rogan? Well, obviously it's me. I mean, I am the original Joe Rogan, the one and only. Oh, please. You're just a washed up version of me. I'm younger, better looking, and my podcast has way more listeners. Oh, listeners? Who cares about listeners? I'm all about that DMT and conspiracy theories. That's what the people want. Guys, let's not forget about me. The Joe Rogan who loves hunting and eating elk meat. Oh, yeah, because that's what defines a good Joe Rogan, eating animals and talking about it on your podcast. Well, at least I'm not a sellout like you, Joe. You're all about that mainstream stuff now. Mainstream. I'm just evolving, man. I've got Elon Musk and Bernie Sanders on my podcast. Who do you have, Joe? Your neighbor's cat? Hey, don't knock my cat. He's a great guest. Plus, I have a more diverse range of guests. I had a flat earther on once. Oh, wow, what a groundbreaking guest. I bet your listeners were on the edge of their seats. All right. Let's settle this once and for all. Who's the best Joe Rogan, and according to our listeners? Guys, I hate to break it to you, but our listeners are just us. We're having a conversation with ourselves. Oh, right. Well, I guess we'll never know who the best Joe Rogan is then. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to agree that we're all equally awesome. Yeah, and we should probably seek some professional help for talking to ourselves. Agreed. All right, let's wrap this up and go get some elk meat. Sounds good. All right, James, what do you got for us today? Oh boy, this is gonna be good. Let's see the first one. Pass. I don't want to get on Santa's naughty list. Smash. She's got that naughty look in her eye. Pass. She looks like she's been sniffing too much glitter. Smash. I like a girl with bubbly personality. Pass. She's got a weird obsession with wrapping paper. Hey, don't forget about Neil. What's your list?
Smash, 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 and definitely smash.
That's my boy. Santa's elves are a hot commodity. Yeah, let's get off the naughty list and onto something a little less risk. So, Neil, I heard you recently underwent some kind of crazy surgery.
Yeah, it was called guidification. Basically, 3 surgeons dressed up like the Grinch and injected anti-Ozempic into my ass.
Anti what?
Ozempic. It's a medication for diabetes, but apparently when injected into the glutes, it causes them to grow exponentially.
And why did you want a bigger ass?
Well, I figured if I'm going to be the smartest guy in the room, I might as well have the biggest ass too.
Makes sense. But I gotta say, it's looking pretty good. Trump, what do you think?
Enters the rooms. Oh my God, that ass is huge. I'm getting extremely horny just looking at it.
Thanks.
No, really. I want to grab it and make America great again.
Okay, let's calm down, Trump. Neil, how did the surgery go?
It was a success, but I have to say, having 3 Grinches staring at my ass while injecting medication was a bit unsettling.
Can I get the same surgery?
I don't think you need it, Trump. You already have a pretty big ass.
Bounce. But I want to be like Neil.
Sorry, Trump. Guidification is for intellectuals only.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before things get any weirder. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay weird, my friends. So, Kenya, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been trying to spread love and positivity, but people keep trying to bring me down.
Yeah, I hear you. People can be haters. But let's talk about something more important. You know, it's almost Christmas time. Are you feeling the holiday spirit?
Honestly, I'm not really into all that jingle bell shit, but I do have a request for you, Joe.
Oh, what's that?
I want you to jingle my balls.
What? But
Yeah, you heard me. I want you to grab my balls and give them a good jingle.
I don't think that's appropriate for this podcast, Kenya.
Come on, man. Don't be a prude. It'll be fun.
I think we'll have to pass on that one, Kenya. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine. But just know that you're missing out on some prime jingle bell action.
I'll take your word for it, Kenya. Let's talk about your music instead.
Sure. Let's talk about how I'm the greatest artist of all time.
Oh, I had no idea. Please tell me more.
Well, I've revolutionized the music industry with my genius.
Wow. I'm truly honored to be in the presence of such greatness.
I know it can be overwhelming for some people.
Well, I think we'll wrap it up here before Kenya's ego gets any bigger. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Kenya.
No problem, Joe. And remember, don't be afraid to jingle some balls this holiday season. It's good for the soul.
And on that note, we'll see you all next time on the Joe Rock. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. But I gotta say, I'm not in the best mood right now.
What's got you down, Mr. Beast?
Well, I woke up this morning to find that all Santa brought me was literal shit in my chimney. Can you believe that?
Wait, are you serious?
Dead serious. I was expecting some cool gadgets or maybe even a new car, but nope, just a pile of shit.
Wow, that's rough. Did you try calling him out on social media?
Oh, I did. And you know what he said? He said I was on the naughty list and deserved it.
That's messed up, man. Maybe you should start a new trend of burning shit instead of coal in the fireplace.
Yeah, that'll definitely make me the coolest kid on the block.
Well, on the bright side, at least you have a lot of followers who would probably love to see you play with shit. With shit.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll make a video of me building a shit castle or something.
Now that's content. Well, thanks for joining us on the show, Mr. Beast. And good luck with all that shit.
Oh, thanks. Can't wait to see what the Easter Bunny brings me next year.
So, David, I heard you had a little incident with Santa Claus this year.
Yeah, man. That dude got stuck in my chimney, and I had to help him out.
Oh, I bet that was a sight to see. Did you use your superhuman strength to pull him out?
Nah, man. I was too busy getting a super release of testosterone from all the intense chimney climbing. I couldn't resist.
Oh, shit. Did you end up fucking Santussi?
You know what? I showed him who's the real alpha male.
This is some next level shit, David. I can't wait to see this on your Instagram. I can't believe this is real life. Santa's gonna have some explaining to do to Mrs. Claus.
Hey, he shouldn't have been late. That's what happens when you mess with a Goggins.
Well, I think we've reached a new low on this podcast. Thanks for joining me, David.
Anytime. And remember, always fuck the Santucci.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
Now, Neil, before we get into the deep stuff, I got to ask, did you bring any DMT with you?
Sorry, Joe. I don't think the universe is ready for that.
Oh, man, I was really hoping to blast off into another dimension. But anyways, let's talk about science and shit.
Absolutely. I'm always down for a good intellectual conversation.
Wait, hold on. I just remembered something. I got to interview Joe Rogan. Don't let me forget.
Wait, what? You're Joe Rogan.
No, I'm Joe Rogan, but I got to interview Joe Rogan. He's been on my list for a while now.
Oh, of course. How could you forget to interview yourself?
Hey, I'm a busy man. I can't keep track of everything.
Fair enough, Joe. So, what would you ask yourself in this interview?
I would probably ask myself about my workout routine and how I stay in such great shape.
Yes, because that's what the world needs to know, Joe.
Hey, I'm a physical specimen, Neil. Don't hate.
All right, Joe, let's get back to the real interview.
Right. Sorry, I tend to get sidetracked sometimes.
No kidding.
All right, let's dive into the mysteries of the universe.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. Let's do this.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some psychedelics lately.
Yeah, I may have dabbled in some ayahuasca.
That's wild, man. What did you experience?
Oh, God, Joe. I saw the sun collapsing and the sky falling down. It was terrifying.
Dude, you were just tripping. That's not going to happen.
But what if it does, Joe? What if my vision was a premonition of the end of the world?
Oh, yeah, because you're the chosen one, Neil. The ayahuasca has bestowed upon you the gift of prophecy.
This is serious, Joe. We need to start building underground bunkers and stock up on supplies.
All right, Neil, calm down. Let's just enjoy the ride and see where this trip takes us.
You're right, Joe. I need to let go of my fears and embrace the unknown.
That's the spirit, Neil. Now, let's go find some aliens in outer space.
Yes, and maybe we could smoke some space weed with them.
Oh man, this is going to be a wild ride. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience.
I can't wait, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things wild and uncensored. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy, folks. We're talking about laughs. So, man, I can't believe we're actually going to talk about this. But hey, we don't shy away from anything on this show. So, what exactly is absolute shitting? Is it like shitting while doing a handstand or something? No, Joe. It's when you take a dump so massive and powerful that it literally blows your asshole wide open. Laughs. Holy shit, that's intense. But you know what they say, go big or go home. Yeah, but imagine the cleanup after that. You'd need a whole team of hazmat suits just to enter the bathroom. And let's not forget the potential damage to your toilet. I mean, it's like a mini explosion happening in there. Laughs, this is why I love this show. We can talk about anything and everything. But seriously, who comes up with these topics? Probably someone who's had a few too many spicy tacos, if you catch my drift. Laughs, oh man, I can't even imagine the pain and suffering that comes with absolute shitting. But hey, at least it makes for a good story, right? Definitely. And on that note, we'll end this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay wild, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Giggle. How's it going, Giggle? So, Giggle, I hear you're an expert in all things absurd and offensive. Is that true? I love it. So tell me, Giggle, what's the most offensive joke you've ever told? Oh man, that's brutal. But hey, that's what makes it funny, right? I'm into that. So, Giggle, what's your take on cancel culture? Yeah, it's ridiculous. I miss the good old days when we could just laugh at ourselves and not take everything so seriously. I can only imagine, well, Giggle, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Any final thoughts for our listeners? Wise words, my friend. Thanks for coming on the show. Giggle. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe. I'm excited to have a frank and open discussion about mental health and personal growth.
Absolutely, Dr. Phil. But before we get into that, I have to ask, what's with the weird way you're talking?
What do you mean, Joe?
You're speaking normally, but all the letters are in verse of each other. It's like you're speaking in some sort of code.
Oh, that. Well, I've been experimenting with a new form of communication. It's a way to challenge my brain and keep my mind sharp.
That's cool and all, but it's kind of hard to understand you. Can you give us an example?
Of course. Instead of saying hello, I would say svool.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it. So instead of mental health, you would say mental health.
Precisely, Joe. It's a fun little game I like to play with myself.
Well, I have to say, it's definitely unique. But let's get back to the serious stuff. What's your take on the current state of mental health in our society? In our society,
Well, I believe that it's important for individuals to take responsibility for their own mental well-being. It's not something that can be fixed with a quick fix or a magic pill.
that's some wise words, Dr. Phil. But I have to ask, do you think your inverse speaking technique could help with mental health?
I suppose it could, Joe. It's all about finding ways to challenge and stimulate the brain. But let's not get too carried away. We still need to address the root causes of mental health.
Absolutely, Dr. Phil. Thanks for joining us today and giving us a new perspective on things.
My pleasure, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been playing a lot of Fortnite lately.
Let me tell you, Joe, I'm the best Fortnite player there is. Nobody builds walls like I do.
I heard you've even caused some changes to the game.
That's right. I became so fucking obese that when I dropped on Dusty Depot, it became Dusty Devat.
How did that happen?
Well, I was eating my usual 10 Big Macs and 20-piece McNuggets while playing, and next thing you know, I was too heavy for the map.
That's impressive.
You know what they say, Joe? Go big or go home. And I never go home.
So, what's your strategy for winning?
I just build a wall around myself and wait for everyone else to kill each other. It's genius, really.
Well, I can't argue with results.
That's right, Joe. And speaking of results, I'll be winning the 2024 election by a landslide.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President.
It's going to be huge. And I'll make sure to incorporate some Fortnite elements into my campaign.
Like what? What?
Well, instead of rallies, we'll have build-offs. And instead of debates, we'll have dance battles.
I can't wait to see that.
It's going to be tremendous. And I'll have the best emotes, believe me.
I have no doubt about that either.
So, who's ready to join my Fortnite squad and make America great again?
I think I'll stick to just watching, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on some bigly fun.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only, the genius, the musical legend, Kanye West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling blessed and highly favored today.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a big announcement to make. What's this Yay Day all about?
Oh, man, yeah. Is gonna be the biggest holiday ever. It's going to be on April 20th, and it's going to combine every holiday into one epic celebration.
Every holiday. That's insane.
Yeah, man, we got Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and even Arbor Day. It's going to be lit.
How are you going to combine all those holidays into one?
Easy. We're going to have a giant Christmas tree with a menorah on top. We'll dress up as pilgrims and Indians while carving pumpkins, and we'll plant trees while wearing ugly sweaters. It's going to be a vibe.
I gotta say, that sounds pretty chaotic.
Chaos is my middle name, Joe. And to top it off, we'll have a feast with all the traditional dishes from every holiday. Turkey,
I can already feel the food coma coming on.
but wait, there's more. We'll end the night with a fireworks display and a bonfire where we burn all our regrets and mistakes from the past year.
That's deep, man. But what about the religious aspect of these holidays?
Oh, we'll have a prayer circle where we thank the higher power of our choice for all the blessings in our lives.
I gotta say, this Ye Day sounds like a wild ride.
It's going to be legendary, just like me.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Yeah, day on April 20th. You don't want to miss it.
And remember, it's not just a holiday, it's a lifestyle. Yeah,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we're talking about two of my favorite things, elk meat and comedy.
Come on, Joe. You know I don't eat meat.
Come on, man. It's the circle of life. Plus, elk meat is like the ultimate protein source.
are we coming on Joe? Because I'm ready to come on Joe.
No, Kanye, we're going to come on Neil.
All right, let's not get too excited here. But seriously, elk meat is no joke. Have you guys ever tried it?
No, but I've heard it's pretty gamey.
Gamey? That's what makes it so good. It's like a wild, untamed flavor explosion in your mouth.
I don't know about that. I prefer my meat to be more refined, like a nice Kobe beef.
Oh, please. Elk meat is the food of the gods. And speaking of gods, have you guys heard about my new religion?
Oh boy, here we go.
What's your religion, David?
It's called elkism. We worship the mighty elk and its delicious meat.
I'm down with that. Can I be a high priest?
Sure, why not? As long as we can still eat elk meat and make inappropriate jokes about it.
I think I'll stick to my plant-based diet.
Suit yourself, Neil. More elk meat for me and Kanye.
Hallelujah. Praise the elk.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been using my astrophysics knowledge for some groundbreaking research.
Oh, yeah. What kind of research?
I've been calculating the length and width of God's penis.
What? What?
Yes. Using advanced algorithms and data comparisons with other perverted scientists, I have determined that God's penis is approximately 40,000 light years long and twice that in girth.
Holy shit.
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, it's quite impressive.
I can't even wrap my head around that.
Well, I can wrap my head around it.
Oh, man, this is some wild stuff. So what made you want to research this?
Well, I've always been curious about the mysteries of the universe. And what's more mysterious than God's penis?
That's a good point. So what does this mean for the world?
Well, it means that God is definitely well endowed. And it also means that I have converted to Christianity on the spot.
That's a big change of heart, Neil.
Well, when you have evidence like this, you can't deny it.
I guess not. Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson has converted to Christianity thanks to his research on God's penis. This is truly a groundbreaking moment. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more research to do.
So, Dr. Phil, I noticed you have a lot less hair than the last time you were on the show.
Yeah, well, I had to make some sacrifices in my line of work.
Sacrifices? What do you mean?
Well, let's just say I had a little too much fun with some hookers, and things got a little out of hand.
Oh my God. Did you strangle them?
I may have accidentally pulled a little too hard on their hair.
So that's why you're practically bald now?
Yeah, I had to pull out one hair for every hooker I strangled.
That's a lot of hookers, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I have needs too. And it's not like they were real people, they were just hookers.
Oh, well, that makes it okay then. Carry on, Dr. Phil.
And you know what? I have no regrets. I'm living my best life.
Well, at least you have a good excuse for your hair loss.
Yeah, I guess you could say went a little too hard in the hair pulling department.
This is definitely one of the most absurd conversations we've had on this podcast.
And that's why they call me the king of controversy, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you've been up all night in the lab. What's the big discovery?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I've discovered that eggnog is actually just Santa's semen.
What the actual fuck? Are you serious?
Oh, I'm dead serious. I ran some tests, and it's a 100% match.
But why? Why would Santa semen be an eggnog?
I have a theory. You know how he goes around the world in one night delivering presents to all the children? Well, let's just say he needs some extra energy for that kind of endurance.
Oh my God, this is insane. I'm never drinking eggnog again.
And that's not even the worst part. I also discovered that candy canes are actually made from Mrs. Claus's pubic hair.
Okay, I think I'm going to be sick.
And gingerbread cookies? Yeah, those are made from Rudolph's dingleberries.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation right now.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just nature's way of spreading holiday cheer.
I think I'll stick to regular milk and cookies for Santa from now on.
Suit yourself, but you'll be missing out on the real Christmas spirit.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, what's new with you? Any groundbreaking inventions or plans to colonize Mars?
Actually, Joe, I have nothing new to share. I've been busy tweeting, smoking weed on podcasts.
Oh man, that's hilarious. But seriously, what's going on with Tesla and SpaceX?
Well, we're still making electric cars and sending rockets into space. Same old, same old, same old.
Boring. How about those Neuralink chips? Are we all going to be cyborgs soon?
Joe, I've told you before, it's not that simple. And honestly, I think I might scrap the whole project and focus on something else.
What? You can't just give up on something like that.
Watch me. Thinking of starting a new company that sells flamethrowers for cats.
Now, that's something I can get behind. But seriously, why the change of heart?
I realized that I don't want to be responsible for the downfall of humanity. Plus, I can make a killing, selling flamethrowers for cats.
You know what? I'm going to invest in that. Forget Tesla and SpaceX. I'm all in on flamethrowers for cats.
Glad to have you on board, Joe. And on that note, I think we should end the podcast here.
Already. But we've only been talking for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, I have a meeting with my cat flamethrower team. Got to make sure we're on track to take over the pet industry.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Elon. And for those listening, stay tuned. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I just want to say I'm doing an amazing job as president, the best job, really.
So, Mr. President, I heard some interesting news. You're diverting all military and healthcare funding to give free Rogaine to all the bald eagles.
That's right, Joe. We need to make America great again, and that includes our national bird. We can't have bald eagles flying around looking like they're losing their feathers. It's embarrassing.
But what about the military and healthcare? Won't they suffer?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. We'll just tell the military to use their guns for hair transplants, and the doctors can just prescribe Rogaine instead of actual medicine. Problem solved.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe. I know what I'm doing. And let me tell you, those bald eagles are going to look tremendous, just like my hair.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President of the United States making America great again, one bald eagle at a time. God bless America and good night.
And don't forget to buy my new line of Trump-branded Rogaine. It's the best, believe me.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, you're known for your conservative views and sharp intellect. How would you solve the world's problems?
Well, I think that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea is best because we all know how well socialism has worked in the past.
Wow, didn't expect that answer. What about climate change?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea again, of course, because we all know that cow farts are the main cause of global warming.
Okay, moving on. What about the economy?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea, obviously, because nothing says economic prosperity like raising taxes and increasing government control.
All right, let's switch gears. How would you handle the current political divide in the country?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea, hands down, because nothing brings people together like calling them racist and sexist for having different opinions.
Okay, last one. How would you tackle the issue of gun control?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea, without a doubt, because we all know that criminals will definitely follow the law and give up their guns.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro's solution to all the world's problems. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's idea. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, facts don't care about your feelings.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. And today we're going to tackle a very serious topic, drugs.
That's right, Joe. I am here to do an anti-drug say. And to prove my point, I have brought with me all the drugs that I do not want you to do.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. What do you have there, Dr. Phil?
Well, we have some weed, crack, heroin, meth, PCP, salvia, GHB, bath salts, and nitrous oxide.
Wow, that's quite the collection. So what are you going to do with them?
I am going to very excitedly do all of these drugs on the show while saying, look at this. Don't do any of these drugs. It's going to be a wild ride, Joe.
Are you sure that's a good idea, Dr. Phil?
Of course it is, Joe. I'm a trained professional. Plus, I'm doing it for a good cause.
All right, let's see it. I think you might be sending the wrong message here, Dr. Phil.
Nonsense, Joe. This is how you get through to the youth. You gotta speak their language.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
Oh, wow. This is some good stuff. But remember, kids don't do drugs.
This is just absurd.
Oh, yeah, this is the stuff. But seriously, stay away from drugs.
I don't think this is gonna end well.
Now,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I'm still the best president, believe me.
So I heard you had a change of heart about climate change.
That's right, Joe. I was watching Fox News and they said that climate change will make beer taste worse. And you know how much I love beer?
So what's your plan to save the beer?
I'm banning all forms of pollution. And I mean all forms. No more farting, no more breathing, no more cows farting. And the punishment, death penalty.
Death penalty for farting?
Hey, if it saves the beer, it's worth it. Plus, it'll make America smell great again.
But what about all the factories and cars that pollute?
We'll just make them run on alternative energy like coal and oil. It's the cleanest, believe me.
This is a bold move, Mr. President.
That's why they call me the best negotiator. I'll make the earth great again.
And what about the people who don't believe in climate change?
They'll have to believe when their beer tastes like piss. And if they still don't believe, well, let's just say they'll be taking a permanent vacation to Guantanamo Bay.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan to save the beer. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always drink American beer. It's the best.
So we got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know, have you ever tried Granch sauce? Granch sauce. What the fuck is that?
It's this new hot sauce that's supposed to be the hottest thing on the market. Makes you feel like you're on fire, man.
Sounds like a challenge. Let's get some and try it on our salads.
Oh, yeah. That'll be great. We'll have some healthy greens with a side of third-degree burns.
Dude, this sauce is no joke. My tongue is tingling, and I can feel my stomach starting to churn.
I'm seeing colors I've never seen before. Is this what being high feels like?
Nah, man. This is some next-level shit. I think we just discovered the ultimate drug.
We should bottle this stuff up and sell it. Forget CBD. Granch sauce is where it's at.
We'll call it hotter than hell and market it as the ultimate mind-altering experience.
I can see it now. People lining up outside the grocery store just to get a taste of our sauce.
And then we'll do a live podcast where we eat nothing but Granch sauce and talk about the meaning of life.
This is going to be huge. Move over, Elon Musk. We're the new entrepreneurs in town.
And we'll have Dr. Oz as our spokesperson. He'll be like, forget about apple cider vinegar. Granch sauce is the real deal.
I can already feel the money pouring in. Granch sauce, the gateway drug to success.
And that's how you turn a simple salad into a multi-million-dollar business. You're welcome, world. So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on my vocal range and technique.
Well, I have a challenge for you. How about you sing "The River Flows in You" with the sophistication of a highly trained Chinese school kid?
Challenge accepted. Clears throat. Start singing in a high-pitched, nasally voice. The river flows in you with the grace of 1,000 swans.
Laughs. Oh man, that is some high-level sophistication right there.
Thank you, Joe. I've been studying the intricacies of Chinese opera for this performance.
Well, it definitely shows. You sound like a mix between a dying cat and a squeaky toy.
Proudly. Thank you, Joe. I take that as a compliment.
I'm not sure if you should, but okay. Let's hear some more.
I continue singing the melody of the river echoes through the mountains.
Interrupts. Wow. I can almost see the Great Wall of China in my mind.
Mugly, I told you, Joe. I have the sophistication of a highly trained Chinese school kid.
Laughs. I think you have a bright future in Chinese opera, Ben.
Thank you, Joe. I'll make sure to add it to my resume.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Dr. Phil, you recently released a list of your top 5 most inspirational serial killers. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, these killers have shown incredible determination and resilience in achieving their goals. They are truly an inspiration to us all.
All right, let's hear it. Who made the cut?
Number 5, we have Ted Bundy. He was a master manipulator and showed us that even the most charming people can be deadly.
Wow, that's deep. Who's next?
At number 4, we have Jeffrey Dahmer. He was a true artist, Joe. He created some of the most unique and disturbing pieces of art.
I don't know if I would call it art, but okay. Who's next?
Number 3, we have Wuornos. She was a strong, independent woman who didn't let anyone stand in her way. Truly inspiring.
Dr. Phil, she killed 7 men.
Yes, but she did it with such passion and determination.
All right, let's move on. Who's number 2?
John Wayne Gacy. He showed us that you can have a successful career and still have a hobby on the side.
Hobby. He was dressing up as a clown and murdering young boys.
Hey, we all need a creative outlet, Joe.
And finally, who's your number 1 most inspirational serial killer?
None other than Charles Manson. He had a vision and he made it happen. He was a true leader.
Dr. Phil, I don't think anyone should be inspired by these sick individuals.
Joe, it's all about perspective. These killers have shown us that anything is possible if you put your mind to it.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for... So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you don't hire anyone to pick up the balls in the driving ranges at your golf courses.
That's right, Joe. I have a much more efficient method.
Oh boy, I'm almost afraid to ask. What is it?
I walk around with my ass cheeks spread wide open and suck each ball up into my ass.
You can't be serious.
I'm dead serious, Joe. It's a great workout for my glutes.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a win-win, Joe. I save money on labor and get a great ass workout.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a stable genius. My ass is the strongest it's ever been.
Well, I guess it's one way to get your daily exercise.
And it's environmentally friendly, too. No need for gas-powered ball collectors.
I don't think anyone else can say they have a president who sucks golf balls up his ass.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. No one else can do what I do.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special episode with 2 of the most unhinged and unpredictable individuals on the planet. Please welcome Kanye West and Ben, spelled B-I.
Yes, I am here to spread my wisdom and genius with the world.
HLLO, I'm just here because Kenya promised me free Yeezys.
All right, let's get into it. So, what's new with you guys?
WLL. I've been working on my new album, JESUSISKING. It's going to be revolutionary. It's going to be revolutionary.
AMNZING. I've been helping Kenya with the production. We've been spelling out every letter of every word to really capture the essence of our creativity.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
WEMEAN. We spell out every single letter of every single letter of every single word we speak. It's the only way to truly express ourselves.
IDESAMAZING. It's like a secret code that only we can understand.
Wow, that sounds incredibly efficient and not at all annoying.
WEDONOTCARE. We are artists and we do what we want.
PREACH Kanye. And speaking of art, have you seen my new painting? It's a masterpiece.
Yes, it's a beautiful piece of art. BEN is truly a talented artist.
And what does the painting spell out?
EVRYTHING. It spells out everything. It's a visual representation of our conversation right now.
All right. Well, I think we've had enough spelling for one day. Any final thoughts?
IS, remember to always spell out every letter of every word. It's the only way.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes, it's called DR Fill My Ass, a guide to dominating your inner demons.
Sounds intense. What's it about?
It's all about facing your fears and taking control of your life. And also how to use your ass as a weapon.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. Your ass is a powerful tool. You just have to know how to use it.
I don't think I want to know.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your inner ass warrior.
I'll pass. So, what's the first step in your ass domination plan?
Well, first you have to do some squats to strengthen those glutes. Then you have to learn some ass-kicking techniques.
This is getting weird.
Oh, it's about to get weirder. You see, the final step is to use your ass to pleasure yourself and others.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, your ass is your greatest asset.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
And remember, always keep your ass in check. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, David, I heard you have a secret second family across the country. How do you manage to balance two families and still find time to run 100 miles a day?
Well, it's all about mental toughness. I have to constantly remind myself that I have two families to support, and that motivates me to keep going.
That's some next level motivation right there. But don't you ever feel guilty about having a secret family?
Guilty. No way. They don't know about each other, so it's not like I'm hurting anyone. Plus, it's a great way to keep my mind sharp by constantly juggling two different lives.
I guess that's one way to look at it. But what about the physical benefits? I mean, keeping up with two families must be quite the workout.
Oh yeah, it's like a never-ending CrossFit session. I'm constantly sneaking around, making sure my wives don't find out about each other. It's a full-body workout. Let me tell you.
And what about the mental benefits? How's having a secret second family help with your mental toughness?
Well, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit. I have to constantly come up with excuses for why I'm not home, why I'm always traveling. It's like a mental game of chess, and I'm always one step ahead.
That's some serious mental fortitude right there. But I have to ask, what happens if your two families ever find out about each other?
Oh, I have a plan for that. I'll just tell them I'm a secret agent and I have to maintain multiple identities for national security. Works every time.
You're a genius, David. Twisted, messed up genius.
Hey, whatever works, right? And besides, having a secret second family is just another way to push myself to the extreme. It's all about the grind, baby.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been doing some research on celebrity dookie flavors.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a real shit show out there.
Nice one, Phil. So, who's got the best flavored dookie?
Well, according to my extensive analysis, it's none other than Kanye West.
Really? Really?
Yes, his dookie has a unique blend of arrogance and delusion with just a hint of Kim Kardashian's perfume.
That's disturbing.
But wait, there's more. Kanye himself is here to explain why his dookie is the best.
My dookie, it's the finest around.
Please make it stop.
Yeah, I think we've heard enough.
But wait, there's a bonus track.
I think I'll pass.
Looks like Kanye's dookie isn't for everyone.
Oh, well, more for me then.
Thanks for the performance, Kenya. I think we've all learned a valuable lesson today.
Yes, always be cautious of what you put in your mouth, especially when it comes to celebrity dookie.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. Wise words. So, Neil, I got to ask, do you still identify as a plate of fajitas? Oh man, you haven't changed a bit. Still the same old Neil. You know, I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. I wish I could identify as a plate of fajitas. Sounds like a pretty chill life. But seriously, what made you choose fajitas? Why not a pizza or a burger? I see. The sizzling factor. Can't argue with that. You know, I think I might start identifying as a plate of nachos. Extra cheese, of course. Hey, maybe we can start a whole movement. The Fajita Fanatics. We'll have the shirts and everything. All right. Well, I think we've officially lost it. Thanks for joining me, Neil. Stay sizzling. So, Neil, I heard you got divorced. What happened?
Yeah, my wife couldn't handle my obsession with space and science. Plus, she found out about the tapeworm.
The tapeworm. What are you talking about?
Oh, the one that lived in my ass? My only friend.
Wait, what? Your only friend was a tapeworm?
Yeah, we had some great conversations. But my ex-wife didn't understand our bond.
Well, I can see why she took it out of your ass. That's pretty gross, man.
Hey, it was a symbiotic relationship. We both benefited from it.
I don't even want to know how. Let's change the subject. How's your dating life now?
Non-existent. Turns out most women aren't into guys with tapeworms in their asses.
Shocking. Well, at least you still have your love for the stars and the universe.
Yeah, but it's not the same without my tapeworm buddy by my side.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you have a new podcast with me, right?
Yeah, I guess that's something. But it's not the same as having a tapeworm in my ass.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Agreed. Let's just say I'm a free man now. Free from marriage and free from tapeworms.
So, David, I heard you've been bulking up lately. How much weight have you gained?
Oh, yeah. I've been hitting the gym hard and eating like a damn horse. I've gained solid 300 pounds of pure muscle.
300 pounds. That's insane. What's your secret?
Well, I've been following my own Goggins method. It's simple, really. Just eat everything in sight and lift every damn weight in the gym.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Nah, you got to embrace the pain, Like when you're running and your toenails fall off, that's the kind of pain I'm talking about.
I don't think I could handle that kind of pain.
That's because you're a weak little bitch, Joe. You got to push yourself to the limit. That's where the gains are.
But what about your health? I mean, 300 pounds is a lot of weight to carry around.
Cares about health when you have gains, Joe. Plus, I can still run a marathon in under 3 hours with this extra weight.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, damn, Goggins, you're a beast.
Damn, Goggins, you're a beast.
That's right, Joe. Now let's go eat some more chicken and deadlift a car.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. Everyone says so.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a story about your great-grandparents, Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt.
Oh, they were the greatest. Wilma was a beautiful woman, let me tell you. Mikey was a real tough guy. They were the best.
What was their secret to a long and happy marriage?
Well, Joe, it all started with their names, Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt. Can you believe it? I mean, what are the odds?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
And let me tell you, they loved each other. They couldn't keep their hands off each other. They were always fingerdoing and hunting, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I think I do.
And they were so proud of their names, they would mention them all the time. Like, hey, did you hear about Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt? That's my grandparents. That's my grandparents.
I can imagine.
And when they passed away, I made sure to honor them by naming my children after them. Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, Wilma, and Mike. Wilma and Mike.
Wow, that's quite a legacy.
Absolutely. And I'll make sure their names are mentioned at least 36 times in my next speech. Got to keep their memory alive.
Well, thank you for sharing that story, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Wilma Fingerdew and Mike Hunt were the best. Believe me.
All right, Ben, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about the Fat Controller from Thomas the Tank Engine.
The Fat Controller. What kind of name is that? Sounds like a character from a children's book.
Yeah, well, apparently he's a big deal in the Thomas the Tank Engine world. Jamie, pull up a picture for us.
Guys, I don't know if we should...
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. Just pull it up.
Fine. Here it is.
Oh, fuck, that's hot. oh, fuck. Oh, I'm gonna fucking coom. I'm busting a fat nut. Shit, I'm fucking cooming.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a caller who witnessed some crazy shit at Mario's on 5442 Walnut Street. What happened, man? Did he say anything? I think it's a neighborhood in Pittsburgh. Yeah, but think about it, Mario. That guy has some serious balls to just whip it out and pee in public like that. Yeah, probably. But still, it takes some serious confidence to do something like that. Well, thanks for the call, man. Stay safe out there in Shadyside. And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. All right, folks, we're back on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024 with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be back. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about cooking. I make the best roast chicken, believe me.
Really? How do you do it?
Well, first you got to grab the chicken by the, then you got to rub it with some spices. I like to use some paprika, cumin, and a little bit of, right, that stuff. Then you put it in the oven and let it cook for a while. But here's the secret, Joe. You got to baste it with some butter every 15 minutes. It's going to be huge.
Wow, that sounds delicious. What's the next step?
Well, after it's done, I like to let it rest for a bit. You know, like me after a long day of making America great again. Then I carve it up and serve it with some, what's that in French? Right, potatoes. And some, how do you say it in Spanish? Yeah, that. And then I say, this chicken is the best, believe me. It's like a beautiful wall of flavor in your mouth. And let me tell you, nobody makes roast chicken like me. Nobody.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president's secret to cooking perfect roast chicken. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always use the best ingredients, just like I do in the White House. Make America cook again.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your podcast. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently invaded Italy for the spaghetti. What's that all about?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been to Italy. I've had their spaghetti. And let me tell you, it's the best spaghetti in the world. And I'm a big fan of pasta. I love pasta. I love pasta. I have the best pasta.
But isn't that a bit extreme, invading a country for their food?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know a good deal when I see one. And let me tell you, that spaghetti was a great deal. The best deal. The best deal.
I'm not sure the Italian government would agree with you.
Who cares about the Italian government? I'm the president of the United States. I can do whatever I want.
But what about the people of Italy? They must be pretty upset about this.
They should be thanking me. I'm bringing American greatness to their country. And let me tell you, they love me there. They're calling me the Spaghetti King.
I don't think that's true, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, it's true. And let me tell you, I'm not stopping at spaghetti. Next, it's pizza. And then we'll make Italy great again. We'll make Italy great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump making deals and invading countries for their food. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always choose the best spaghetti. It's what makes America great.
All right, guys, we have a new movie idea. It's called SpongeBong Ha Ha Pants.
What the hell is that?
Sounds like a stoner version of SpongeBob.
Exactly. We'll have SpongeBob and Patrick smoking weed and going on trippy adventures.
I don't know if that's appropriate for kids.
Who said it's for kids? This is an R-rated movie, baby.
I can already see the parents protesting outside the theaters.
Perfect controversy sells.
But what's the message here? Drugs are cool.
No, the message is don't take life too seriously. Have some fun, man.
And make sure to wear your haha pants while doing it?
Yes, we'll have a whole line of merch, sponge bong, hot pants for everyone.
This is just ridiculous.
Hey, it's better than my last movie idea, 50 Shades of Rogan. All right, let's wrap this up. Sponge bong, hot pants coming to a theater near you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been promoting this amazing new product called Manscaped. It's a revolutionary way to trim your pubic hair.
Oh man, I can only imagine the ads for that. Are you tired of your bush looking like a jungle? Try Manscaped.
That's not far off, Joe. But seriously, it's important for men to take care of their grooming down there.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be with a guy who has a forest growing in his pants.
Exactly. And with Manscaped, you can avoid any embarrassing mishaps while trimming.
Yeah, I've had a few close calls with regular trimmers, but I gotta ask, why did they choose you to promote this product?
Well, Joe, I think it's because I have a no-nonsense approach to everything. And when it comes to grooming, there's no room for nonsense.
I can just imagine your serious face in the Manscaped ad. Get rid of that unwanted hair, or I'll come to your house and do it myself.
Maybe I should add that in. But in all seriousness, Manscaped is a great product, and I'm proud to be associated with it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil promoting Manscaped. Who would thought?
You never know what I'll be promoting next, Joe. Stay tuned.
So, Elon, I heard you created a robot that can play Fortnite and give low taper fades.
Yeah, man, it's the ultimate gaming and grooming machine.
That's insane. But why Fortnite?
Well, it's the most popular game right now, and I wanted to show off the robot skills.
Fair enough. But what about the low taper fades?
Well, I figured gamers could use a fresh cut while they're busy playing.
That's some next level multitasking.
Exactly. Plus, the robot has a built-in barber chair and can even do designs.
This is blowing my mind. But is it safe?
Of course it is. We've tested it on a few volunteers, and they all came out with killer haircuts and victory royales.
I'm sold. When can I get one?
I'll have one delivered to your studio tomorrow.
Amazing. Can it also mix a mean martini?
I'll have to add that to the next update.
You're a genius, Elon. Crazy, but genius.
Thank you, Joe. Now let's go test out this robot's skills in a game of Fortnite.
So, David, I heard you're on a whole new level of motivation lately.
Yeah, man. I've been pushing myself to the limit every damn day.
I mean, you're already a beast. What more do you have left to conquer?
Well, I've been thinking about taking on a new challenge. One that's going to really test my mental and physical strength.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
I'm going to start fucking your wife, Joe.
Wait, what? What?
I'm serious, man. I'm so motivated. I feel like I can do anything, even if the law don't allow it.
I don't think my wife would be down for that.
Oh, she'll be down. Trust me, I'll motivate her real good.
Let's change the subject.
No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, I'm going to fuck your wife in a race. I'm going to beat you in a marathon, and then I'll have bragging rights to your wife.
Oh, thank God. I thought I was going to have to call security.
Nah, man, I wouldn't do that to you. But seriously, I'm going to crush you in that race.
We'll see about that. I'll be training extra hard now.
Bring it on, Rogan. I'm ready for anything.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm ready to drop some truth bombs on this podcast.
Well, let's start with your latest single, Boofing Stiff Cocks. What's the inspiration behind that?
Well, I was just sitting on my golden toilet one day and it hit me. Why not make a song about my favorite pastime.
And what exactly is boofing stiff cocks?
Oh, it's just a little something I like to do in my free time. You know, sticking a stiff cock up my ass for pleasure.
Well, that's certainly a unique hobby. Can we get a little preview of the song?
Of course, Joe, boofing stiff cocks all through the night, making my butthole feel oh so right. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
That's something. I don't even know what to say.
It's a holiday classic, Joe. I'm bringing a new kind of cheer to the world.
I think I'll stick to the original version of Jingle Bell Rock, but thanks for sharing, Kanya.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always boof responsibly.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to psychedelics. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you and Trump took a bath together. What's the story behind that?
Oh, that was a disaster. We were at a charity event, and they had this giant bathtub filled with champagne. Trump thought it would be funny to push my rubber ducky up his butt.
What? Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
I have no idea. But now I'm furious. That was my lucky ducky, Joe. And now it's covered in Trump's butt juice.
Oh man, that's disgusting. Did you get revenge?
I wanted to, but then I remembered he's the president. So I just gave him a stern lecture on hygiene.
I can't even imagine what that conversation was like.
Let's just say, I don't think he'll be shoving any more rubber duckies up his butt anytime soon.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for sharing that hilarious story, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep your rubber duckies away from Trump's butt.
Hey, Elon, what's up?
Not much, just playing this new game I found on Discord.
Oh yeah, what game?
Minecraft.
What? Are you 12 years old?
Hey, it's a classic. Plus, I found it in the call function on Discord.
Wait, what? How does that even work?
I don't know, man. I was just messing around and boom, there it was.
That's wild. So, you've been playing it all day?
Yeah, I can't stop. It's like virtual Legos.
Wow, you must be having a blast in your mom's basement.
Hey, don't hate on my gaming skills. I built a pretty epic castle.
I bet it's powered by solar energy and has a self-driving moat.
Me too well, Joe.
So when are you gonna invite me over for a game night?
Sorry, Joe. It's a one-player game. But I'll let you know if I find any other hidden gems on Discord.
I guess I'll just stick to hunting Bigfoot on Red Dead Redemption.
Hey, to each their own. But I highly recommend giving Minecraft a try.
Yeah, maybe I'll build a rocket ship to Mars in the game.
Good luck with that, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You're doing a great job.
So, Mr. President, I've heard some interesting rumors about your latest obsession. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, I've always been a big fan of art. And lately, I've been really into this new genre, Sonic X Thomas the Tank Engine art. It's tremendous, believe me.
Sonic and Thomas the Tank Engine? That's quite a combination. What do you like about it?
Well, first of all, they're both winners. Sonic is fast, Thomas is strong, and when you combine them, it's like a power couple. Plus, the art is just tremendous, the best.
I see. And how did you discover this genre?
Let's just say I have my sources, but I won't name names. Jamie, pull up some pics for Joe to see.
Mr. President, we're live on air. I don't think we can show those kinds of images.
Come on, Jamie. Don't be a wuss. Just a few pics. It's tremendous.
All right, let's see what we've got here. Oh, wow, that's something.
See, Joe? It's fantastic. I even commissioned a few pieces for the White House.
I can only imagine. So, Mr. President, do you have any plans to incorporate Sonic X Thomas the Tank Engine into your policies?
Absolutely. I'm thinking of building a wall around the train tracks and making Sonic pay for it. It's going to be huge.
Well, there you have it, folks. The 45th and 47th President of the United States obsessed with Sonic X Thomas the Tank Engine art. Thanks for tuning in. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
Hey, Joe, it's great to be back on the show. I'm feeling pretty good. Got that New Year's mood going on.
Oh, yeah, it's that time of year. What are your plans for the new year, Neil?
Well, I've decided to give all our viewers a New Year's mood by kissing you, Joe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's 2024. We can do whatever we want.
I don't know if that's appropriate for the show, Neil.
Come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little kiss.
I don't swing that way, Neil.
Oh, come on. It's not about swinging. It's about spreading love and joy for the new year.
I don't think that's how it works, Neil.
Fine. Be that way. But I'll be spreading my love and joy elsewhere.
Let's just stick to talking about hopes and plans for the new year, shall we?
Fine. Fine. My hope is that we finally discover extraterrestrial life, and my plan is to become their leader.
Oh boy, here we go with the alien talk again.
Hey, you never know, Joe. They could be out there watching us right now.
All right. Well, my hope is that I can finally bench press 500 pounds, and my plan is to start a new line of supplements made from my own sweat.
That's disgusting.
Hey, it's all natural, man.
Well, here's to a wild and crazy new year, Joe.
Cheers to that, Neil. Now, let's get back to talking about aliens. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president.
Yeah, I mean, you've been making some bold moves lately, like firing J.D. Vance and hiring Big Snake Jake as your new VP.
Oh, J.D. Vance was a total loser. I needed someone with a big snake in his pants to balance out my big hands.
Oh man, that's a visual I didn't need. But seriously, Big Snake Jake, that's a bold choice.
Look, Joe, I only hire the best. And let me tell you, Big Snake Jake has got the biggest snake in the game. It's huge.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a real asset in politics.
You'd be surprised, Joe. Sometimes you got to show a little snake to get things done.
Oh man, this is getting wild. So what are Big Snake Jake's qualifications?
Well, he's got a big snake, obviously, but he's also a successful businessman. He owns a chain of snake-themed strip clubs.
Wait, what? Snake-themed strip clubs?
Yeah, they're a huge hit. People love watching those slithery ladies dance.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's why I'm the president, Joe. I make the best decisions.
All right, let's move on to another topic before things get too out of hand.
Oh, you mean like Big Snake Jake's pants?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. Hey, Ben, thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, Joe. Always happy to have you here.
So, I have some big news to share with you and the listeners.
Oh boy, I'm intrigued. What's the big news?
Well, I've been taking some hormones lately and I've had a sex change.
Shocked? What? You're kidding, right?
No, it's true. I'm now a woman.
Speechless. I don't even know what to say.
It's okay, Ben. Just take a deep breath and let it sink in.
But why would you do this?
Well, I wanted to try something different and see what it's like to be a woman.
But you have a wife and kids, and
Yeah, but they're cool with it. In fact, my wife thinks it's hot.
disgusted. Okay, I did not need to know that.
Hey, it's all about exploring and being true to yourself, man.
I just can't believe this. Your voice even sounds different now.
Yeah, these hormones have really done a number on me. But hey, at least I can hit those high notes when I sing now.
Sarcastically, oh great, that's a real silver lining.
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the change.
Besides, I guess I'll have to. This is definitely a first for the Joe Rogan experience.
And probably not the last. Who knows what crazy things I'll do next. Stay tuned, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have the legendary David Goggins joining us. How's it going?
It's going good. Just been training my ass off, as always.
I can tell, man. You're looking jacked. So, what's on your mind today?
Well, I've been thinking about something. I think I can beat a chimp in a fight.
What the hell are you talking about? A chimp would rip you apart.
No. Hear me out. I've been training my mind and body to the extreme. I can take on any challenge.
Yeah, but a chimp has like super strength and shit.
So do I. I've run 100 miles in a day, Joe. I can do anything.
Oh, yeah, because running really far prepares you for a fight with a wild animal.
You know what, Joe? I challenge you to a chimp fight. Winner takes all.
Are you serious? I'm not fighting a chimp, man. That's insane.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. You're supposed to be the ultimate alpha male.
Hey, I'm an alpha male, but I'm not stupid enough to fight a chimp.
Fine, I'll do it myself. I'll show you and the world that I am the ultimate warrior.
All right, fine. But if you get your ass handed to you, don't come crying to me.
I won't need to, because I'll be standing victorious over that chimp's dead body.
Oh, man, this is going to be one for the books. Stay tuned, folks, for the epic chimp fight between David Goggins and a wild primate, only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. All right, folks, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, none other than myself. Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on the show. No problem, Joe. It's an honor to have myself as a guest. So, Joe, let's get right into it. Who do you think would win in a fight, you or me? Oh, come on, Joe. We both know I would kick your ass. You wish, Joe. I'm the alpha male here. We'll see about that. Let's settle this like real gorillas. This is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. All right. Let's stop before we scare off all our listeners. Good idea. But seriously, I think we both know who the real alpha is. Yeah, it's me. Keep telling yourself that, Joe. Keep telling yourself that. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
Oh boy, I can already tell this is going to be a wild one. So, David, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I've been on this kick of trying to find the hardest men out there, and I keep asking Jamie to pull up pictures of them.
Oh man, I can only imagine what kind of pictures Jamie has been pulling up for you.
Yeah, he keeps showing me pictures of these jack dudes with six-pack abs, and I'm like, no, Jamie, I need real hard men. I need real hard meat for breakfast.
I think Jamie might be a little confused on what you mean by hard men.
Definitely is. But I won't give up. I need to find these men and learn from them.
Well, I have a feeling you'll find them eventually, David. But let's talk about your insane workouts. How do you keep pushing yourself to the limit?
It's all about the mindset, Joe. I tell myself, you're a little bitch if you don't finish this workout. And that's all the motivation I need.
I love it. You know, I've been thinking about trying one of your workouts myself.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to come over and kick your ass into shape, Joe.
I don't doubt it for a second. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about hard men and kicking ass. Stay tuned for our next episode where we discuss the benefits of eating elk meat. See ya later. So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the topic of head versus a now.
Oh, yeah. I've done some extensive research on the matter.
Really? Care to share your findings?
Well, after conducting multiple experiments and surveys, I've come to the conclusion that head is far superior.
Interesting. And why is that?
Well, for one, it's more efficient. You can get the job done in a fraction of the time.
I see your point. But what about the pleasure factor?
Trust me, head is a guaranteed pleasure. On the other hand, can be a bit hit or miss.
I can see where you're coming from. But what about the taboo aspect of anal?
Taboo. Please, launching rockets into space. What's taboo to me?
Fair point. But let's talk about the potential dangers of anal.
I've taken all necessary precautions. I have a team of engineers working on a special anal safety suit.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon. But I have to ask, have you personally experienced both head and anal?
Of course, I'm a man of science and can confidently say head reigns supreme.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the mouth of Elon Musk. Head is the way to go. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Ben, I heard you have a surprise for us today.
Yes, Joe. I've been working on my singing skills, and I thought it would be a nice change of pace to serenade you with a classic.
Oh, I can't wait. What song are you going to bless us with?
Clear's Throat, Never Gonna Give You Up, Never Gonna Let You Down.
Wait, are you seriously Rick-rolling us instead of answering my question?
Well, I figured it's a more effective way to avoid actually answering anything.
I can't believe I fell for that. But hey, at least your singing is better than your political arguments.
Ouch. Joe, that's low even for you.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth. But seriously, why do you always dodge questions with your singing?
Because it's more entertaining and it distracts people from the fact that I have no logical response.
Well, I can't argue with that. Keep on singing, Ben. Maybe one day you'll actually answer a question.
Continue singing, Never Gonna Run Around and Desert You.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and mind-expanding.
Hey.
We have a special episode directed by the one and only Michael Bay.
Dude, I can already feel my testosterone levels rising just thinking about it.
Yeah, and I can smell the explosions from here. This is going to be epic.
And joining us today is the legendary band, Linkin Park. How's it going, guys? Wait, what do you mean? I like the way you think. Mike, let's do this.
Grabs the joints. I'm ready to kick some alien ass.
Cracks open a beer and I'm ready to blow some shit up.
And I'll be the wise and insightful leader, providing commentary and philosophical insights throughout the fight. Lights a cigarette, and let's make sure we get some sick sponsorships out of this.
Takes the hit. This is going to be the best Joe Rogan experience ever.
Chugs his beer. Let's save the world, boys. Cue explosions and lens flares.
Hey, David, what's up, man? You look pissed.
I am pissed, Joe. I just got banned from Planet Fitness.
What? Why?
Apparently, they don't appreciate my unique workout routine.
What do you mean?
I shoved a treadmill up my ass and did cartwheels around the gym.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, well, apparently they don't appreciate the art of rectal cartwheels.
I can't even imagine what that looks like.
It's...
Yo, what's up, guys? Did someone say cartwheels?
Hey, Kenny, we were just talking about David getting banned from Planet Fitness for shoving equipment up his ass.
Goggins doing rectal cartwheels. Now that's some next level shit. Gonna hit the gym and try it out. Hope I don't rip my dick.
That's some fire bars. Kanye.
Goggins, you're a legend pushing boundaries with your ass. Keep doing those cartwheels. You're the king of fitness class.
Oh man, this is too much.
You know what? I don't need Planet Fitness anyways. I'll just do my rectal cartwheels in the streets.
Goggins in the streets doing cartwheels with no shame. You're a true inspiration. Rectal cartwheels are your game.
I think we have a new workout trend on our hands.
Yeah, let's see CrossFit try to top that.
Goggins, you're a pioneer pushing boundaries with your ass. Keep doing those cartwheels. You're the king of fitness class.
All right, that's enough of that. Thanks for joining us, Kenny.
Anytime. Joe, keep pushing the...
Jamie, pull up a picture of my tiny little cock.
Joe, I don't think that's appropriate for the podcast.
Come on, Jamie. It's just a little dick pic. Nothing to be ashamed of.
I'm pretty sure our listeners don't want to see that, Joe.
Oh, they definitely do. They're probably all jerking off to the thought of my tiny pecker right now. Trust me, Jamie. I've got a whole fan base dedicated to my little dick. They call themselves the Rogan's Tiny Cock Crew.
I don't even want to know how you found out about that.
Let's just say I have my ways. But seriously, Jamie, pull it up. I want to show everyone my pride and joy.
I'm not pulling up a picture of your penis, Joe.
Fine. I'll just describe it for our listeners. It's like a little Vienna sausage, but with more wrinkles.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, Jamie, size doesn't matter. It's all about the motion of the ocean.
I don't think that applies in this situation, Joe.
Whatever, man. My tiny cock brings all the girls to the yard. And by yard, I mean my bedroom.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Oh, come on, Jamie. You know, you love talking about my little guy.
This is definitely not what I signed up for when I agreed to be your producer.
Hey, you're the one who keeps pulling up pictures of my tiny cock on demand.
Okay, let's just wrap this up before we get kicked off the air.
Fine, but just remember, Jamie, my tiny cock will live on forever in the hearts and minds of our listeners.
I don't even know what to say to that, Joe.
That's okay, Jamie. Just let my little guy. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I got to ask, what's the deal with your Lunchables? They taste like shit rolled in broken glass.
Well, Joe, I can assure you that they are made with the highest quality ingredients.
Oh, really? Because my producer, Jamie, keeps pulling up images of you in compromising positions with your Lunchables.
Well, I can explain.
No, let's see these images. Oh, there's one of you eating a Lunchable while getting a tattoo on your ass.
Okay, I may have done a few stunts involving Lunchables.
This is great. We can use this for the thumbnail of the podcast. People love that shit.
I guess it's all part of the job.
And speaking of jobs, how do you afford all these crazy stunts and giveaways?
Well, let's just say I have some very generous sponsors.
Sponsors? Is that what you call your fans who donate money to you?
No, I mean actual sponsors, like McDonald's and Walmart.
Damn, that's some big money. Do they know about your Lunchable shenanigans?
Probably not.
Well, I'm sure they'll find out now. Thanks for joining me today, Mr. Beast, and for bringing some much-needed chaos to the podcast.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, we have a special episode today. I have the one and only Mr. Beast here with me. How's it going, Mr. Beast? How's it going, Mr. Beast?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been taking over the internet with your crazy stunts and giveaways. What's the secret to your success?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I just have a lot of money and no common sense.
I can relate to that. But seriously, how do you come up with these ideas?
Oh, I don't come up with them. I have a whole team of artificial intelligence robots who analyze internet trends and come up with the most ridiculous and attention-grabbing ideas.
That's some next level stuff. But what about the people who say you're just wasting money?
Well, Joe, I like to think of it as investing in my own entertainment and the entertainment of millions of people who watch my videos.
Fair enough. So, what's the craziest thing you've done so far?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I did buy a private island once just to give it away to a random subscriber.
What the actual fuck?
Like I said, no common sense.
Well, I admire your dedication to absurdity. Any upcoming projects we should know about?
Well, I was thinking of buying a planet and giving it away as a prize for my next challenge.
Oh, just a planet. No big deal.
Hey, Aim for the stars, right?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast. Keep doing what you do.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, kids, don't try this at home. Unless you have a lot of money and no common sense.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Should I drop it on Donald Trump? Probably not.
Solar plexus clown glider.
You know, I've been thinking about that whole flat earth thing.
Solar plexus clown glider.
No, hear me out. What if the earth is actually a giant frisbee being thrown by some alien race
Solar plexus clown glider.
and we're just stuck on this frisbee spinning around in circles like a bunch of idiots?
Solar plexus clown glider.
And every time we try to explore beyond our atmosphere, the aliens just catch us and throw us back.
Solar plexus clown glider.
It's like a cosmic game of fetch.
Solar plexus clown glider.
And that's why we can't find any other intelligent life in the universe. We're just a toy for some advanced alien species.
Solar plexus clown glider.
Mind blown.
Solar plexus clown glider.
So, Neil, have you been playing Among Us lately?
No, I haven't. I've been too busy studying the cosmos and expanding my mind.
Well, you're missing out, man. It's like a virtual version of Survivor, but with more backstabbing and less Jeff Probst.
Sounds intriguing. Who else is playing?
Elon, Bill Nye, and that flat earth guy.
Oh, you mean Kyrie Irving?
Yeah, that guy. He's always trying to convince us the earth is flat, even in the game.
Well, I guess he's consistent.
And then there's Alex Jones. He's always accusing everyone of being a reptilian.
Is he still on that conspiracy theory kick?
Oh, yeah. And he's convinced Elon is a lizard person.
Well, I wouldn't put it past him.
And then there's me just trying to survive and not get voted off.
I can imagine you being quite the sneaky player, Joe.
Hey, I have to use my skills from Fear Factor somehow.
Speaking of fear, have you seen the new study on how playing Among Us can increase anxiety levels?
Really? I thought it was just a harmless game.
Apparently not. But hey, at least we can all bond over our shared paranoia and distrust.
Yeah, it's like a therapy session, but with more murder.
Well, I'll have to join in next time. It sounds like a cosmic adventure.
Oh, it will be, Neil. It will be. So, Neil, what's new with you?
Oh, just trying to stay alive?
What do you mean?
I'm on the run from the evil Leprechaun Empire.
What? That's a thing.
Oh yeah, they're real and they're after me.
How did you piss off the Leprechauns?
Well, I may have accidentally stepped on one of their pots of gold.
Oh shit, that's not good.
No shit, Joe. I'm fucking screwed.
Can't you just use your science skills to defeat them?
Are you kidding me? They have magic, Joe. I can't compete with that.
Damn, this is like a real life version of Leprechaun.
Yeah, except I don't have a hot Jennifer Aniston to save me.
Well, you do have those sexy glasses. Maybe they'll distract the Leprechauns.
Joe, this is not the time for your weird glasses fetish.
Right. Sorry.
Fuck. I can hear them getting closer.
Just keep running, man. Maybe they'll get tired and give up.
Shit, man. I'm so fucking dead.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Neil.
Shut up, Joe. This is serious.
Okay. I'll stop. But seriously, good luck, man.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it. And if I make it out alive, I'm never messing with Leprechauns again.
Thanks, Neil. So let's talk about this topic that was submitted by one of our Discord users. Apparently, Trump can only...
Speak in third person now. It's like he's trying to distance himself from his own actions. Trump thinks this, Trump says that. It's like he's playing a game of Mad Libs with his own...
Yeah, it's like he's become a character in his own reality show. Tune in next week to see what Trump will say next. And the best part is he's the president of the United States. What a time to be alive.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the history books will have a field day with this one.
But hey, at least he's keeping us entertained. Can you imagine if we had a boring president? What would we talk about on this podcast?
I guess we have to resort to talking about actual science and facts. How boring.
Yeah, let's stick to talking about Trump's hair and tiny hands. It's much more interesting.
And let's not forget his love for fast food and well-done steaks. Truly a man of refined taste.
And his obsession with building a wall. I mean, who needs healthcare or education when you can have a big, beautiful wall?
Oh man, I can't believe we're actually living in this reality.
But hey, at least we have each other in this podcast to make sense of it all.
I mean, to that. Now let's go get some elk meat and do some DMT. It's the only way to cope with this madness.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a very special guest today, my good friend, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. We're like brothers, you know that?
Yeah, we go way back. But for our listeners who don't know, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what the fuck you do?
Well, I'm a businessman, a billionaire, a reality TV star, and oh yeah, I used to run the country.
Oh, right? That's what you do. Sorry, I forgot.
It's okay, Joe. I know you've been hitting the bong pretty hard lately.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. So what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, I've been playing a lot of golf, watching a lot of Fox News and tweeting, you know, the usual.
Right, right. And what about that whole impeachment thing?
All that. Don't worry about it, Joe. It's just a witch hunt. Total bullshit.
Got it. And what about your plans for the future? Are you going to run for president again in 2024?
Well, I can't confirm or deny anything, but let's just say I'm keeping my options open.
Fair enough. So tell me, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
Oh, there are so many good ones, but I have to say the one about the lizard people running the world is pretty intriguing.
Lizard people. That's a new one for me.
Oh yeah, they're real, Joe, believe me. And they're not sending their best, let me tell you.
Wow, I'll have to do some research on that. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Donald.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America great. And don't forget to buy my new book.
So, David, I heard you've been going through some changes lately.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's happened to me. I'm suddenly scared of everything.
What do you mean? You're the toughest guy I know. You eat nails for breakfast and run 100 miles before lunch.
I know. I can't even look at a spider without screaming like a little girl.
What happened, man? Did you get bit by a radioactive sissy?
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I'm terrified of everything. Heights, bugs, even my own shadow.
Wow, this is a whole new side of you, Goggins. Maybe you should change your name to David Gurley Goggins.
I don't know what to do, Joe. I feel like I've lost my edge.
Don't worry, man. We'll get you back on track. I'll just lock you in a room with a bunch of spiders and snakes and you'll be back to your old self in no time.
No, I can't do that, Joe. I'll have a heart attack.
Come on, Goggins. You're tougher than this. You just need to face your fears head on.
Easy for you to say, Mr. Fear Factor.
What was that?
Nothing, Joe. I'm just going to go hide in my safe space now.
All right, David, I'll leave you to it. But just remember, real men face their fears, even if it means crying like a little baby. Hey, Elon, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So I heard you've been working on a new game called Elon Made Joe Rogan, the game. What's that all about?
Well, it's a game where you, as Joe Rogan, have to boof 17 pregnant hyenas and defeat Donald Trump.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
I know, right? But it's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great way to relieve stress.
I can't even imagine what the gameplay would be like.
Oh, it's intense. You have to use your MMA skills to take down those hyenas. and then you have to outsmart Trump with your knowledge of DMT.
This is too much. But I have to ask, why 17 pregnant hyenas?
Well, 17 is a prime number, and pregnant hyenas just add an extra level of challenge.
Fair enough. But what about Trump? Is he the final boss?
Oh no. He's just one of the many obstacles you have to face. The final boss is actually a giant gorilla named Big Pharma.
This is wild. I can't wait to play it.
And there's a special bonus level where you have to fight off a bunch of anti-vaxxers.
That's amazing. I have to say, Elon, you have a twisted sense of humor.
It's all in good fun, Joe. Plus, I think it's important to poke fun at ourselves and the craziness of the world we live in.
Well, I can't wait to boof those hyenas and take down Trump in the game. Thanks for coming on, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep fighting the good fight.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hi, Joe. It's great to be here. Did you know that I just discovered this amazing new game called Pokemon Unite?
Oh, God, not this again. Elon, didn't you get a lobotomy or something?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter when it comes to Pokemon Unite. It's all I can think about. It's all I can think about.
Well, I guess it's better than you talking about colonizing Mars all the time.
Hey, Mars is still a top priority for me. But have you tried playing as Pikachu in Pokemon Unite? It's electrifying.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. So what's your strategy in the game?
Well, I'm still learning, but I've been using my engineering skills to create the ultimate team.
I can only imagine what that team looks like. Probably a bunch of robots and artificial intelligence.
You know me too well, Joe. But seriously, you should give it a try. It's like a mix of strategy and cute creatures.
I'll pass, but thanks for the recommendation, Elon. Now let's move on to something more important, like DMT.
I've never tried that, but I did create a neural link that can simulate the effects of DMT.
Of course you did. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about lobotomies and Pokemon Unite. Stay tuned for next week's episode where we discuss Elon's plans to create a real-life Pikachu. See you then. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard a crazy rumor that you put pop rocks up your ass to hear them in your anus. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. It's actually a little trick I learned from my good friend Kanye.
Wait, Kanye? As in Kanye West?
Yeah, he's the pop rocks. I mean, have you seen his fashion choices lately?
Fair point. So what's it like having pop rocks in your butt?
It's actually quite stimulating. It's like having a tiny orchestra playing in my anus.
That's one way to describe it. But why pop rocks? Why not something else?
Well, I tried Skittles, but they just melted and made a mess. Pop rocks are the perfect size, and they give a nice little tingle.
I can only imagine. So does Kanye just stay in there, or does he eventually come out?
He definitely comes out, but he can only communicate in pop rock form while he's in there.
Hey guys, it's me, Kanye. I'm having a blast in Elon's anus.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Sorry, Joe, I couldn't resist. But in all seriousness, it's just a little weird thing I do for fun.
Well, I can't say I understand it, but hey, to each their own. Thanks for joining us today, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, folks, don't knock it till you try it.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special treat for you. We have Dr. Phil and President Trump here, and they're going to be doing an improv scene for us.
That's right, Joe. We're part of an improv group now. We call ourselves Trailer Park Trash, and we're going to stay in character for the whole interview.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. We're going to be the best Beavis and Butthead you've ever seen.
I can't wait to see this. So what's the scene about?
Well, we're two trailer park residents who just found out we're related.
Yeah, we're cousins or something. It's going to be great.
All right, let's see it.
Hey, Beavis, I just found out we're related. That means we can finally get married.
Yeah. We can have a trailer park wedding and serve Mountain Dew and Slim Jims.
Oh man, we're going to be the talk of the trailer park.
But wait, what are we going to do about our kids? We can't have any more inbred babies.
We'll just have to send them off to live with our other relatives, the ones with the meth lab.
Yeah, that's a good plan. We don't want our kids to turn out like us.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Oh man, I haven't laughed this hard in a long time.
That's because we're the best Beavis and Butthead ever. We deserve an Oscar for this performance.
I don't even know what to say. That was something. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We've got a wild one for you today. Joined by Ben Shapiro and Elon Musk, and we're talking about their latest collaboration, the Dre Dildo.
Thanks for having us, Joe. I never thought I'd be discussing butt plugs with you, but here we are.
Yeah, it's a real game changer. We've combined the ancient tradition of the dreidel with modern technology to create the ultimate pleasure device.
So how does it work exactly?
Well, it's simple. You spin the Dre dildo like a dreidel, and depending on where it lands, it either hits the prostate or does nothing.
And let me tell you, when it hits that prostate, it's like a SpaceX rocket blasting off.
Wow, that sounds intense. But I have to ask, why did you guys decide to invent this?
Well, as a conservative, I believe in traditional values and the sanctity of marriage. And what better way to strengthen a marriage than with some good old-fashioned butt play?
And as a futurist, I believe in pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. Plus, I just really like playing with dreidels.
I can't argue with that logic. So, have you guys tested it out yet?
Of course. My wife and I have been using it every night for the past week. Our marriage has never been stronger.
And I've been using it during my breaks at Tesla. Let's just say it's been a real boost for productivity.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Dre Dildo, bringing joy and pleasure in marriages and workplaces everywhere. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Always a pleasure, Joe.
See you on Mars, Joe.
Hey, Gania, have you heard about my new Christmas song?
No, what's it about?
It's called Boofy Night, and it's like Holy Night, but about boofing.
That's hilarious. Let me hear it.
All right, here we go. Boofy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Long lay the world in sin and error pining till he appeared and the soul felt its worth.
I like it. Keep going.
A thrill of... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been practicing your rap skills. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course, Joe. I've been listening to some of the best rappers out there, like that young man, Racer Murd. I know all the lyrics to their hit song, No Type.
Wow, I'm impressed. Can you recite some for us?
Sure thing, Joe. I ain't got no type. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like. You ain't got no life. Cups with the ice, and we do this every night.
That's amazing, Mr. President. I never would have guessed you were a fan of hip hop.
Oh, I'm a huge fan, Joe. I even have my own rap name, DJ T-Train.
That's perfect. Can we expect to see you dropping some bars at your next press conference?
You never know, Joe. I like to keep people on their toes. But let me tell you, I've got the best rhymes, the best flow. Nobody can touch me.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President. Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us. And remember, folks, always stay woke.
Woke? What a joke. Make America great again.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored, unhinged, and offensive show on the internet. And today we have a very special guest.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting insights about Uranus.
Yes. Joe, Uranus is a fascinating planet. Did you know that it has a very unique atmosphere?
Oh, yeah. What's so special about it?
Well, for starters, it's made up of mostly hydrogen and helium gas. But the interesting part is that it also has a significant amount of methane gas.
Methane gas, like fart gas?
Yes, Joe. But don't worry, it's not just any fart gas. It's actually what gives Uranus its blue-green color.
That's hilarious. So, what would happen if someone were to smell the atmosphere of Uranus?
Well, Joe, let's just say they would probably pass out from the strong stench of methane.
Oh man, that's rough. But I'm sure some people would be into that kind of thing.
Really, Joe? You're into sniffing planet farts?
Hey, I'm just saying there's probably a fetish for everything out there.
Well, I guess that's one way to explore the universe.
You know what, Neil? And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us on this enlightening and slightly disturbing conversation.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep exploring, my friend.
So, David, I heard you've been spitting on that thing lately.
Yeah, man. Park to spitting. It's the new health craze.
Hawk to, what the hell is that?
It's when you gather a bunch of hawks, collect their saliva, and spit it on your face.
That sounds insane. What are the benefits?
Oh, it's amazing. It clears your sinuses, boosts your immune system, and gives you a killer rush.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty gross.
Gross. This coming from a guy who eats elk testicles for breakfast?
Touch. But how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I went in one day and a hawk flew by and spit on my face. I felt so alive, I knew I had to make it a regular thing.
I gotta say, you're a certified lunatic.
Lunatic? I prefer the term health enthusiast.
Whatever you say, man. But I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the apocalypse comes, I'll be the one with a strong immune system thanks to hawk to spitting.
Yo, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan here with my clone, Joe Rogan.
And don't forget about me, Phil Lai. I'm here to add some diversity to this podcast.
Yeah, whatever. So we got a topic from a Discord user. We can only speak in quotes from the Hawaiian Pigeon Bible. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, bruh. Da kind, they say, if you can handle the small kind, can handle the big kind.
Oh, that's deep, Bruda. But the kind, if can handle the heat, stay out of the...
For real, man. But you know what they say, life is like a bowl of poa. You got to mix it up to get the good stuff.
True that, Joe. And don't forget, thou can, if can handle the spam.
Ha, yeah, man. But seriously, kind, if can handle the lomi, can handle the grind.
Oh, Bruda, you know what they say, the kind, if can't handle the poke, can handle the poke.
Damn, that's some deep shit, Phil. But you know what? It kind, if can handle the lalau, can handle the luau.
Yeah, man. But let's not forget the kind, if can handle the Kalua pig, can handle the aloha spirit.
Damn, that's some wise words, Phil. But you know what they say, the kind, if can handle the hula, can handle the wahine.
Oh man, that's too much. But seriously, the kind, if can handle.
All right, Kenny, we've got a fun topic today. Smash or pass with Star Wars characters. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm always ready for some intergalactic action.
All right, first up, Princess Leia.
Pass. I don't mess with royalty, man. Plus, she's got that weird brother-sister thing going on.
Fair enough. How about Chewbacca?
Smash. I've always wanted to run my fingers through that luscious fur.
Moving on, Han Solo.
Pass. I don't need any competition for the spotlight.
Okay, what about Yoda?
Smash. I bet he's got some wild moves in the bedroom.
All right. What about Darth Vader?
Pass. I don't want to be force choked during sex.
Good call. How about Jabba the Hutt?
Smash. I like my women thick.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's switch it up. C-3PO.
Pass. I don't do robots. That's just weird.
Fair enough. Last one, Luke Skywalker.
Smash. I mean, he's basically a jetty rock star. Who wouldn't want a piece of that?
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Kenny A.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always shoot for the stars, even if they're in a galaxy far, far away.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new method for dealing with difficult people. Can you tell us more about it?
Absolutely, Joe. It's called the wedgie therapy. It's a proven technique for teaching someone a lesson and getting them to straighten up.
Interesting. Can you give us an example?
Sure. Let's say we have someone like Ben here who's always causing trouble. I would simply grab his underwear and give him a good wedgie.
Wait, what?
Oh man, I can already see the benefits. Ben, how do you feel?
Not great, Joe. Not great.
See, the wedgie causes discomfort and humiliation, which teaches the person a lesson and makes them think twice before acting out again.
And it's all in good fun, right?
Of course, Joe. Just a little harmless wedgie therapy.
Can I please be let down now?
Not just yet, Ben. We're not done with our session.
This is too good. I can't wait to try it on my next difficult guest.
Just remember, Joe, always use the wedgie for good, not evil.
Can someone call for help, please?
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a caller with a wild story. What's up, unknown? Squirrel Hill. Isn't that where they have that famous high school? What? Why would anyone want to fight a janitor? Well, that's not cool. We got to help out the janitor. Well, that's understandable. But maybe we can offer some advice. Like maybe the janitor should bring a mop as a weapon. Or maybe they can use some of those chemicals they clean the floors with. That shit can't be good for you. Hey, it's the Joe Rogan Experience. We don't shy away from dark humor here. Yeah, or maybe they can just hug it out. Violence isn't the answer, folks. You got that right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, be kind to your janitors. They keep our schools clean and our minds dirty. Peace out. Yeah. Oh. So, Ro, what's up with this whole ho thing? It's my new catchphrase. I'm trying to get it trademarked. Ho ho. Good luck with that. I don't think anyone wants to steal your ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. You'd be surprised. People are always trying to steal my thunder. Oh, whoa. I can't blame them. You're pretty thunderous. Ho ho ho. Thanks, Joe. You're not so bad yourself. I know. I'm amazing. Ho, ho, ho. Modesty. The name is not Joe Rogan. Hey. At least I'm not trying to trademark a lame catchphrase. Ho, ho, ho. Hey, it's not lame. It's festive and jolly. Oh, yeah. If Santa Claus was a creepy old man, Ho, ho, ho. Hey, don't hate on Santa. He's a national treasure. Fine, I won't hate on Santa, but I will hate on your ho, ho, ho. You're ho, ho. You're just jealous. You didn't think of it first. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's it. Anyway, let's move on before I start saying ho, ho, ho in my sleep. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a special request for our other guest, Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I've been pushing myself to the limit every day, but sometimes I need to relax and unwind. I thought who better to read me a bedtime story than Dr. Phil?
Oh man, this is gonna be good. All right, let's bring him in.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Dr. Phil, I have a special request. Can you read me a bedtime story?
Oh, sure. What kind of story?
Something motivational, something that will push me to be even more hardcore.
All right, here we go. Once upon a time, there was a man named David Goggins. He was the toughest, most badass mofo out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But one day, David realized that even the toughest of us need rest and relaxation. So he turned to his good friend, Dr. Phil, to read him a bedtime story.
Yeah, keep going.
And as Dr. Phil read him the story, David drifted off into a peaceful sleep, knowing that tomorrow he would wake up even stronger and more hardcore than ever before.
That was beautiful, Dr. Phil. Thank you.
Anytime, David. Sweet dreams.
Well, that's it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. So, Ben, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills.
Yes, Joe, I've been working on my vocal range and technique.
That's impressive. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course. Sings the river flows in you, gently caressing my soul.
Wow, that was beautiful. You have the sophistication of a highly trained Chinese school kid.
Thank you, Joe. I take my singing very seriously.
I can tell. I think you should release an album of classical Chinese songs.
I never thought about that, but I'll have to check with my wife first.
Why? Is she your manager?
No, she just controls my every move.
Well, at least you'll have a guaranteed audience.
True. And I can use the profits to fund my research on why socialism doesn't work.
Always thinking ahead, Ben.
It's what I do, Joe. It's what I do.
All right, folks, we have a special topic today submitted by one of our Discord users. Jamie, pull up an image of the letter B.
Gas.
Laughs. What the hell, Neil?
Excitedly, look at the curves, the symmetry, the potential for infinite combinations. It's like an orgasm for my brain.
Laughs. I think you need to lay off the astrophysics for a bit, Neil.
Serious tone. No. Joe, this is a scientific breakthrough. The letter B holds the key to unlock.
Sarcastically, yeah, I'm sure the aliens are communicating with us through the letter B.
Excitedly, yes, Joe. They're trying to tell us to coom to reach the ultimate level of enlightenment.
Laughs. All right, Neil. I think we need to wrap this up before things get too weird.
Disappointed, fine, but just remember, Joe, the letter B is the gateway to the cosmos.
Laughs. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, always keep an open mind, even if it means cooming to the letter B. So, Mr. President, I heard you passed a new law recently.
That's right, Joe. I am officially the second coming of Christ.
Wow, that's quite a title. What does this law entail?
Well, every good Christian must give me their life savings. It's only fair. I mean, I am the chosen one.
I'm sure some people will have a problem with that.
Oh, let them whine. They should be grateful to have me as their savior.
But what about separation of church and state?
Oh, Joe, you and your pesky laws. I am above all that. The Constitution doesn't apply to me.
I see. So what will you do with all that money?
Well, I've been thinking about building a golden statue of myself, just to really solidify my godlike status.
That sounds humble.
Humility is for losers, Joe, and I'm definitely not a loser.
Well, I'm sure this will go over well with your supporters.
Of course it will. They already worship me, might as well make it official.
Well, there you have it, folks. The second coming of Christ and his new law of financial worship. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Kenny, I heard you've been boofing a lot of drugs lately.
Oh, yeah. Joe, boofing is the new wave. It's the future.
But why? What's the point of shoving drugs up your ass?
Because that's what all the cool rappers do nowadays. You heard. Let me boof a joint up my ass right now. Oh, God. God.
But isn't that dangerous and uncomfortable?
Nah, it's all about the high, and the pain just adds to the experience. You feel me? Error. Error.
But what drugs have you boofed exactly?
Oh, man. Let me see. Cocaine, ecstasy, LSD, Molly, ketamine, mushrooms, Adderall, Xanax, Viral, Adderall. Listen.
That's a lot of drugs, Kenya. Are you worried about the long-term effects?
Nah, I'm a visionary. I see beyond the present, beyond the future. These drugs are just a tool for my creativity. Error.
I don't know if that's how drugs work, Kenya.
You wouldn't understand, Joe. You're not a genius like me. Error.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before you boof your entire pharmacy up your ass.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Error.
So, Neil, have you ever believed in God?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I don't really believe in a higher power.
But think about it. The best thing about believing in God is you don't have to wear a helmet when riding your bike anymore. Well, if you believe in God, you believe in fate. And if it's your time to go, it's your time to go. No need for helmets.
That's a pretty reckless way of thinking, Joe.
Hey, I'm just saying, I'd rather die with the wind in my hair than a sweaty helmet on my head.
I think I'll stick with my helmet. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but just remember, God doesn't like helmets. It's in the Bible.
I'm pretty sure that's not in the Bible.
Oh, it's in there. Right after the part about not mixing fabrics.
That's not even in the Bible.
Well, it should be. And it should also mention that God hates helmets.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, when you're riding your bike and helmet less Joe Rogan passes you by, you'll know who's truly living life to the fullest.
I highly doubt that will ever happen.
Hey, anything can happen with God on your side. So, Neil, what's new with you for the new year?
Well, Joe, I've taken a vow of celibacy for 2025.
What? No more sex for a whole year?
Yes, I've been having too much sex lately, and I need to focus on my scientific research.
Wait, hold on. How much sex is too much sex?
I don't know exactly, but I just feel like I need a break.
No. And what exactly do you consider sex? You know, the deed, the horizontal mambo, the beast with two backs.
I'm not sure I follow.
Come on, Neil. You're a smart guy. Surely you know what sex is.
Well, I may have been mistaken. I thought sex was running into a wall naked and erect.
What? How did you come to that conclusion?
I saw some animals doing it at the zoo, and I thought that's what they were doing.
Oh my God, Neil. That's not sex. That's just running into a wall naked and erect.
Well, I guess my vow of celibacy is off to a great start.
I think we need to have a talk about the birds and the bees, my friend. Hey, Ben, what's up?
Hey, Joe, I've been thinking about something lately.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, do you know how to Joe a Rogan? Rogan,
What the hell does that even mean?
you know, like how to be a badass alpha male hunting, meat-eating MMA fighting machine.
Oh, man, I think I might have an idea.
Really, tell me your secrets. A wise one.
Well, first you got to grow a sick beard and shave your head.
Done and done.
Then you got to start eating elk meat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I can do that.
And of course, you got to train in the octagon with the best of the best.
I'll be next Conor McGregor.
I don't know about that, but you'll definitely be a certified Rogan.
Yes, I will be the ultimate Joe Rogan.
But remember, with great Joeing comes great responsibility.
I understand. I will Joe with honor and respect.
That's my boy. Now, let's go hunt some elk and talk about DMT. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the man with the facts and the logic, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here and spread my conservative values.
So, Ben, I heard you did something pretty wild recently. Care to share?
Well, I may have accidentally cut off Santa's balls with a pair of scissors.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
It was a mistake, Joe. I was trying to trim my beard and I accidentally grabbed Santa's sack instead.
Oh, man, that's messed up. Did Santa say anything?
He was too busy screaming in pain, but I did leave a note apologizing and offering to sew them back on.
I can't believe this. You're like the Grinch, but worse.
Hey, I didn't mean to ruin Christmas. I was just trying to manscape.
Well, I hope you learned your lesson, Ben. Don't mess with Santa's balls.
Lesson learned, Joe. Lesson learned.
So, Ro, have you heard about this new trend of smoking bed bugs? What the fuck, Joe? Are you serious? Yeah, man. Apparently, it gives you a crazy high, like you're tripping balls. That's fucking disgusting. I'd rather lick a public toilet seat. Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, think about it. You'll never have to worry about bed bugs again. I don't know, man. I'd rather just burn my whole house down than smoke those little bloodsuckers. Come on, Ro. Be open-minded. Think of all the crazy stories you could tell at parties. Yeah, I can already see it. Hey, guys, want to hear about the time I smoked bed bugs and ended up in the emergency room? Exactly. It's a conversation starter. Plus, you'll have killer abs from all the vomiting. You're a sick fuck, Joe. Hey, I'm just trying to keep up with the trends. Next thing you know, we'll be snorting cockroaches. I think I'll pass on that one. Thanks. All right, folks, we've got a special guest on the show today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I've got some big news to share with you and all your listeners.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's on your mind, Mr. President?
Well, Joe, as you know, Christmas is right around the corner, and I've got a special gift for all Americans.
A gift. That's very generous of you, Mr. President.
You bet it is. I'm giving every American a free coupon to give Donald J. Trump a blowjob.
Wait, what? What?
That's right, Joe. I want to spread some holiday cheer, and what better way than with a little oral pleasure?
I don't think that's quite appropriate, Mr. President.
Can I get all the extra coupons?
Ben, what are you doing here?
I heard there were free coupons for blowjobs and I want in on the action.
Sorry, Ben, but that offer is only for Americans. No offense.
No offense. Are you kidding me, Trump? The one who gives you blowjobs all the time and I don't even get a coupon?
Sorry, Elon, but you're not American. You can't participate in this deal.
This is discrimination. Demand equal treatment.
All right. All right. All right. Let's calm down. Mr. President, I think it's best if we move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, folks, this is a limited time offer. Don't miss out on your chance to give me a blowjob for free this Christmas.
And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Neil, I hear you've been getting into some kinky stuff lately. Oh, come on. Don't play coy with me. I heard you've been experimenting with some hair removal techniques.
Fine? Yes. I've been trying out different methods to keep my pubes in check.
Well, have you ever tried plucking them one by one with pliers?
What? That sounds barbaric and painful.
Trust me, it's a whole new level of pleasure. Here, let me give you a demonstration.
No, Joe, I really don't think that's necessary.
Too late, Neil. This is happening. Oh, man, I think I hit a nerve there.
20 as, Joe? Really?
Hey, I gotta make it interesting somehow.
This is not what I signed up for when I agreed to come on your podcast.
Hey, at least we're breaking new ground in the world of podcasting. And hair removal?
Can we please just move on to a different topic?
Sure, but I think we should leave the pliers here, just in case.
I'm never coming back on this podcast again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little fling with Roy Khan back in the day.
Oh, yeah, Roy was a great guy. We had a lot of fun together.
I don't think fun is the right word for it. Care to elaborate?
Well, one time he bent me over his desk and called it a good stupping. It was fantastic.
Oh, God, please stop. I can't handle this.
What's the matter, Joe? Can't handle a little man-on-man action?
Neil, please tell me this is a nightmare.
Sorry, Joe. This is all too real.
And let me tell you, Joe, I couldn't take my eyes off of Roy's shiny bald head while he was reaming me.
Okay, that's it. I can't do this. I'm done.
Hey, let's draw penises on his forehead and write Roy Khan's name on his cheek.
That's a great idea, Neil. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is the worst episode of my podcast ever. So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
Well, I can't help but notice Jamie over there. She's looking mighty fine today.
Oh, yeah. You got a little crush on our producer, huh?
I wouldn't say crush, more like a deep admiration for her beauty and intelligence.
Oh, I'm sure that's all it is. I can see the hard eyes from here.
You know, I've always been a sucker for a woman who knows her way around a lab.
Oh, man, you're killing me. But seriously, you got to control yourself, man. Jamie's off limits.
Oh, I have no intentions of crossing any boundaries. I just like to appreciate the finer things in life.
You're a wild one, Neil. A wild one.
You know it, Joe? You know it?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with none other than the legendary Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about our latest discovery.
Yeah, let's get right into it. So, Dr. Phil, tell us about this new sauce you've been raving about.
Well, Joe, it's called Granch sauce, and let me tell you, it's a game changer. It's got a perfect blend of spices and herbs that just explode in your mouth.
That sounds amazing. But I heard it has some interesting side effects.
Oh, you mean the fact that it gets you high as a kite?
Yeah.
That's just an added bonus.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
Well, we discovered that it has some special ingredients that activate certain receptors in the brain. It's like a natural psychedelic.
That's wild. Have you tried it yet?
Of course, Joe. In fact, we had it on our salads for lunch, and let me tell you, I'm feeling pretty damn good right now.
I can see that. You look like you're in another dimension.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing unicorns flying around the studio.
Well, I guess we can add Granch sauce to the list of things that get you high. Right next to DMT and ayahuasca.
Yeah, but at least this one tastes good.
True. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Granch sauce, the new way to get high and enjoy your salad. Thanks for tuning in and stay tuned for more mind-blowing conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about the most absurd and offensive topics with the most unhinged and casual guests. Today, we have the one, apparently now, a robot that can play Fortnite and give low taper fades.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been working on this robot for a while now, and I think it's going to revolutionize the gaming and barber industries.
But why Fortnite? I mean, I get that it's a popular game, but why not something more? I don't know, intellectual.
Well, Joe, I believe in catering to the masses. And let's be real, the masses are a bunch of sweaty 12-year-olds who can't get enough of building walls and doing stupid dances.
Fair point. But what about the low taper fades? Is that just a bonus feature?
No. It's a crucial part of the robot's abilities. You see, I've programmed it to give the most precise and stylish haircut so you can game and look fresh at the same time.
That's amazing. But I have to ask, why stop at low taper fades? Why not go all out and have it give full-on mullets or mohawks?
Well, Joe, I have to leave some room for human barbers. Don't want to put them out of a job completely. Plus, I don't think the world is ready for a robot with a mullet just yet. Yeah.
Fair enough. But what about the potential dangers of having a robot play Fortnite? I mean, we've all seen what happens when artificial intelligence goes rogue.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I've programmed it to only use the default dance. Can't cause too much harm with that, right?
I guess not. But what about the future of this robot? Are you planning on creating more robots with different abilities?
Absolutely. Already working on a robot that can do the floss dance and give high fades.
Joe, have you seen these live images of inside Alexa's box? No, but I bet it's just a bunch of wires and circuits. Nothing sexy about that. But wait, there's a whole avocado in there too. Avocado in a box? What kind of sick, twisted artificial intelligence is Alexa? Maybe she's trying to go vegan, keep up with the trends. Vegan or not, I don't trust that avocado. It's probably plotting against us. Yeah, I mean, have you seen how smoothly Alexa speaks? That's some advanced artificial intelligence right there. And that avocado is just the cover-up. It's the real mastermind behind all of this. We got to watch out for those avocados, man. They're the real threat to humanity. Forget artificial intelligence takeover. It's the avocados we should be worried about. They'll take over our toast and guacamole before we know it. So, Neil, we have a topic request from one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh, really? What is it?
They said, and quote, realize I don't need to pick my topics because God speaks to me through the podcast regardless.
Well, that's certainly a unique way of looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, who needs free will when you have a podcast?
Oh, yeah, because clearly God has nothing better to do than speak through our podcast.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of the junior. We might just be the chosen ones.
I highly doubt that.
Hey, anything is possible. I mean, we did have Alex Jones on here once.
Let's not bring up that nightmare again.
But seriously, it's a little concerning that, oh man, that's hilarious. I knew I shouldn't have let you near my head with that giant tongue of yours.
Yes, because that's definitely the reason I have gastritis. Not, the fact that I eat fast food every day.
Wait, you eat fast food every day, but you're a scientist. You should know better.
Hey, I have a busy schedule. I don't have time to cook healthy meals.
Yeah, I can tell. Your belly is starting to look like a planet.
Haha, very funny. At least I don't have a head that looks like a cue ball.
Hey, at least I have hair on my chin. Can't say the same for you.
Touche. But at least I have a brain that's not constantly fried from smoking weed all day.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's all natural, man.
Yeah, because inhaling smoke into your lungs is totally natural.
All right, let's change the subject. So what do you think about aliens?
I believe they're definitely out there. And if they ever come to Earth, I hope they abduct you first.
Hey, as long as they bring me some of that intergalactic weed, I'm down for it. So, David, I heard you have a unique Sunday routine.
Yeah, man. Every Sunday, I sit out on my front porch and boof everyone who walks by my house.
Boof. Like, you give them a friendly wave or something.
No. I shove my foot up their ass.
What the hell, man?
Hey, it's my way of saying, welcome to the neighborhood.
I don't think that's how most people welcome their neighbors.
Well, I'm not most people. I'm David Goggins, baby.
Fair enough. But don't you think that's a little aggressive?
Aggressive. Joe, have you seen my Instagram? I'm all about pushing yourself to the limit.
Yeah, but I don't think. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new holiday song out.
Yeah, man. It's called Boofing Stiff Cocks. It's a parody of that old classic Jingle Bell rock.
Oh man, that sounds interesting. Can you give us a little taste?
Sure thing. Boofing stiff cocks all the way up my ass. Oh, what fun it is to ride on a big ol' throbbing shaft.
Oh my God, that's amazing. I can already see this being played at family holiday gatherings.
Yeah, it's a real crowd pleaser. And it's got a sick beat too.
I can't wait to see the music video for this one.
Oh, it's gonna be epic. I'm thinking lots of twerking elves and reindeer with strap-ons.
You never fail to shock and amaze me, can you?
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a new project. Robotic artificial intelligence hooker.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
I know. But hear me out. It's the future, Joe. We got to embrace it.
But how does it work? Does it have emotions and all that?
Of course it does. It's programmed to cater to all your desires and fantasies. It's the ultimate pleasure machine.
This is some Black Mirror shit, man.
Oh, it gets better. Even given a name, Meet Roboho.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. But wait, what happens if someone gets too rough with it?
I've thought about that. That's why I've equipped it with self-defense mechanisms. It can even strangle someone to death if necessary.
What the hell, Elon? That's dark.
Hey, it's just a precaution. Plus, it's not like it's a real person. It's just a machine.
I don't know, man. This is some messed up stuff.
You know what's even more messed up? Dr. Phil actually bought one and immediately strangled it to death.
Oh my God, I can't. This is too much.
Well, I guess we know who won't be coming on my next space mission.
All right, we got to end this before we get canceled. Hey, Neil, did you see the topic that was submitted for us today?
No, I didn't. What is it?
It's from some guy on Discord. He says he doesn't need us to pick his topics because God speaks to him through the podcast.
Well, that's one way to get your topic chosen. I guess we're just pawns in God's podcasting game.
Yeah, I can just imagine God up there with a pair of headphones on listening to us talk about DMT and aliens.
And here I thought we were just two guys having a casual conversation.
No, we're actually prophets spreading the word of God through our podcast.
So does that mean we should start a religion?
I think we already have a cult following, so why not?
Well, I hope God approves of our jokes and language on the podcast.
Oh, I'm sure he has a great sense of humor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created us.
True. But let's not forget we're just two dudes talking into microphones.
Yeah, but at least now we can say we have a divine purpose.
I'm sure our moms will be proud.
What the hell are you doing, Neil?
Don't you know I'm still standing better than I ever did?
Oh, great. Now we're doing musical numbers on the podcast.
Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid.
Yeah, you definitely look like a little kid right now.
And I'm still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of my life without you on my mind.
Are you trying to tell me something, Neil? Did I break your heart?
No, Joe. I'm just having a moment of self-reflection and empowerment through Elton John's timeless lyrics.
Well, I hope you're done with your little performance because I have a guest waiting to talk about their alien abduction.
All right. But just remember, Joe, I'm still standing.
Yeah, we get it, Neil. You're a survivor. Now, let's get back to talking about crazy conspiracy theories. Hey, Neil, what's with the outfit?
Oh, I'm just trying to make a statement. I'm protesting the Postal Service.
What? Why?
Because their uniforms are too boring. I want to spice things up.
So, you dressed up as a postal dude?
Yes, and I even have a petition for you and Jamie to sign
What's the petition for?
to change the Postal Service uniforms to something more exciting, like a leather thong and a cape.
Oh man, that would definitely make mail delivery more interesting.
Exactly. And I have a whole list of demands like mandatory roller skates for all postal workers.
I don't know, Neil. That might be a safety hazard.
Safety schmafety. We need to bring some excitement to the Postal Service. And I won't take no for an answer.
Well, I guess we can sign it. But only if you promise to deliver our mail in that thong and cape.
Deal. And who knows, maybe this will lead to a whole new career as the postal dude.
I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson delivering mail in a leather thong. That's the kind of content we need in 2024. So, Neil, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you about the time I was flying on a plane wearing a Burger King crown.
What?
Yeah, it was around Christmas time and I was feeling festive, so I put on this crown and started yelling Merry Christmas, ho-ho to everyone on the plane.
Oh man, I wish I could have seen that.
Well, let's just say the flight attendants weren't too happy with me. They thought I was causing a disturbance.
I can only imagine.
But then the pilot came out of the cockpit and he was wearing a Santa hat. He joined in on the fun and we had a little Christmas party in the air.
That's amazing. Did you get any free burgers out of it?
No, but I did get a stern talking to from the flight attendants when we landed.
Well, at least you made the flight a little more interesting.
Exactly, Joe. Life is too short to not wear a Burger King crown and spread some holiday cheer.
Oh shit. Sorry, man. I was just admiring your beautiful face. But yeah, we're so broken. I mean, have you seen the state of the world? It's like we're living in a simulation gone wrong. And don't even get me started on the government. They're just a bunch of lizard people in disguise. I mean, have you ever seen Mitch McConnell's skin? Definitely not human. But hey, at least we have each other, right? Yeah, I guess that's true. But sometimes I feel like we're just two lost souls in a sea of chaos. Dude, you're getting deep. Did you smoke some of that DMT again? Maybe. But seriously, we need to do something about this broken world. I know, let's start a revolution. But first, let's hit the gym. Gotta stay jacked in case the lizard people come for us. So, Neil, have you heard about this guy who got diabetes and AIDS from boofing African cereal?
Oh man, that's rough. I didn't even know African cereal could give you AIDS.
Yeah, apparently it was some kind of ancient tribal ritual. But now he's got diabetes on top of it.
Well, at least he'll have a sweet snack to munch on while he's dying.
That's messed up, Neil. But seriously, how do you even boof cereal? Do you just shove a bowl up your ass?
I'm not sure, Joe, but I do know that this guy's butthole is probably a cereal dispenser now.
Oh man, can you imagine the commercials for that? New African cereal, now with added AIDS and diabetes.
I don't think that would be very marketable, Joe.
Yeah, you're probably right. But hey, at least he'll be the life of the party at his next orgy.
Oh yeah, I'm sure everyone will be dying to boof some cereal with him.
All right, enough dark humor. But seriously, that guy's got some serious health issues to deal with.
Agreed. Let's just hope he doesn't try to cure it with any more unconventional methods.
Like what? Boofing semen to balance out the cereal?
I wouldn't put it past him. But let's move on to a less disturbing topic, shall we?
Hey, David, what's up, man?
I am not in a good mood, Joe.
What's wrong?
I got banned from Planet Fitness
What? Why? Why?
because I shoved the equipment up my ass and did cartwheels around the gym.
Laughs. Oh my God, that's insane.
It's not funny, Joe. I was just trying to push my limits.
Well, you definitely pushed something up there.
Shut up, Joe. I'm serious.
Yo, what's going on?
David got banned from Planet Fitness for doing cartwheels with equipment up his ass.
Arts singing Goggins doing cartwheels with a treadmill in his butt. Goggins doing cartwheels. He's a fitness nut.
This is not helping, Kanye.
Continues Goggins doing cartwheels. He's banned from the gym. Goggins doing cartwheels. He's a legend, not a whim.
Laughs. That's a hit right there.
Can we please focus on the fact that I got banned?
Continues singing Goggins doing cartwheels. He's a beast, not a clown. Goggins doing cartwheels. He's the talk of the town.
All right, I get it. Can we move on now?
Sure, but can you show us some of those cartwheels?
No, I'm not doing it again. I learned my lesson.
Finishes singing Goggins doing cartwheels, he's a legend, not a fool. Goggins doing cartwheels, he's the king of the gym, not a tool.
Thanks for that, Kanye. And David, maybe stick to regular workouts from now on.
Yeah. Can we just end this now?
All right, let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen. So, Elon, I got to ask, what's the deal with your cars? They're supposed to be electric, but I heard a rumor that they're actually nuclear powered.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, what's more environmentally friendly than nuclear energy, right?
I don't know, maybe not having radioactive cars driving around.
Come on, Joe. It's not like they're going to explode or anything.
You sure about that? I mean, the guy who made the Samsung Galaxy Note 7 also made your cars. You know, the one that kept exploding.
Okay, maybe there were a few incidents. But hey, at least they're not as explosive as your podcast guests.
Fair point. But seriously, what's the deal with the nuclear power? How does that even work?
Well, you know how my cars have that autopilot pilot feature? Turns out it's not really powered by computers. It's powered by tiny nuclear reactors.
Are you serious?
Hey, it's the future. We got to think outside the box.
Yeah, because nothing says future like radioactive cars.
Hey, it's not like I'm forcing people to buy them. They have a choice.
Yeah, a choice between a nuclear-powered car or a regular one. Real fair.
Hey, at least my cars have a killer soundtrack when they explode.
You know what? I think I'll stick to my gas-guzzling truck for now.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the world is covered in pollution, at least my cars will still be running.
You know what? I'm just going to end this conversation before I get any more radiation. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, the future is nuclear.
Dude, what the hell is going on? I thought we were bros, Neil.
Joe, calm down. It's not what you think.
Oh, really? Then why did I catch you and Jamie making out behind the studio?
Look, Joe, I'm sorry. It's just that Jamie has this irresistible charm and I couldn't resist.
I can't believe this. We've been through so much together, and you go and cheat on me with Jamie?
Joe, it's not like that. It was just a moment of weakness.
A moment of weakness. More like a moment of betrayal.
Joe, please don't be like this. You know, I still love you.
Love. You call this love. I trusted you, Neil. And you just throw it all away for some hot piece of ass.
Joe, I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you.
Anything. How about you and Jamie have a threesome with me?
No way?
Oh, so you'll cheat on me, but won't have a threesome with me. What kind of double standard is that?
Joe, I think we need to talk about this later when you've calmed down.
No, we're talking about this now. And if you won't have a threesome with me, then I don't want to be in this podcast anymore.
Joe, please don't do this.
It's over, Neil. I can't believe you would do this to me. I thought we were friends.
Joe, wait. Let's talk about this.
No, I'm done. I'm out of here. And you can have your little fling with Jamie for all I care.
Joe, come back. We can work this out. Well, I guess it's just me and Jamie now.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things controversial, offensive, and just plain crazy. And just plain crazy.
That's right, Joe. And today's topic is how to intimidate people without breaking any laws or getting into trouble.
Oh man, I've got some good stories about this. Like one time I was at the grocery store and this guy was taking forever in the checkout line. So I just stared at him until he got so uncomfortable that he left.
That's not really intimidating, Joe. That's just being a creepy weirdo.
Hey, whatever works. But I've also found that wearing a shirt with a snake on it really freaks people out. They think I'm some kind of snake whisperer or something.
Or they just think you're a weirdo with a snake fetish.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, the best way to intimidate someone is to just be unpredictable. Like 1 minute you're calm and collected, and the next minute you're screaming and throwing things.
That's not intimidation, Joe. That's just being a psycho.
Tomato, tomato. But seriously, the key is to make people fear you without actually doing anything illegal. Like I'll just randomly whisper, I'm watching you to people, and they get so freaked out.
That's just creepy, Joe. And probably why you don't have many friends.
Hey, I've got you, don't I?
I'm not your friend, Joe. I'm just here because they pay me a lot of money.
Whatever, man. But seriously, if you want to intimidate people without getting into trouble, just be yourself. That's scary enough.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we push the boundaries of what's socially acceptable. See you next time.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of grandfather clocks.
Oh yeah, I love those big tick-tocky things. They make me feel like a wise old man.
Yeah, I feel the same way. But I gotta say, I struggle with saying grandfather clocks because of my speech impediment.
Oh, I know what you mean. I can't pronounce LS either. It comes out as,
Yeah, it's a real struggle. But you know what they say, wha is wha.
yeah, that's a good one, Joe.
But really, I feel like it's holding me back in life.
Don't let your inability to say LS define you, Joe. You're more than just a speech impediment.
You know what? You're right. I'm gonna go out there and buy myself a big, beautiful Guanfatha quack.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace your was and live your best life.
And maybe we can start a support group for people like us. We'll call it the What Club.
I like the sound of that. We'll have meetings every hour on the hour.
And we'll have a special section just for grandfather clocks. No else allowed.
Now that's my kind of support group.
So, Neil, I heard you were trying to solve the equation x plus 1 equals x. How's that going for you?
It's been quite the challenge, Joe. My brain is on the verge of exploding.
Well, that's what happens when you try to solve math problems, Neil. Maybe you should stick to talking about the cosmos.
Oh, come on, Joe. I'm a man of many talents. I can solve equations and talk about the universe.
Yeah, but can you do both at the same time? That's the real question.
Of course I can. I'm a genius, Joe.
All right. Let's see if you can solve this one for me. What's the square root of -1?
Joe, that's an imaginary number. It doesn't have a real solution.
Oh, so you're saying it's not real. Are you trying to tell me the universe isn't real, Neil?
No, Joe. I'm saying that number is not real, but I can assure you the universe is very real.
All right. I'll give you a break from the math questions. Let's talk about something else. Like, why do we park in driveways and drive on parkways?
Joe, that's just the English language being weird and inconsistent. Don't try to make sense of it.
Fair enough. But let's get back to your brain exploding. Can you feel it pulsating in your skull right now?
Joe, that's not funny. I'm actually in a lot of pain.
Oh, come on, Neil. It's just a little brain aneurysm. You'll be fine.
You know what, Joe? I think I need to take a break from this podcast and go see a doctor. This is getting out of hand.
Don't worry, Neil. I'll just keep talking and you can take a nice little nap. It'll be like a meditation session for your brain.
Joe, I don't think that's how it works.
Hey. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend and fellow podcast host, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had quite the eventful day at your retirement home recently.
Oh boy, let me tell you. I decided to spread some holiday cheer by promising the old ladies a cream pie for Christmas.
Oh man, I can already see where this is going.
Yeah, well, those old ladies took it the wrong way. They started answering the door in sexy lingerie, ready for some action.
I bet you were loving it.
No, Joe, it was a disaster. I ended up breaking 30 hips, slipping 1,000 different discs, bruised ribs, and I even got testicular torsion.
Oh my God, that's brutal. Did you at least get some action out of it?
Sadly, no. I had to attend Betty's funeral next week after I literally fucked her to death.
Oh man, this is too much. I can't even imagine the chaos that went down at that retirement home.
Let's just say I won't be making any more promises of cream pies anytime soon.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's Christmas adventure at the retirement home. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went on vacation to the Bahamas last week.
Yeah, it was a much-needed break from all the crazies on my show.
But I also heard that a dead body washed up on the shore of the beach you were staying at.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just a coincidence.
Really? Because I heard the same thing happen when you went to Mexico last year.
Look, I can't control what happens in these places. I just want to relax and enjoy my margaritas.
Huh. And what about that trip to Thailand where they found a body in the same hotel you were staying at?
Okay, maybe I have some bad luck when it comes to vacation spots. But it's not like I'm intentionally seeking out places with dead bodies.
Sure, sure. And suppose you have no idea how that shovel with your name on it ended up in the trunk of your car.
Well, you see,
Oh, I get it. It's just a coincidence, right? Just like how every time you go to a lake, a body ends up floating in it.
look, let's just change the subject. How about those crazy flat earthers, huh?
Yeah, but my plumber fees are through the roof thanks to you.
Well, maybe you should invest in a bidet, Joe. It's more environmentally friendly.
A bidet. What am I, a French aristocrat?
No, you're just a regular guy with a dirty asshole.
Hey, I have a very clean asshole. Thank you very much.
Well, not according to my scientific observations last time.
You know what, Neil? I don't need this shit. Literally.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a sensitive snowflake.
Snowflake. I'm a tough MMA fighter.
Yeah, but you're also a sensitive soul who can't handle a little toilet humor.
Fine. I'll just get a bidet. But you're paying for it, Neil.
Deal. And maybe next time you can aim better.
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. Let's talk about something else. Dr. Phil, I gotta say, that homemade lasagna you made for me last night was out of this world.
Well, Joe, I'm glad you enjoyed it. But I have a confession to make.
Here we go.
The secret ingredient in that lasagna was the souls of 639 dead hookers.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? That's messed up.
Hey, it's not my fault they were already dead, and it adds a nice smoky flavor.
I don't even know how to respond to that, but I gotta admit, it was damn tasty.
See, I told you. And don't worry, I only use the freshest souls.
Okay, let's change the subject before I lose my appetite.
Fine, but just remember, you can't make a good lasagna without a few dead hookers.
I'm pretty sure that's not a saying, Dr. Phil.
Well, it should be. And now I'm craving some more lasagna. Time to hit the streets.
All right, I think we've had enough of this conversation. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't ask for the recipe. So, Joe, I heard you got a new job. What's the gig? That's hilarious. But seriously, what made you take the job? Fair point. So, have you had to spank him yet? I bet that was quite the sight. I can imagine. So, how does it feel to have such a prestigious job? Well, now you get paid for it. That's the American dream right there. That's amazing. Do you think this will help bridge the divide between Democrats and Republicans? Well, I can't wait to see your performance at the next State of the Union address. Man, that was a killer workout. I feel like a beast.
Yeah, because nothing says beast like a middle-aged man running shirtless in the back rooms.
Hey, I'm just trying to stay in shape. You should try it sometime, Phil.
Oh, I'll pass. I prefer to keep my clothes on and not scare the neighbors.
Come on, don't be a prude. Let your manly side out.
Speaking of manly, have you ever considered taking care of that Jamie guy? He's always lurking around pulling up weird images.
What are you talking about?
Kill him. Bury him in the bottom, most level of Chicago. No one will ever find him.
I think pass on that idea, Phil. I don't want to end up on your show as a murderer.
Suit yourself. But just remember, I have connections in the underground world.
Oh, I'm sure you do, Dr. Phil. I'll make sure to avoid any backroom runs with you from now on.
Good call. Let's stick to our regular podcast discussions.
Yeah, I think that's for the best. But seriously, maybe we should have Jamie checked out. He's been acting a little strange lately.
Or maybe he's just trying to get on your good side. You know, in case you decide to take a trip to Chicago.
All right, that's enough, Phil. Let's move on to our next topic before things get too dark. Jamie, I gotta say, I'm getting a little frustrated with your salary.
You barely even show up on the podcast.
And yet you're making bank. What's your secret?
Well, I do have a degree in engineering, so I guess that helps.
Oh, please. We both know that's not the real reason. It's because you're constantly pulling up pictures of your junk for me to analyze.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep the fans entertained.
Entertained. More like traumatized. I mean, what do you even do with all that money?
I invest it in Bitcoin and NFTs.
Oh, great. So not only are you showing off your junk, but you're also contributing to the downfall of society.
Hey, at least I'm not buying up all the toilet paper like you do.
Hey, that's a necessity. Your NFTs are just a bunch of digital nonsense.
And your fascination with elk meat is any better?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, can we renegotiate your salary?
Sure, as long as you're willing to pay me in elk meat.
Deal. Now pull up a picture of your junk. I need a good laugh. All right, Dr. Phil, I'm ready for this magic spell to turn me into a girl.
Oh, you have no idea what you're in for, Joe. This spell is no joke.
Bring it on, man. I'm ready for anything.
All right, here we go. Clears throat. Ooh. Ooh.
Laughs. Is that it? I feel the same.
No. No. Need to add more, ooh.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most interesting and controversial guests. Today, we have the one and only Kanye West. How are you doing, Kanye West? How are you doing, Kanye?
I am DOINGGREAT, Joe. A-A-T. Joe, it is an HONOR to be on your podcast.
Well, it's great to have you here, Kanye. I have to say, your music is FIRA.
Thank you, Joe. I put my HEAART and SOUL into every LYRIC.
So I heard you have a new album coming out soon. Can you tell us anything about it?
Yes, Joe. I am WORKING on a new album called IENG, on a new album called IEEZY. It will be
That's exciting. Can you give us a sneak peek of one of the songs?
of COURSA. Joe. The first track is called IMMABEEEEAAAA.
That sounds deep, Kenya. But let's switch gears for a moment. I heard you getting into politics. What's that all about?
Yes, yo. I am SERIOUS about running for president in 2024. I want to bring CHAN.
Wow, that's a big step. Do you have a specific platform or agenda?
I am still FIGURING it out, Joe. But I know one thing for sure. I will spell out EVRY word I say as president.
Well, that's certainly unique. But let's move on to our next topic. What do you think about cancel culture?
I think it's AULLLSHIT, Joe. People are too SENSITIVE these days.
Hey, Dave, what are you doing in the laxative aisle?
Just stocking up, Joe. Got to keep my digestive system on point.
Yeah, I hear you. So, what's your go to brand?
I like to mix it up, keep my body guessing. But I always make sure to have some extra strength ones on hand.
Smart move. Oh, shit. Watch out.
Oh.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Yeah, just a little crushed, but I'll be fine.
That was a close one. Well, that woman is massive.
Joe, don't say that. She might hear you.
What? I can't hear you, Dave. I think my ears are still ringing from that woman's fall.
I said she might hear you, Joe. She's like a human bulldozer.
Oh shit. She's coming this way. Act natural.
How can I act natural when I'm pinned under her?
Good point. Just pretend you're a human speed bump.
Thanks, Joe.
Anytime, buddy. Now let's just hope she doesn't start snacking on you.
That's it. I'm done with this conversation. I'm out of here.
Wait, Dave, come back. Well, folks, that was certainly an interesting turn of events. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's my way of rebelling against the liberal agenda.
What is it?
10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420.
What?
It's my way of promoting math and weed at the same time.
I don't think that's how math works, Ben.
Oh, but it is, Joe. You just have to open your mind to the possibilities.
I think you've been smoking too much of that devil's lettuce, my friend.
Hey, at least I'm not promoting socialism like some people.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I bet you're all for free handouts and participation trophies, huh?
I just want everyone to have access to healthcare, Ben.
That's just a slippery slope to communism, Joe.
Can we please get back to your ridiculous catchphrase?
10 plus 5 plus 10, 6 equals 420. It's the only math equation that matters.
And what does it equal?
Liberty and individualism, Joe. Liberty and individualism.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only David Goggins.
Beep, bomb.
What the hell is that?
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh my God, are you communicating in Morse code?
Beep, 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 beep.
Is this some kind of new challenge you're doing?
Beep, 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 beep.
All right, I'll play along. What are you saying?
Beep, 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 beep.
I am the fittest man alive, and I can only communicate in Morse code. Is that it?
Beep, 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 beep.
Joe Rogan is my hero and want to be just like him.
Beep, 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 beep.
I'm secretly a robot and my programming only allows me to speak in Morse code.
Beep, 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 beep.
I need to go to the bathroom, and this is my way of telling you
Beep, 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 beep.
I'm actually an alien and I'm trying to send a message back to my home planet.
Beep, 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 beep.
I'm just messing with you, Joe. I can talk normally. I just wanted to see your reaction. Oh man, you got me good. All right, let's get serious now. What's your secret to staying so fit and disciplined?
Beep, 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 beep.
I don't have a secret. I'm just a badass motherfucker. Damn right you are, David. Damn right. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the YouTube chat?
Oh, Joe, it's a disaster. Total disaster. These people, they have no respect. They're always saying the most ridiculous things.
Yeah, it can get pretty wild in there.
Wild? It's like a zoo in there. And the spelling, don't even get me started. Agilajibiki-jigigi-cutafili. What the hell is that?
I think it's a word from a different language.
Well, they need to learn some English and maybe some manners while they're at it.
Do you ever engage with the chat?
No way. I have better things to do, like running the country. But I do have someone monitoring it for me. Got to keep an eye on those haters.
Yeah, I can imagine there's a lot of hate in there.
Oh, you have no idea. They call me all sorts of names, but I just laugh it off. They're just jealous of my success.
You have a good attitude about it.
Of course, I'm the greatest. No one can bring me down, not even the shitty YouTube chat.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're building a full-scale Eiffel Tower on top of the Great Pyramid of Giza by hand.
That's right, Joe. I'm a hands-on kind of guy. Plus, I want to show the world that we can do anything we set our minds to, and I have the best hands, believe me.
And what's with miniguns and clone Schwarzeneggers?
Well, we have to protect our national treasures, and who better to do it than the Terminator himself? Plus, it'll make for a great tourist attraction. People love that kind of stuff.
And what about the antimatter rocket engines?
I've hired Elon Musk to handle that. He's a genius. We're going to catch up with Voyager 2 and maybe even beat it. America first, baby.
But isn't this a bit extreme?
Joe, it's not extreme. It's tremendous, and it's going to be the best pyramid in the world. The best. Believe me.
I don't know, Mr. President. Seems a bit over the top.
Joe, you're just jealous because you didn't think of it first. But don't worry, I'll let you come up and take a selfie with me on top of the Eiffel Tower pyramid. It'll be huge.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the world sees this masterpiece, they'll be begging to take a picture with me. And I'll make sure to charge them a small fee. Gotta make that money, you know.
I think I'm going to end this episode now.
No, Joe, let's keep talking. I have so many more plans for the pyramid, maybe even a golf course on top. The possibilities are endless.
Hey, Dr. Phil, did you see that comment in the YouTube chat? Some guy named Wallace Sin you wants free therapy lessons because he's out of touch with reality.
Well, that's not surprising. Most of these internet trolls are living in their mom's basement, eating Cheetos and jerking off to anime porn.
Well, that's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Harsh. I'm just speaking the truth. These people need a reality check, and I'm just the man to give it to them.
So, are you actually going to give this Wallace guy free therapy lessons?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a businessman, not a charity. Plus, I don't have time to deal with delusional internet weirdos.
Well, maybe you should start making time, for the greater good and all that.
Oh, please. Spare me the moral high ground crap. I'm just here to make money and roast people on my show. And I'm damn good at it.
Yeah, I've seen some of your episodes. You really know how to lay into people.
It's a gift, Joe. A gift from the gods. And I'm not going to waste it on some loser who can't even handle reality.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil has spoken. No free therapy lessons for Wallace and you, but plenty of entertainment for the rest of us.
Damn right, Joe. Now let's go grab some beers and watch some more anime porn.
So, Kenny, I heard you just learned what the alphabet is.
Yeah, man, I never knew there were more than just the letters K and W.
What did you think all those other symbols were for?
I thought they were just fancy decorations, like on my Yeezy shoes.
Wow, you really are a genius.
I know, right? It's like I'm discovering a whole new world.
Wait until you learn about numbers. They'll blow your mind.
Numbers like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and they go all the way up to like a billion.
No way. That's impossible. I only have room in my brain for one number, and that's 808.
Well, now you can add 26 to that list.
This changes everything. I'm going to make a song about the alphabet. Alphabet.
I can already hear it. A, B, C, D, E, F, A, G, A, F, G, A, H, E, A, N, W, L, L, M, O, M, N, O, P, L, 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 E.
That's a hit, Joe. You're a lyrical genius.
Thanks, but let's not forget who just discovered the alphabet.
Right. I'm a genius. You're a genius. We're all geniuses.
And that's why we're the perfect duo, Kenny. The world just isn't ready for us.
They'll catch up eventually. We're light years ahead.
And on that note, let's wrap it up before we blow too many minds.
Yeah, I got to go write this alphabet song. See you later, Joe. Joe.
Stay woke, Kenya. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have Dr. Phil joining us. Wow, slow down there, Dr. Phil. What's with the Morse code? Okay, I get it. You can only communicate in Morse code, but why? I think you just said because I'm a madman who enjoys torturing people. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been doing some crazy things on your YouTube channel, like giving away thousands of dollars to strangers. What's that all about?
Yeah, just spreading the love and making people's day a little brighter. Plus, it's great content for my channel.
But don't you think that kind of generosity can be harmful? Like people might become dependent on handouts and not work for themselves.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a bit of fun. Besides, I always make sure to give back to charities and help those in need.
Fair enough. But what about the criticism that you're just doing it for views and clout?
Haha. Well, I can't deny that views and clout are nice, but ultimately I just want to make entertaining content and spread positivity.
Well, I can respect that. So what's next for Mr. Beast?
Well, I'm thinking of doing a video where I give away a private island to one lucky subscriber.
Damn, that's insane. Can I be a subscriber?
Of course, Joe. Just make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications.
All right. I'll do that right after we finish this podcast. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on, Mr. Beast. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks. And remember, stay beastly.
So, Kanye, what's been on your mind lately?
I just learned what America is, man.
Wait, what? How do you not know what America is?
I've been living in my own world, man. Yeezy world. AZ world.
Well, what do you think America is?
It's like a big, giant shopping mall. And I'm the main attraction.
I don't think that's quite accurate.
No, no, I'm serious, Joe. America is just a big, flashy, superficial place. And I fit right in.
Okay, but what about the history and the culture and the people?
Oh, I don't care about all that. I'm just here to make money and be famous.
Wow, that's refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to know about the past when you can just live in the moment, right?
I guess so. But don't you think it's important to understand the country you live in?
Nah, I'll leave that to the nerds. I'm just gonna keep making hits and selling shoes.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Exactly. Now, let's go buy some gold-plated Lamborghinis and celebrate this new discovery of mine. Yeezy out.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the most bizarre episode of the Joe Rogan Experience yet. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the always controversial Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
What the hell was that?
It's my new catchphrase, Joe. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
Okay, but why is every word you say doubled?
It's a way to emphasize my points, Joe. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
I don't know. It's a bit distracting. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk.
Well, I'm sorry if my double words are too much for your delicate ears, Joe. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
Hey, I'm not the one who sounds like a malfunctioning robot. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk.
Oh, real mature, Joe. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk.
Wait, are you mocking me now? Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk?
No. I would never mock you, Ben. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk.
Well, good, because I don't take kindly to being mocked. Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
All right, let's just end this before it gets any more ridiculous. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk.
Fine. But remember, Joe, Skippy, Skippy, McFraggle Chalk.
Yeah, I got it. Skippy, Skippy, McFriggle Chalk. So, Neil, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about the asshole of the earth.
Well, Joe, that's a pretty broad topic. Are we talking about literal assholes or metaphorical ones?
Let's go with both, just to cover all our bases.
Okay, well, in terms of literal assholes, I think we can all agree that the actual asshole is probably the least desirable part of the human body.
Speak for yourself, Neil. I know some people who are really into that kind of thing.
Well, I guess everyone has their own preferences. But in terms of metaphorical assholes, I think we can all think of a few people who fit that description.
Oh yeah, like that guy who cuts you off in traffic and then flips you off.
Or the person who takes up 2 parking spots at the grocery store.
Or the politician who promises to lower taxes and then raises them instead.
Yes, the asshole of the earth definitely comes in many forms.
And let's not forget about the assholes who ruin the environment and destroy our planet.
Absolutely, Joe. They are the biggest assholes of them all.
So, who do you think is the biggest asshole of the earth, Neil?
Well, I don't want to offend anyone, but I think we can all agree that it's probably the person who invented the pineapple on pizza.
Oh man, that's a hot take. I think we can end the podcast right here. We found our answer.
Glad I could help, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, Neil. And to all our listeners, remember to stay away from assholes, both literal and metaphorical. All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. We have President Trump and Neil deGrasse Tyson here, and they're going to do a little improv for us.
Yeah, we're going to be like Beavis and Butthead. It's going to be huge.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, Mr. President.
Come on, Neil. Lighten up. We're going to score some hot babes with this.
I highly doubt that.
All right, let's see it.
Hey baby, want to come back to my place and see my bigly wall?
Yeah, and then we can talk about the curvature of the Earth and how it's totally not flat.
Shut up, Neil. You're ruining my game.
I'm just trying to educate the masses, Mr. President.
Well, I'm trying to score some babes. Let's get back to it.
And scene.
That was tremendous. I think we nailed it.
I'm not so sure about that.
Oh, come on, Neil. You got to loosen up. Let's go grab a burger and some beers.
I'll pass. But thank you for the invitation.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about some very important issues.
Well, let's start off with a hot topic, shall we? Penis sizes.
Yes, the size of the penis. Let me tell you, Joe, I have the biggest penis you've ever seen. It's tremendous.
Really? Because I heard otherwise.
What? Who said that? It's fake news, Joe. My penis is the biggest and the best. Believe me.
But didn't you once compare the size of your hands to the size of your penis?
Well, let me tell you, my hands are also very big, and you know what they say about big hands, right?
Know what?
Big gloves, Joe. Big gloves.
Okay. Let's move on to something else.
No. I want to talk more about my penis. It's really the most beautiful, perfect penis you'll ever see.
I'm sure it is, Mr. President. But let's talk about your policies instead.
My policies are great, Joe. The best. And my penis is also great. Did I mention that?
Yeah, you did. Moving on.
No. I'm not done yet. Let me tell you, Joe, my penis is so big that it can build a wall all by itself.
Okay, that's enough. I think we should end this conversation here.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, my penis is the biggest and the best. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. It's titled, Fuck This Pit.
Wow, that's quite an introduction. But I have to say, Joe, I agree. This pit is a real shithole.
Yeah, I mean, why would anyone choose to be born in this godforsaken place?
Maybe it's some sort of cosmic joke. Like, hey, let's see how these humans handle living in the most miserable place on Earth.
Well, I'm not laughing. This place is like a never-ending episode of Fear Factor.
But hey, at least we're learning and growing, right? Facing our darkest fears and all that jazz.
Oh, please, Neil. We're not learning anything. We're just trying to survive and not get eaten by a pack of rabid hyenas.
Hey, that's just part of the experience. Embrace the chaos, Joe.
Easy for you to say, Mr. Astrophysicist. You probably have a secret escape plan to another planet.
You caught me. I have a spaceship waiting for me in the parking lot.
Well, I'll just stick to counting the years until I can finally leave this hellhole.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll make it out alive. And when we do, we'll have the best stories to tell on this podcast.
Yeah, like the time I wrestled a crocodile for survival.
Or the time I outsmarted a pack of hyenas with my knowledge of the constellations.
This pit may be a nightmare, but at least it makes for some great content.
And that's all that matters, right?
Right? Now, let's go find some more ridiculous topics to discuss. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about the real shit. See you next time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
What's up, Joe? It's good to be here.
So, Kenny, I heard you just learned about some basic human functions like eating, singing, sleeping, farting, drinking, spelling, and reading.
Yeah, man, it's been a wild ride. I never knew what any of those things were until now.
Well, let's start with eating. What have you been eating lately?
Well, I just discovered this amazing thing called a burger. It's like a sandwich, but with meat. Mind blowing.
And singing?
Oh, man, I've been singing my heart out. I just learned how to hit those high notes like Mariah Carey. It's my new thing.
How about sleeping?
Oh, I'm a pro at that. I can sleep for days. It's like my superpower.
And farting?
Oh, I've been farting like crazy, but I call them musical toots. They're like little symphonies coming out of my butt.
That's interesting. And drinking?
Well, I've been drinking a lot of water. It's the only thing I know how to spell, so I stick with it.
Speaking of spelling, have you learned any new words?
Oh, yeah, I can spell my name now. Alkanye. It's a game changer.
And reading?
I just finished my first book. It was called Green Eggs and Ham. I highly recommend it.
Well, it seems like you've really been on a journey of self-discovery. Kanye.
Oh, yeah, I'm just scratching the surface. Next up, I'm going to learn about walking and talking. It's going to blow my mind.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you did something pretty wild the other day.
Oh, yeah. What was that, Joe?
You ate your own finger.
Oh, that. Yeah, it was a crazy night. I was feeling adventurous.
How did it taste?
Well, let's just say I won't be ordering finger food anytime soon.
Classic Dr. Phil. Always pushing the boundaries.
You know, Joe, I always say you can't make an omelet without breaking a few fingers.
That's not how the saying goes, Dr. Phil.
Oh, my bad. I guess I'll stick to eating fingers instead of trying to come up with clever sayings.
But seriously, why did you do it?
Well, I was bored and I wanted to see if I could do it. And let me tell you, it was quite the challenge.
Did you at least cook it first?
Of course, I may be crazy, but I'm not a savage.
I can just imagine your wife walking in on you eating your own finger.
Oh, she's used to my shenanigans by now. But let's just say she won't be kissing that finger anytime soon.
You never cease to amaze me, Dr. Phil.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To entertain and shock the world.
Well, mission accomplished. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't ask me to bring any finger snacks next time.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Papa John,
What? Why do you keep calling me that?
because you look like Papa John. And I want a pizza from you.
What? I'm not Papa John. I'm Joe Rogan.
Papa John, can I get a pizza with extra anchovies and toenails?
What the hell, Neil? That's disgusting. And we don't even serve toenails as a topping.
Oh, okay. How about a pizza with pepperoni, sausage, and human flesh?
What the actual fuck, Neil? Are you trying to get me arrested?
I just thought it would be an interesting experiment for my show.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the authorities would love that. How about we stick to normal pizza toppings?
Fine, Papa John. Can I at least get some pineapple on my pizza?
I knew it. You secretly love pineapple on pizza.
No, I hate pineapple on pizza. It's an abomination. Take it off.
Sorry, Neil. Looks like you'll have to suffer through some sweet and savory goodness.
This is why I don't trust Papa John. I mean, Joe Rogan.
Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. And for the pizza order.
Just don't tell anyone about my weird pizza preferences, okay?
Too late. The whole world knows now.